Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-studied human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated animation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter accepted his dark destiny to end Voldemort forever? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Marked by fate, Harry abandons love, hatred, and childhood innocence to embrace a darker path. Accepting the destiny meant to destroy him, he becomes the one force capable of ending Voldemort forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry kept a close eye on the ticking hands of his wristwatch over the next hour and 33 minutes as he sat at Kingsley's kitchen table. An early, pale light had just begun to seep through the big bay windows, shining through the single dew droplets hanging off the bushes and spider webs in the front garden. Harry's cup of tea stood stone cold in front of him. Finally, he heard the front door open. Harry stood up and went to stand in the kitchen doorway. Tonks was wearing a black, baggy jumper, and had her back to him, trying to shut the door with as little noise as possible. "Morning," Harry said perfectly audibly. Tonks leapt almost a foot in the air and turned around with a hand on her heart. "Merlin, Harry, you scared the bejesus out of me," she said, clearly startled. "What are you doing up at this time of morning?" "I could ask you the same thing," he replied in a steady voice. Tonks pushed her pink hair out of her eyes. "Oh, I just fancied a walk, clear my head, you know, can't waste a morning like this." "Really?" Tonks nodded. "You can get away from everything. It's not even 6 a.m. "No, I know, but I'm on duty at the school this morning, and I couldn't sleep." "I suppose that's why you're here too?" she asked, indicating to the stone-cold tea on the kitchen work surface. Yeah," Harry said, taking the cup and pouring its contents down the sink. "Found it hard to sleep in an actual bed." Tonks smiled sympathetically. "I know it must have been hard, these past few months. But you should be proud of yourselves. This whole Horcrux business means we've got him on the ropes, doesn't it?" Harry nodded. "In a manner of speaking, I suppose. Listen, anything you want to tell me, anything at all, it'll stay with me, I promise. If it all gets too much, you can talk to me, Harry." Harry nodded. "Thanks, Tonks. Right, think I'll go and get a shower. Do you want me to tell Ginny anything when I get to Hogwarts?" she said with a cheeky grin. No, that's okay," Harry said. She turned and left Harry in the kitchen, but he heard her say brightly on the way out, "Morning, Arthur." "Morning, Tonks," came a low, gloomy voice. "Hello, Harry." Mr. Weasley slouched into the room in a stripy dressing gown that was too short for him, his glasses perched crookedly on the end of his nose. "Hi," said Harry, noting that Mr. Weasley had lost a considerable amount of hair since their last meeting. "Will you have some breakfast?" Mr. Weasley said distractedly. "Eggs, bacon, kippers. No, thanks, I'm not really that hungry." Mr. Weasley looked down at his watch. "No, me neither. Goodness, it is early, isn't it? I've lost track of time, recently." Harry saw the lines around his eyes deepen and nodded in understanding. "Does Tonks always go out early for walks?" asked Harry, keeping his eyes down. Single quote. Mr. Weasley directed his wand at the kettle and poured himself some tea. "Only recently. I think the McGonagall issue has hit her rather hard." Tonks was taught by her, of course. But so was virtually everyone. "This tea is cold, Harry." "Sorry," Harry said dully. "Mr. Weasley, I'd like to see that memory, if that's okay." Mr. Weasley drained his mug and looked over its edge at Harry. "Are you sure? I completely understand why you didn't want to see it last night." "Yeah, I'm sure. I think I need to see it just for," he struggled for the words, "closure." Mr. Weasley submitted over his horn-rimmed glasses. Harry looked at Mr. Weasley and knew that he perhaps understood exactly how Harry was feeling. "I never expected this." Mr. Weasley shook his head. "When Dumbledore named us three as the potential secret keepers, I felt safer than I had felt in a long time during this war. None of us expected this, Harry. But now we know we must act. We are blessed with the fact that Minerva does not yet suspect we know of her treachery, which gives us some time. What remains to be decided is whether or not we inform the Ministry, or whether we deal with it ourselves." "What do you mean, deal with it yourselves?" Mr. Weasley shook his head. That will take yet another meeting. Although in the interests of damage limitation, I will suggest that it is decided sooner rather than later. There was a slight pause. If we inform the ministry, they might even want to leave the situation as it is and use Minerva exceedingly dangerous, of course, for the order especially. Harry didn't say anything. He really did not know what to say. This tactical talk was far too much to think about when all he had room for in his head was the magnitude of the betrayal. The pensieve was moved to sitting room, Mr. Weasley said after a moment. There is a lock on the door should you wish to use it. I will be here if you need me. Harry half smiled in thanks and left the kitchen. He could not explain to himself why he wanted to see that memory now when he had not done the night before. Something inside him was telling him that he should see it, out of common courtesy to those involved. How could he ever believe that McGonagall, ever presently solid and trustworthy McGonagall, had betrayed them if he never saw the footage that incriminated her? The pensieve was, as Mr. Weasley has said, sitting on a handsome mahogany table near the front window looking out onto the lawn. It was a different pensieve to the one Dumbledore had owned. This one was dark red marble on the outside with no ornate stone carvings, and looked bigger. Harry approached it cautiously and peered in. The thoughts within seemed to swirl pearly white, neither liquid nor gas. Harry took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Then, with a sudden reckless bravery, he replaced them and stuck his head into the bowel. Immediately, the world lurched and turned upside down for several alarming moments, but then, Harry was used to this sensation due to his many trips into the pensieve with Dumbledore the previous year. He fell, dreamlike, through an icy haze, and then landed in what appeared to be a maze of tunnels, lit dimly by torches. Harry adjusted his glasses and looked around. Behind him was McGonagall, with a dark hood held fast over her head by the two Death Eaters on either side, holding her arms. Easy, gentlemen, I am an old woman nowadays, said the voice underneath the hood in a broad Scottish accent. Precautions, ma'am. You understand, I'm sure, replied a thick crackling voice, that Harry was sure belonged to McNair. The party paused in a dingy part of the tunnel, larger than the winding passageways that seemed to act as a sort of hallway. Harry watched, holding his breath. Even though this was all in the past, he still felt extremely vulnerable. The hood was pulled off McGonagall's tartan-clad head with a flourish, and she straightened her glasses on the end of her nose, squinting and clutching her bag tightly to her chest. Harry moved slowly and peered into her face. She did seem nervous, it was true, but this was little consolation for what she was about to do. Ah, Minerva, so good to see you out of school for a change, came a high-pitched, mocking voice. With a cold surge of sickness, Harry turned his head to the right to see who was greeting McGonagall, but he already knew before he laid eyes on her pale, gaunt face. You seem a little worse for wear, Bellatrix, McGonagall said in what appeared to be a sad voice. Not as vivacious as I remember. No, well, Azkaban will do that to a person, Bellatrix replied in a low voice, completely devoid of joke. You also look different, you know. Can't quite put my finger on it, I must say. I was most surprised when you contacted us. Most surprised. And why was that? McGonagall replied with an air of defiant disdain. McNair and Nott had let go of McGonagall's arms and were now standing at her side, their arms crossed like the Queen's royal guards. You have been Dumbledore's right-hand woman, have you not, for many years? Forgive me, I ought to be using the past tense these days, you had been his right-hand woman. McGonagall smiled, although it was more like a grimace than anything else. You are a prolific member of the Order of the Phoenix and have many times helped Harry Potter, the Dark Lord's enemy, not to mention his little friends, out of a number of tight scrapes. So forgive us if we exude caution, headmistress, but from where the Dark Lord is standing, something does not add up. Given my position, the fact that I am standing here in front of you ought to be proof enough that my actions are sincere. My reasons are my own. Bellatrix smirked. Touchy. I wish to speak to your lord, McGonagall said, her voice. That is why I am here, those were the terms of our agreement. Bellatrix shook her head, and Harry was interested to see that she appeared wholly in charge despite the fact that McGonagall always commanded the most authority. That won't be necessary, Minerva. You see, you may be used to having the power back at the Kiddywinks school, now you're wearing the big boots, but here, we make the rules. You said you have information that might be of interest to us and were willing to share it in return for a considerable sum of money. Yes, McGonagall replied. Harry blinked within the memory. That's what this was all about. McGonagall was after money. And where do you imagine we would get such funds from? Bellatrix said, sneering. From the undercover robbery of Gringotts that is to take place in 5 days' time, McGonagall said smoothly, for which I imagine the purpose is not to secure your own wealth, but for others to know you have it and exchange information in return. McNair and the other burly form of Nott exchanged slightly nervous glances. Harry saw, with no surprise, that Bellatrix on the other hand didn't even blink. Very good, Minerva, very good indeed. How did you come by this information? McGonagall gave an uncharacteristic smirk. I have my resources, Bella. However, Gringotts is notoriously difficult to break into these days. Even your Dark Lord will not find it easy. Therefore, if your theft fails, I imagine you have other ways of acquiring currency. Bella nodded impressively. Enlighten us. Blackmail, murder, theft, the usual. Bellatrix laughed. Oh, Minnie, you delight me. I really do hope that your transformation is genuine. It would be so inconvenient if we had to kill you. You're quite a character. Let's get to business, shall we? Bellatrix nodded. You will not be seeing the Dark Lord. I am one of the most trusted advisors, and so you deal through me. If you have any immediate problems with that, they can quickly be resolved with your immediate departure from this life, she said in exactly the same tone. McNair and the other Death Eater, Nott, clenched their fists together, as though setting an example of menacing behavior. McGonagall's expression did not break as Bellatrix continued. If the information you provide is useful, then we shall set up another meeting, and he will meet you. McGonagall paused for a moment, but then nodded. Agreeable. What about my dividends? Again, if your information is useful, then you need not worry. This time, McGonagall shook her head. No deal, Bella. I may not get to speak with your lord, but I will have my money, regardless of whether or not you botch up the way you act on my information. She held out her hand expectantly. Bellatrix narrowed her black eyes and stared at McGonagall. What do you have to tell us, Minerva? McGonagall withdrew her hand and folded her arms, her bag high on her shoulder. What I am about to tell you will change everything. If I am satisfied, you will get your money, Bellatrix said with, Harry noticed, some impatience. I can reveal to you the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. There was a ringing silence. Harry held his breath, unable to comprehend what had just been said, although he had known it must have been coming. So she had just sold them all out, just as simply as that. Suddenly Bellatrix let out a mad bark of laughter. Ha! And how is that? I am the secret keeper for the Order. I can tell you where it is. Bellatrix began clapping her hands together faster and faster, her eyes dancing. She looked slightly insane. Oh, oh, oh. Silly old Dumbledore. He was too trusting. Severus is living proof of that, of course, but here it is again. So come on, Minnie, spill the beans. The headquarters may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place in London. Never. Bellatrix contradicted disbelievingly, and then let out a stream of incomprehensible giggling. It was a whole minute before it subsided. McNair and Nott did not flinch. They must have been used to Bellatrix's wild and unpredictable behavior. McGonagall on the other hand looked at Bellatrix with narrowed eyes. Unbelievable. That's Sirius's old house. Correct, McGonagall replied without emotion. Ha! Ingenious. That's the last place I'd have ever to use a house with such a history for that. Yes, well, I have delivered, Lestrange. My payment, if you please. Harry noted the renewed use of her surname as a sign that she wanted to draw the conversation to a close, but Bellatrix was still giggling and rocking on the balls of her feet. Oh, if this turns out to be true, that Dark Lord will be most pleased. McNair cleared his throat. She could be lying, he said in a low growl. Bellatrix nodded. Yes, she could, but if she is, I can assure you she'll wish she hadn't. McGonagall said nothing for a moment. I do not fear you, Bellatrix. I fear very little, for I know that my information is correct, and that I will be having a conversation with the Dark Lord before long. I came to you, here, at great personal risk to myself, and yet I am here. Your threats mean nothing to me. You realize, of course, Minnie, should the Dark Lord choose to act upon your information, and I so hope that he does, many of your little friends will be killed. How does that sit with you, I wonder? McGonagall did not answer. She simply surveyed Bellatrix with a cold indifference. Possibly even Harry Potter, the chosen one, How will he react when he finds out it was you? If he survives, that is. He will not find out. And whether or not he survives is not my concern, that is down to you and your lord. I am, as of now, indifferent. Bellatrix smiled cruelly. It has been a pleasure doing business with you, Professor McGonagall, she said, and took out a small jangling bag from her pocket. McGonagall took it from her and slipped it in her bag, her expression not changing. Should the information lead to satisfying results, then you'll get more. Make contact as you did before in 2 days' time. Someone will get back to you, most likely early morning. And may I remind you once more, if you are playing as, you will watch everyone you love die. Twice. Quote. McGonagall nodded and turned on her heel. Very well. Well then, gentlemen, put my hood back on. This meeting is over. Suddenly, Harry felt himself rising into the air in a swirling fog of mist. He had been so lost, so immersed in that memory that he hadn't been prepared for the sudden removal from the mind of someone else, and it made him feel faintly sick. He landed back in the sitting room, head spinning. McGonagall had certainly fooled the Death Eaters into thinking she had turned, and so she had. The near-death experience in Grimmauld Place had rather confirmed that. But why on earth did McGonagall want money? Surely she had enough to live happily. She had a home at Hogwarts, security, she had just survived Dumbledore as headmistress. What did she want with money? Maybe she was playing them. But she'd signed their death warrants when she'd handed over their whereabouts, and for what? Money. This didn't make sense. But within Harry's mind, almost without him even thinking about it, parts of the puzzle were chunking into place, and it filled him with such a fear and dismay that he did not voice it. Not even inside his own head. Mr. Weasley, Harry said into the kitchen half an hour later. There were movements heard overhead, some people were rising early. Harry rather wanted to ask Mr. Weasley about the memory before many people came downstairs. He answered over the top of the Daily Prophet. Sorry, Harry, miles away. Are you all right? I know that memory's rather upsetting, isn't it? Harry nodded, but determined not to be distracted or deterred, he asked the first question. Gringotts. Mr. Weasley nodded. We've informed the Auror Division at the Ministry and Gringotts. They're all on high alert. I can assure you, there are sensors everywhere and 20 new Aurors have been deployed with the sole purpose of guarding the vaults. If it was hard to break in before, it's damn near impossible now. Harry nodded, but still felt uneasy. Where Voldemort was concerned, things that had seemed previously impossible rapidly became all too possible. That place that they met in, do we assume that that's, you know whose headquarters? It would appear so, although we can't be sure. I know Moody's got the best people in the Order analyzing the walls, the floor, everything they can to get a better idea. So it could be underground. Mr. Weasley nodded. Yes, possibly, or maybe in the walls of a cliff or a mountain, perhaps. Harry contemplated this for a moment before another thing occurred to him. She wanted money. Mr. Weasley sighed deeply. We may never understand, Harry. All that can be said is that this war, it brings out the best in some people, the worst in others. Harry shook his head. It's just so unlike McGonagall, Harry pressed. I mean, she's not greedy, is she? She'd never done anything like that before that might make us think she'd sell us all out like that. It could have gotten us all killed. And she knew it. When Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry broke off, realizing all of a sudden that he did not want to discuss the issue of Bellatrix with anyone else yet. True, Lupin had convinced him that he wasn't a murderer, but the act that he had committed would not leave him for a long time. Maybe it never will, he thought miserably. Mr. Weasley put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry Remus told me what happened at Grimmauld Place. I know you won't want to talk about it, and I won't ask you to, but if it's any help, I think you did the right thing, and so does everyone else. Although Harry could not speak for the moment, he could tell that Mr. Weasley knew he appreciated it when he squeezed his shoulder once more and rose from the kitchen chair. Almost the entire Order sat down for lunch in the dining room at about 1 p.m. that afternoon to discuss how to best approach the Ministry. Moody was the last to lay down his fork. Well, does anyone have any immediate suggestions concerning this afternoon's effort? No one said anything. Mr. Weasley had hardly touched his plate of food. Lupin and Hestia Jones were gazing out of the window, whereas Ron and Hermione were conversing quietly. Potter, Moody prompted. Harry was jerked out of his reverie by Moody's brash voice from across the table. Sorry, head on, I'd say. No point in tiptoeing around. Moody nodded. I agree. Seconded, said the American. Perhaps those of us with substantial jobs at the ministry ought to take a backseat, unless Scrimgeour reacts in an unexpected way. If we all lose our jobs, our information will be somewhat limited, said Mr. Weasley. Good point, Arthur, said another wizard, and Kingsley nodded. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Would Division Number 1 please stand? There was a scraping of chairs and 8 people stood, Lupin, Kingsley and the American wizard amongst them. The rest Harry only knew because they had introduced themselves since he had been here. One had impressed him greatly by not saying a great deal but by having a commanding presence. Jonathan Walton, he had learned, had been an Auror for 9 years but had since become disillusioned with the ministry. He had told Harry that, though he didn't say much, he was very honored to meet him and he wished him the best of luck in whatever he did. Walton was one of those who stood now. Can you all join me in the kitchen to go over some blueprints before we leave? Division 2 join us in a few moments if you'd be so kind. Division 1 left the room swiftly, leaving a respectable number of people in the room. There was a clinking of plates as Mrs. Weasley began to pile everyone's plates up. Harry heard her engage Lupin in conversation. Why that man doesn't have a house elf I'll never know, she said. It's not like he doesn't have the money. Another witch, whom Harry knew as Genevieve Stevenson, smiled wryly. Kingsley doesn't believe in the enslavement of house elves. Hermione immediately turned around away from Ron. Good for him, she said. Tonks helped Mrs. Weasley pile the plates and began chuckling about something with Hermione. Harry returned to his thoughts that had been previously occupying him, McGonagall's strange behavior. The way she had spoken with Bellatrix, it had frightened Harry. How could he have lived in the same castle as her for 6 years, confided important things in her, trusted her with almost as much as Dumbledore? Laughter from Ron and Hermione caused him to look up. They were both looking at Tonks, who had apparently given in to Hermione's pleading and obliged with her famous pig snout. Harry half smiled. Then he looked again. And again. He looked around for some way to contact Ron and Hermione without anyone noticing right away. He spotted a white napkin on the other side of the table. Accio, he muttered under his breath. The napkin soared into his hand. No one saw. There was a quill lying in front of where Moody had been sat minutes before, jotting down some last-minute details. He reached out his hand slowly and drew it towards him. It was not difficult to scribble 2 words on the napkin and stuff it into Hermione's back pocket on his way out of the room. He knew she had felt it as she turned around as he left but, thankfully, had the sense to not react straight away. He saw, just as he closed the door behind him, Hermione turned away from Ron and read the napkin under the table whilst Ron chatted to Tonks. Upstairs. Now, Harry was more than grateful to know that his best friends were blessed with intelligence. Had they not waited for 5 minutes or more after Harry had left, then more than one person may have noticed that they were in fact following him out without wanting anyone to know. But they joined him in the bedroom 5 minutes respectively later. What's up? Ron said, concernedly, detaching his hand from Hermione's as they sat down opposite him. Besides the obvious, I mean. I saw the memory, Harry said. Hermione made a sympathetic face. Oh, Harry, it upset me too, but we've got to try. That wasn't McGonagall, Harry cut her off sharply, his eyes blazing, furious with himself that he had only just seen it. Ron and Hermione stared at him. What? Ron said, clearly nonplussed. In the pensieve, that was not McGonagall. Again, there was silence. Harry, have you had any sleep? I don't want to believe it either, but. Harry shook his head. Why didn't we see it before? McGonagall wouldn't want money. Who is it then, Harry? Said Hermione, as though she were humoring a sick person. It was Tonks. Ron let out a nervous bark of laughter, but Hermione's eyes widened and she clapped a hand to her mouth. Of course, she whispered through her fingers. Ron stared at both of them. Excuse me, have I just fallen into Bizarro World? Don't you see, Ron? Harry said, a little impatiently but glad that Hermione had finally got it. Tonks is a metamorphagus. Hermione finished for him. Oh, God. She could have fabricated the whole thing as McGonagall. She even fooled the Death Eaters, so they couldn't even tell on Tonks if they found out she was lying. Oh, why didn't we think of this before? Ron's face had gone white. Bloody hell, was all he said. Harry rubbed his eyes, but felt shivery and feverish at the prospect of what they had just uncovered. I knew something didn't add up. I thought it was weird the way that she and your dad had just decided to investigate it. Hey, my dad didn't have anything to do with this, said Ron heatedly. I'm not saying that, Harry contested as Hermione put a gentle hand on his back. I'm just saying how it was weird the way she sort of presented it to everyone in the order like that. That was a damn good bit of acting then, said Ron darkly. Well, we know she can act, we saw her in the pensieve, Harry said. And McGonagall hasn't been in touch with anyone here for a while. Tonks is stationed at the school. She could have stunned her or obliterated her memory so she'd forget, Hermione said quickly, her eyes bright. But it's the same thing. Why would Tonks betray the order? She's more likely to want money than McGonagall, Ron said. But it's a hell of a sacrifice. I saw Tonks slip out of the house this morning, that's why I was up so early. She could have been meeting them right then, and she seemed really startled when she saw me. The three of them sat in silence for a few moments before Hermione spoke tentatively. What do we do now? Well, we've got to prove it somehow, Ron said, looking out the window, thinking to himself. And we're going to have to do it quickly because now she knows about the Horcruxes. She could blab everything where the new headquarters are about Ginny. Harry felt sick. Dunno how we prove it though. She'd just deny it and Lupin. Oh, God, Harry thought with an icy realization. Remus. Oh, Harry, are you sure this is right? I mean, maybe it was just McGonagall. What if we accuse Tonks and we're wrong? Think of how Lupin would react. Harry put his head in his hands. Hermione was right. What if they were completely wrong? How much more damage would that do than if they were right? But he had been so sure that it couldn't have been McGonagall, and it certainly wasn't Arthur Weasley. He raised his head and looked at both of them. There's a way we can know for sure. I've got an idea. Harry knew that if he accused Tonks with little or no proof, there would surely be repercussions, chosen one or not. He was therefore certain that his idea would prove things, one way or another, but he was not certain how to go about it. We need to make sure everyone knows, Hermione said thoughtfully as they made their way down to dinner that evening. Because if we just come out and say it, I doubt anyone would believe us, not with that memory behind her. I mean, all right, they might look into it, but by then it'd be too late. Yeah, but if we're wrong, you're doing the right thing, Harry. If she's not guilty of anything, then there won't be any harm done this way. Harry looked at Hermione sideways. No, but it could be embarrassing one way or another. Ron bit his lip as they descended the grand stairs. Just changing the subject, Ron said, running his hand down the mahogany banisters, fallen on our feet with this place, haven't we? Harry nodded, not really hearing what Ron was saying, but in truth, he was right. Kingsley's house was very grand, and they had all forgotten just how more uncomfortable sleeping on a cold hard stone floor had been. Are you sure this is the right stuff? Harry said, taking out of his pocket a small crystal vial with clear liquid inside it. Hope he doesn't miss it. Hermione nodded effusively. Yes, Moody always keeps Veritaserum in his coat pocket. He told me years ago in Grimmauld Place he keeps an antidote too. You don't think Tonks will have an antidote, do you? Asked Ron. Harry opened his mouth with trepidation, but Hermione beat him to it. I seriously doubt it, she said. I mean, she thinks everyone is fooled, doesn't she? They've presented it to the Order and there are already plans to take McGonagall into custody. How would it look if someone found an antidote to Veritaserum on her? Plus, if she's innocent, she won't even need an antidote, will she? Harry did not answer. He knew that this was, realistically, the only way they were going to find out, but all the same, he could not keep the thought out of his mind that it could all go horribly wrong in more ways than one. There were sounds coming from the large dining room already as they reached the bottom of the staircase. All three of them shared a look, bracing themselves, and then Harry pushed the door open. Come on in, you three, came Moody's voice from the head of the table. Got lots to go through. Harry sat in the seat one away from Tonks next to Lupin, Ron and Hermione on the other side of him. His hands were shaking. Are you all right? Said Mrs. Weasley concernedly. You all look very pale. Yes, thanks, they all replied, unhelpfully, together. Harry feared that their replies had been a tad too hearty to be believed, but it seemed to go unnoticed by the rest of the party. Moody took out a sheet of paper and began talking. The subject was too interesting for Harry to not listen to completely, no matter how distracted he was. The upshot of it was that those who went to the ministry had had what could only be described as a successful meeting with Scrimgeour. He was rather surprised, might I add, said a small, wiry-looking wizard with gray hair whom Harry had come to know as Sloane. A delegation at his door. So he was all for cooperation? Asked Mr. Weasley. Yes, answered his eldest son, Bill. He looked rather different to the way he did when he first took the job. Not so much bravado. Moody nodded. It'll take another few visits, I would imagine, finding out exactly how many numbers we have, but he also had an air of seeming authority, no matter how cooperative he was. I remember that face from when I worked under him. He may have mellowed slightly, but there may still be resistance. I think that's one of the only reasons he took us seriously, said Lupin. Your word, Alastor. And the fact that you mentioned Harry. Harry looked up. So we shall need to exchange certain information for trust to be established. We're not telling him about the Horcruxes, Harry cut off, all thoughts of Tonks momentarily gone. We're not suggesting that, Harry, Lupin said. I think you may need to come with us at some point, so he knows we're genuine. It'll also help if some of the other Aurors see you with us. Sounds like you're going to be a poster boy again, Harry, Fred mumbled under his breath. Mr. Weasley heard him, however. It won't be like the last time, Harry. This is crucial for our success in putting together an army. I know, Harry said, nodding. He knew that this was different, and yet he felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. So, Moody said, drawing his hands together in a characteristic gesture to indicate that this particular subject was drawing to a close. All in all, a successful start. Hopefully we'll get some information that'll help us find you-know-who's HQ before long, and then the cat's amongst the pixies. There was a general murmur of assent. Now moving on, there is the issue of Minerva McGonagall. Harry's throat went dry. If only an opportunity would present itself. He daren't use magic to put the potion into Tonks's wine glass, particularly as she was sitting so close to Lupin. He cast a significant glance to Ron and Hermione. We need to make a decisive move one way or another, Charlie Weasley submitted dully. Either we need to deal with it ourselves, or we hand her over to magical law enforcement and have her sent to Azkaban. But if we leave it any longer... I agree, said Kingsley. She could be passing more and more information as we speak. Plus we'll need a new secret keeper before long. Ron reached over Hermione and grasped the wine bottle in the middle of the table. He poured himself, Harry and Hermione full glasses, and then looked enquiringly around at everyone else. Harry slipped the stop out of the vial under the table with one hand. No thanks, muttered a few, but it had the desired effect that Harry had hoped, and had everyone look at their glasses. Tonks's was empty. Ron replaced the wine bottle right next to Harry's hand. Lupin reached out automatically to refill Tonks's glass, but Harry beat him to it. Don't worry, I'll do it, he said, half smiling, though never having felt less cheerful. Lupin smiled at him and Tonks said, thanks, as he took her glass and placed it in front of him. He raised the bottle with his right hand and held the glass with his left, on the pretense of keeping it steady, but it actually enabled him to tip half the tiny bottle's contents into the glass with the vial clutched tightly and hidden in his fist. Nobody noticed a thing. He passed it back to Tonks, not looking at her. So, are we all agreed that we should inform Scrimgeour and accompany the Aurors up to the school? There was a general murmur of assent and nodded heads. Perhaps one of us should seek a meeting with her, make sure she's where we think she'll be, said the American wizard, taking a deep drag on his Cuban cigar. Yeah, but she didn't respond last time, did she? I set up the meeting. Silence. Everyone looked at Tonks. What do you mean, Tonks? Said Mr. Weasley. You mean, you've already set up a meeting with McGonagall. Tonks clapped a hand over her mouth and looked as though she was about to be sick. No, I mean I made first contact. Her eyes were wide and bright. First contact? What on earth are you on about? Said Elphias Dodge, lowering his wine glass and looking at Tonks concernedly. Then I hexed McGonagall up at the school so she'd forget to meet us. Tonks, said Bill uncertainly. Tonks pushed back her chair hurriedly and stood up, looking terrified. She picked up her glass, stared at it apparently horrified, and dropped it where it smashed loudly on the floor. Everyone was transfixed. Lupin put a hand on Tonks's arm. Tonks, sweetheart, what's happened, are you ill? But she was looking nowhere but Harry. She stammered. Did you put in my drink? Slowly, Harry nodded, his heart hammering. Gradually, he raised his hand, knuckles white, to reveal the transparent bottle. Ron and Hermione, it seemed, did not want to look at him. "Harry, what's going on?" said Lupin sharply, clearly not knowing who to look at. Tonks took one look at Lupin, who was clearly lost for words, and went to step into a sharp spin. "Incarcerous!" yelled somebody before Harry's hand had even found his wand. Moody had stopped her. Tonks struggled wildly and fell over her own feet, back into her chair. "What are you doing?" Lupin yelled. "You're hurting her, Moody." Moody pocketed his wand and rose out of his chair, pushing Harry roughly out of the way with his hand. "Nymphadora Tonks, were you involved with the incident at Grimmauld Place?" he said very slowly and clearly. Every syllable rang with anger. Slowly, still struggling, Tonks answered, her voice trembling. "Why, yes, Tonks," Lupin said, at a complete loss. "Don't say that. Why are you saying that?" He looked from Harry, who was still sitting in his seat, numbed by what he had done, to Hermione, who had her hands over her mouth to stop herself from crying. I don't understand," he said quietly. "I think I do," said Mr. Weasley, standing up. Mrs. Weasley made to tug at his sleeve, but he jerked out of her reach, staring at Tonks. "You fabricated the whole thing, didn't you?" "No," Lupin cried. Moody came forward even more, so he was standing directly in front of Tonks. "What did you do?" Tonks shook her head defiantly, but the Veritaserum Harry had put in her wine was acting powerfully. I answer him, Tonks," spat Mr. Weasley. Harry had never seen him so full of rage, his fists were clenched, his eyes narrowed. Tonks took a deep rattling breath and, though she looked as though she wished that her mouth were sewn up, she opened it and began to speak. "I approached the Death Eaters first of all using the protocol we had discovered them using last year. I knew they would have changed it by now, but I tried it anyway." "You sent up blue sparks on Smythe Hilltop at midnight," said Charlie doubtfully. Tonks nodded her head erratically. "I waited 3 days, but eventually they met with me. I used my metamorphosis to transform into Minerva McGonagall so they would think she had turned. I told them where headquarters for the Order was." There was an audible gasp from the group. A hush fell almost instantly after. "Why did they believe you?" said Moody. "I spun them a tale of McGonagall's desire for the headmistress post for years, biding her time until Dumbledore was killed, as she knew he would be eventually, leaving her free to turn when he was out of the way. How did they not notice? When McGonagall has been teaching at Hogwarts, what did you do? On one of my night duties up at the school I cast a memory charm on her to forget to make contact with the Order, so if Arthur and I investigated it, she would be conveniently absent. She wasn't expecting it, she didn't have any reason to be wary of me." Moody made a low noise somewhere between a sigh and a growl. "And the memory," he said quietly. "It was my own memory. As McGonagall, it would seem as though it was hers. I placed it in the pensieve up at the school during my lunchtime patrol." "Why frame McGonagall?" Sloane asked quietly, his eyes narrowed so much that they were reduced to slits. "She was the easiest to manipulate from here if she remained at Hogwarts, and I confided my fears in Arthur that it had been her who betrayed us. I had to make sure that the Death Eaters couldn't hold revealing me to the Order over my head." "Have you told them anything else?" Charlie said. "No," Tonks said quickly. "I refused to tell them more only yesterday because they did not deliver what I had asked." Nobody needed to ask what it was that Tonks had asked for, they had all seen the memory for themselves. There seemed to be nothing more to say. There was a long silence, broken only when Lupin, who had been quiet since his initial exclamation, stood up from the seat into which he had sunk. He asked the question on everyone's lips. "Why, Tonks?" First of all, she said nothing. Her lips moved, as though something had to come out, but she was fighting it. "Why?" Lupin roared, making everybody jump, including Tonks. "I had to, Remus, I had to." Harry did not want to witness this. He didn't want to see the tears welling in Lupin's eyes, or the desperation in Tonks's voice, the sheer disbelief on every single person's face, and yet he could not draw his eyes away. "For what, Tonks?" "For money. Money. It was for us, Remus. We needed it. It was to start a new life for us. You have been shunned all your life just because you're a werewolf, and it's not your fault. We are paid a pittance for what we do, and it's not fair." "People could have died," yelled somebody, but it was not Lupin this time, it was Mr. Weasley. "I trusted you, Tonks. I found it so hard to believe that it was Minerva, but I trusted you. Do you have any idea how much danger you put us in? My family, Harry. Tonks let out a little wail of despair and hung her head, tears falling thick and fast into her lap. Please, she said through her tears. Please understand, I would have stopped. My intention was not to harm. Though Harry knew that it was the truth that now tumbled out of Tonks's mouth, he knew it was too late. Not to harm. Moody growled, his tone incredulous. You acted as a mole. A mole that cares not if her friends got slaughtered, only for her own greed, for her own. But Moody could not finish his sentence. It appeared there were no words bad enough to describe what exactly Tonks was or what she had done. Lupin said nothing, but stared at Tonks with cold eyes, as did everyone else. She tried to gesticulate, clearly anguished. I did it for us. For you. Please, Remus, please don't hate me. She cried, the last note of her declaration ringing. The corner of Lupin's mouth twitched, as though he needed to either yell or be sick. Harry had been holding his breath for an entire minute. Lupin looked at her coldly, no longer struggling against the ropes that Moody had bound her with. All eyes were now on him. Inform the ministry, he said in a shaky voice, and have her taken away to assess the damage. Tonks screamed Lupin's name as he moved past her to the door. She looked at him, tears glazing her face, as Lupin walked past them all and shut the door behind him with a snap, leaving a desecrated hush in his wake. The head of the Department for Magical Law Enforcement arrived within the hour, flanked by 4 oars to take Tonks away. She did not object nor struggle, but simply allowed them to take her limply by the arms and led her out of Kingsley's dining room to the garden, where they apparated to the Ministry of Magic for thorough questioning. Harry was spending all his time with Ron and Hermione in their respective rooms, feeling thoroughly miserable. Lupin had not been seen since he departed the dining room before Tonks's outburst. Harry had knocked softly on his door for a whole 10 minutes, but had received no answer. Appreciating that Lupin's feeling of betrayal most probably outweighed Harry's tenfold, Harry felt it best to leave him alone for a time. Harry had informed Moody, Mr. Weasley and Kingsley of what he had done, and why he had done it. I didn't want it to go down like that, Harry had mumbled miserably in the kitchen some hours after. There was no other way it could have gone down, Potter, Moody had said. You were right, needed to be public or the little mole might have gotten wind and scarpered. When Harry continued to look unconvinced, Mrs. Weasley put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed. You did the right thing, Harry. Yes, Potter, if it weren't for you, I would have been in a rather uncouth place for quite a while, McGonagall had said. She had flown to Kingsley's house for a short while after ministry representatives, accompanied by Mr. Weasley, had arrived at Hogwarts and retrieved the memories Tonks had obliterated. I owe you my freedom. I would have had no way to prove I was innocent. Harry was still unconvinced by Mr. Weasley's grim expression, the forced half-smile to assure Harry that he had done the right thing. Don't worry about it, Harry, he's just really angry and upset that Tonks fooled him, that's all, Ron said reassuringly in their room that evening. Dinner had been a subdued affair and Harry and Ron had decided it was best to take some sandwiches upstairs rather than sit at the table around which sat many grim faces. Ron's right, Harry, you've got to stop blaming yourself, Hermione conceded. I only hope Lupin comes round soon, I've never seen him like this before. It was true, Harry did not know how to go about making Lupin feel better. Things seemed to have ground to a halt at the new headquarters. There had been no more talk of approaching the ministry again since Tonks's betrayal, and Harry felt, for the first time since being there, that the next move had to come from him. Even though he knew he had done the right thing, Harry felt horribly responsible for the current mood within the house and had a burning desire to do something that may change it in time. He had thought of Snape more than ever in the last few days. The day after tomorrow was the day Snape said he would be in Hammersmith Graveyard, and now, what with what happened, Harry didn't know what to do. The question was whether or not he confided it in anyone else. His conversation with Lupin the next day decided things for him. It was evening at Kingsley's house. People had had dinner and a little more had been discussed at the table about theories of numbers against Voldemort, and a new plan was proposed to approach those Death Eaters in custody in order to find Voldemort's headquarters. Harry had left the table early, not feeling very hungry, and had run into Lupin on the landing. Remus, Harry had said, startled. What are you all right? Harry knew before the automatic words had tumbled out of his mouth that it was a fairly stupid question. Lupin's face was tightly drawn and gray like his hair. Harry, yes, I just needed some food. Lupin made to walk past Harry, but Harry put a hand on his arm. Remus, I know I can't understand how you're feeling, but I have had people betray me before. Harry, look, all of a sudden, things that Harry had wanted to say were spewing out of his mouth. You were always there for me if I needed to talk, remember? At school and here. When I killed Bellatrix, you think I could have dealt with that without you? He said a little emotionally and was instantly embarrassed. It seemed that everything he wanted to say to Lupin was rushing out as he had hidden himself away for days. Harry, I appreciate your concern, I do. But I know it hurts. But you have to find a way to move past it. Lupin opened his mouth and closed it again. Harry felt very strange, standing there, giving advice to the older man who had been his father's and his godfather's best friend, telling him what to do and how to move on. What was more, Lupin appeared to be listening to him. I know I have to move on, Harry, it's just I never expected it. She fooled me. She fooled all of us, Harry corrected. Yes, but I should have known better. Why? Because you let someone in against your better judgment. How easy do you think it was for me to let Ginny in, after everything? How do you think it feels now, knowing she's there, but she's not there? Lupin blinked. This is different. It's always different, Harry said a little sharply, thinking of Ginny had awoken a powerful frustration in his chest. Look, he said, lowering his voice a little. I need you on board, Remus. This war, it's all happening now, and there are things. Harry broke off. He knew if he told Lupin about Snape, Lupin would not let him go. What do you mean? Lupin said, sensing there was something a bit more specific afoot. Harry looked away. I just mean everything that's going on. I'd done it all on my own before, and now I'm here. I don't know. I just want you to be okay. A flicker of a smile passed over Lupin's face, which changed it dramatically. I will be, Harry. I'm sorry I've shut myself away. I know you know what it's like. I just need some time. Harry nodded. I'm here. You know that, right? Lupin nodded, and Harry, finally satisfied that everything that needed to be said had been, went to move past him. Lupin put a hand on his shoulder and held his gaze for a moment longer. You are so much like your father, he whispered. Harry could not explain why he had not told Ron or Hermione about the confrontation with Snape in Hogsmeade. He knew that if he told them, they would not advise him to go, or else insist on accompanying him. Despite this, he somehow felt that whatever happened with Snape, guilty or not, and Harry had not yet entertained any notion involving Snape as innocent, it was between them, a battle of wills. Now, with things as they were in a kind of stalemate after Tonks's betrayal, Harry was rapidly making up his mind. Ron and Hermione were still at dinner, others were immersed in their own thoughts or perusing the papers, searching for more deaths but their eyes betraying them by not moving across the page. He was sitting on the edge of the bed and his eyes fell on a heap of chocolate in the corner of the room, near to Ron's bed. He got up and moved slowly over to them. Sitting back down with a fistful of chocolate frogs, Harry held each one up to his eyes, scrutinizing the inhabitants of the cards. He discarded Nicholas Flamel, Merlin, one he did not recognize, two more, and there it was, Albus Dumbledore. But Dumbledore was not in the picture. Harry shook the card a little. Nothing happened. He cleared his throat and held it clearly up to the light of the guttering candle, casting an eerie flickering light over the room. Dumbledore, he called softly. For a moment, he was sure that it was useless, but then, as though he was standing right next to Harry, a voice came from the card. What can I do for you, Harry? Said the minute form of Albus Dumbledore. Harry shook his head slightly, swallowing down the emotion that rose up in his throat like bile. He would never get used to this. I need to ask about Snape. Dumbledore inclined his head to the left. Alas, Harry, we have spoken about this before. I can only give you certain information regarding Severus Snape, and therefore beg that you ask me the right questions. Where is your pensieve hidden? Harry said. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and then he gave a characteristic smile. Ah, at last. This I can tell you, gladly. You must go to my Admiral tomb, situated of course in the Hogwarts grounds. As you draw up to the marble doorway, I think you shall find the password Fizzing Wisby most useful. There you shall find what you seek. However, if you wish to remain undetected by any party, for now, I would encourage the greatest of stealth. For tonight, and tonight only, you will be able to apparate to my tomb, but only directly to my tomb. By morning, this enchantment shall be lifted, for obvious reasons. Harry frowned. Why do I need the pensieve? Dumbledore looked away to the edge of the picture frame. It will enlighten you in certain aspects concerning my death, and what I hope will lead to a way for you to win this war, Harry, for you cannot do it alone. But I am alone, Harry said before he could stop himself. No, you are not. You think that simply because you are a marked man, you must walk the solo path. You cannot defeat Voldemort as you are, you know this. You need aid, you need guidance. And you must get it quickly, for Voldemort will not wait. Harry stared at the Dumbledore in the card. I don't understand. You will. Everything will be clear before long. Now I depart, and wish you luck in finding my pensieve. Wait, what about Snape, why does he? But Dumbledore had gone. Harry jumped a foot in the air as the door opened and Ron came in. What you sitting in the dark for? He asked. No reason, Harry replied, stuffing the card into his pocket. Ron continued to look suspicious. Harry elaborated. I just spoke to Lupin, that's all. Ah, Ron said, apparently satisfied. Is he okay? Harry shrugged and pulled back his duvet, getting into bed. Ron copied him on the other side of the room. You know, I think he just needs some time. It's like Dad, he's a bit better today. They're just all in shock, you know. Ron went off on a long-winded talk, leaving Harry free to mutter, yeah, and, that's right, from his bed. The only thing on his mind however was that he was not going to be in bed for much longer. It took Ron some 20 minutes before he fell asleep. Harry knew it was genuine through sharing a dormitory with Ron for 6 years and hearing the familiar grunting snores. He waited a good long while for any other stragglers to go to bed. Moody could still be in the kitchen poring over blueprints, or Mr. Weasley might still be awake, still fretting over the Tonks situation. At 2:30, Harry felt safe that the whole house was asleep. He slid his legs out of bed and found his jeans and trainers. Ron gave a snuffling snore, but then rolled over and lay on his front, dribbling into his pillow. Harry pushed the door open silently, grabbing his jumper from the edge of his bed as he did so, and crept out onto the landing, his wand in his jeans pocket. Moonlight filtered in from a large bay window on the landing, illuminating the polished wooden floor that did not creak beneath his feet. He did not hear a sound as he descended the stairs, and nor was there any light from either the kitchen or the living room. He had chosen his time well. Hands trembling, Harry lifted the latch on the front door, and closed it softly behind him. The night air chilled his lungs as an owl hooted overhead in one of the large beech trees to his left. He could hear the odd rumble of cars in the nearby main road, but everything else was quiet. For tonight, and tonight only, you will be able to apparate to my tomb. Harry had not apparated completely on his own before. Once he had been with Dumbledore, the other time he was with Ron and Hermione. What if something went wrong? What if he splinched himself? Who would be around to help him? And then, when they came, what questions would be fired? Shaking his head slightly, as though trying to clear his ears of water, Harry pushed the negative thoughts out of his mind and stepped a little further away from Kingsley's house and underneath one of the nearby beech trees. He glanced around him once more. There was no one in sight. Even the distant rumble of cars seemed to have diminished. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated on his destination, Dumbledore's tomb in the Hogwarts grounds, and spun confidently on the spot into the feeling of tight compression. He knew, before he even opened his eyes, that it had worked. Gulping in a great lungful of night air, he squinted as he stood up and looked around. His heart seemed to expand to twice its normal size. There, twinkling in the distance, sparkled the lights of his beloved Hogwarts. The moonlight shone from behind the immense castle so the turrets were silhouetted against the night sky. He could see the black lake sparkling under the moonlight. Distant memories of the second task during the Triwizard Tournament came flooding back as he turned to see, with a huge pang, Hagrid's hut not far off, smoke unfurling from the chimney and little squares of light shining onto the grass. Harry hoped in that glorious moment that the war would never touch Hogwarts, would never disperse that wonderful smell of burnt wood, dry grass and spice from the greenhouses, never break through the magnificent oak doors and into the foyer where innocent people like Ginny had, hours ago, sat eating a dinner of beef and turkey, roasted and new potatoes, treacle tart and custard. Harry shook his head and came to himself, realizing suddenly what he was here for. He did not have long. It was only then that he realized he was standing directly in front of Dumbledore's tomb. It stood in white, impressively solid marble, pillars encasing the outside and the door, through to which Harry knew Dumbledore's shrine lay. The body had burst into flames that beautiful summer's day when the funeral had taken place. Trying not to think about that day when he had seen, more clearly than ever before, the long and winding path twisting ahead of him that he was now well and truly down, he moved towards the door and gave it a hesitant push. It remained closed, as he knew it would. "Fizzing Wisby," he said in a hoarse voice, unlike his own. There was a dull clunk, like heavy metal moving back into place, and the door swung open. Harry glanced behind him. Lights still shimmered in the castle, but no one was watching. Hagrid's lights had gone out. It was safe to assume he was unseen. "Lumos," he whispered as he stepped into the tomb and was engulfed in darkness. He gasped, in spite of himself, a little surprised. There, on a wooden shelf at the back of the small stone room, were all of Dumbledore's small silver instruments, still puffing and whirring serenely as though they had never been removed from their owner's desk. On a dusty little table rested Fox Perch, empty of the feathery bird now. To his right, encased upon the wall, hung an artifact Harry had seen in Dumbledore's office in his second year, the sword of Godric Gryffindor. He deserves it, Harry thought. Harry turned on the spot, taking in all of the little treasures that must have been Dumbledore's. Many of them he did not recognize, or understand. There was a small mirror, broken, that he could not see any use for, but then there were medals pinned up the stone walls, declaring his Order of Merlin, first class, and other such achievements, but he was not here to be sentimental. Over to his left, underneath a picture of a beautiful woman with auburn hair that hung on the wall, was a deep mahogany cabinet. Harry crouched down and ran his fingers around the groove on the edge. The cabinet clicked open, and silvery white light spilled out onto the floor and around the room, rendering Harry's wand useless. It was the pensieve. Harry felt a sudden thrill of combined foreboding and excitement. Next to it, lined up as though the arranger had expected Harry to find this here and had ordered it so, were 4 small bottles, each swimming with their own silvery substance. Harry lifted the pensieve onto the dusty little table and stared at the ancient runes carved around the outside edge. With sweaty palms, he reached down and grasped the first bottle. It was warm, as though it had been lying in the sun. He uncorked it silently and tipped its contents into the pensieve. Harry peered cautiously over the edge, and drew back very suddenly, breathing hard, for Snape's face was floating around the pensieve. Harry wiped his forehead. Did he really want to see this? What if he didn't believe what he saw? Or don't want to believe it, came an unbidden voice from inside his head. But the time where he had the luxury of burying his head in the sand or asking someone else for help was gone. He clenched his fists, shut his eyes and plunged his face into Dumbledore's late thoughts. He was falling through an icy curtain of swirling mist, and then he landed, with a graceful bump, in the middle of the Quidditch pitch. He straightened up, squinting, and then an icy cold flooded the pit of his stomach. This was not Hogwarts as it was now, this was Hogwarts as he had known it 3 years ago, this was the Triwizard Tournament. There were tiers arranged around him, like an amphitheater. Seats were filled by hundreds of students, all staring anxiously towards what seemed to be directly behind Harry, the maze. There was an odd hush over the congregated mass, as though they had been cheering moments before, but now knew that something had gone horribly wrong. He felt bile rise in his throat, like a sudden panic that needed to be screamed. This was the night that Voldemort had returned. This was the night when Cedric had been murdered. This was the night that he had been tied up and tortured. But he couldn't be here to relive that. Dumbledore had not seen that. Surely this was Dumbledore's memory. As he stared around him, bypassing bemused faces that he knew would soon be transformed into horror and fear when he returned, clutching Cedric's body. There was Dumbledore, pacing the front edge of the maze, looking extremely anxious. Fleur was laying close by on a stretcher, Madame Pomfrey at her side and a dozen Beauxbaton students crying. Crumb was sitting on the grass, his head in his hands, a number of Durmstrang students behind him. Karkaroff was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps the moment he feared so much was happening at this exact moment. Harry moved closer to Dumbledore. He was running his hands through his beard, checking his wristwatch every second. Harry was just adjusting his eyes to the darkness when he saw Snape emerging from the shadows and grab Dumbledore by the shoulder. Harry had never seen Snape look so worried. His black eyes were wide and glinting, his face was white and drawn, and he was, Harry could see, sweating profusely. "Albus," he began. Dumbledore turned sharply, clearly not expecting him. Severus the First, I'm becoming worried. I fear Harry has been in there too long. Albus, listen. We need to go somewhere no one will see. There is something I must show you. Dumbledore's face was grave. What is it, Severus? What has happened? Not here, Dumbledore. And he scurried off towards the shady trees, and Dumbledore followed. Harry moved, dreamlike, with them, and stopped just short of the shaded area underneath the dark trees in which they had come to a halt. The light was so dark he could hardly see their faces. Albus, look. Snape had ripped the sleeve of his robe upwards and shoved his right forearm under Dumbledore's crooked nose. Harry knew, without seeing it, that Snape was showing Dumbledore the dark mark. You see, Snape hissed. Good Lord, Dumbledore whispered slightly. When did this happen, Severus? When did it burn black? Only minutes ago. I was patrolling the east side of the maze. Have they found Crumb yet? Yes. He says he was imperiousized but he cannot remember who did it. I have no reason not to believe him. Have you any other theories? Snape said. He seemed to be out of breath, his words came out in a tumbled rush. No, not yet, Dumbledore replied distractedly. Severus, you know what this means, I presume. Of course I know. Karkaroff has fled, Snape snarled. What would you have me do? Should I apparate now? Dumbledore was tracing his mouth with his long fingers, looking extremely grave. We must think. If he has returned we must get Harry out of the maze as soon as possible. I dread to think what could. You must maintain your post here at Hogwarts. Can you do that again? You mean you wish for me to reprise my role as a spy? Harry tried to fathom out in his brain what this all meant. So Snape was to be a double agent. Yes, Severus. But you will need a good story to deceive Lord Voldemort. You must tell him you returned on my orders. On your orders? I'll be killed, Albus. No, you shall not. For therein lies your usefulness. By delaying your return you must tell him that you can still spy on me in Hogwarts. We will need to go over further details of your return. Of course, Snape said. What would you have me do now? Dumbledore moved out of the shade of the trees with such haste that he walked right through Harry, who was rooted to the spot. You must help me alert the staff to the dangers Harry is now in. We must get him and Cedric Diggory out of the maze. It is no longer safe to assume all is well. There is no need for that, Headmaster, said Snape quietly in an unnerving voice. Dumbledore stared at him. Snape pointed obligingly. Potter is back. Harry turned and saw, with some surprise, his own body laying on the grass in a shaken heap, feet from the entrance to the maze, clutching Cedric. He watched as Dumbledore hurried towards his trembling form and shut his eyes tightly. He did not want to remember this. However, no sooner had he thought this, he was rising in a whirling mist. The memory was over. Harry had sat with his back to the shelf for a few moments, breathing deeply, before reaching for the other memory. What he had just seen had deeply unnerved him in more ways than one. So Snape had indeed gone back on Dumbledore's orders. What did that mean? It doesn't mean he's not a murderer, Harry thought savagely, wiping the sweat from his brow. Seeing Dumbledore in that memory had made him hate Snape more than ever for what he had done, what he had taken away. So what if he went back to Voldemort with a story from Dumbledore? He could have been lying all along anyway. He could have pretended the whole time. But then why alert Dumbledore to Voldemort's return straightaway? Probed an unbidden voice in his head. Why bother? So he could stay at Hogwarts and spy for Voldemort. Harry thought furiously. It proved nothing. Slowly, not taking anything that he had seen at face value and wanting more and more excuses to be able to go to Hammersmith Graveyard and confront him for his treachery, Harry emptied the second bottle into the pensieve and watched it swirl and wind before dipping his face into the bowel. Before he had adjusted to the falling sensation, he fell softly on a chair in Dumbledore's office. He saw, with a jump, that Dumbledore was sitting right behind him at his desk, scribbling on some parchment. He looked as old as Harry remembered him. His face was drawn from worry and fatigue, and the shadows of the guttering candles illuminated the lines gauged deeply in his aged, papery skin. There was a moment where Harry simply looked at Dumbledore, and then the door banged open with such force that the bottle of ink on Dumbledore's desk toppled over. Snape stood in the doorway, his face white, clutching his wand. Severus, Dumbledore said, his tired eyes surveying the potion's master. What on earth brings you to my office at this hour? There was a hint of weariness in Dumbledore's voice. Harry glanced at the clock and saw that it was 3 a.m. Headmaster, something awful has happened. Dumbledore stood up behind his desk, his face suddenly tense, alarmed. "What is it?" Snape gesticulated wildly. "I have been told of a secret mission in the greatest confidence by the Dark Lord himself, a mission that involves both you and Draco." "Really?" said Dumbledore, moving around from behind his desk so that he was face to face with Snape. "And what was this mission that has you so distressed?" "Albus, the mission is to kill you." Dumbledore did not react to this news in the way that Harry would have expected. Instead, he returned to his seat and began siphoning off the spilt ink from the parchment he had been writing on as he looked up at Snape, who was in clear distress. "Did you hear me?" hissed Snape with incredulity. "Certainly, Severus. You may be unaware that I was blessed with the miracle of hearing from birth." Snape took a step forwards. "This is no time for jokes, Dumbledore." "I am well aware of that," Dumbledore said serenely. "What concerns me most is what you convey about young Mr. Malfoy having been set the task." Snape eyed Dumbledore with sheer disbelief. "Albus, the Dark Lord is plotting your murder." Dumbledore shook his head in what Harry, and certainly Snape, may have seen as in a patronizing manner. "Voldemort has been keen to end my life since he initially realized I distrusted him, since he has been a teenager. Therefore, this new attempt on my life is hardly a shock, Severus. I wonder why it has you so rattled." "You have not heard the worst of my news, Albus," Snape went on strongly, his voice shaking. "I fear that the only solution is to blow my cover in the field." "Why on earth would you need to do that?" "Because I was forced to make the unbreakable vow. Bellatrix and Narcissa came to my home unannounced. I knew before long that a visit from Lucius's wife was inevitable. The Dark Lord only informed them both of the plan to punish them. For Lucius's blunder at the ministry, I take it." Snape nodded, his pale face glistening. "Bellatrix was questioning my loyalty. I had no choice but to make the vow to aid Draco in whatever way possible." "Then that is exactly what you shall have to do, Severus." For a moment, Snape stared at Dumbledore, clearly confused. Then he spoke in a low voice, rough with panic. "I don't understand you, Albus." Dumbledore drew his hands up in a characteristic gesture. "You must help Draco in every way you can. If you do not, if you break the vow, the Dark Lord will know that you are a spy. Then that is a risk we shall have to take. I can hardly help Draco in methods of killing you. Surely someone will notice when I thwart him from actually doing it." "Oh, but you won't." "Won't what?" "Thwart him," Dumbledore said simply. A sarcastic expression flitted across Snape's drawn face. "Albus, your sense of humor at this hour is most inspiring, but we must make a plan. We must deduce what I must do before blowing my cover, what information I can get that is most vital." "And what of Draco?" Dumbledore interrupted softly. "How exactly do you propose we save him?" "We can inform him of the plan. We can pull him out before he has to do anything. If we inform him that you are a spy and that we intend to help him, there is a danger that Voldemort," Snape flinched, "will find out. You know as well as I do that he will not hesitate to kill him in an instant. He would also kill Narcissa. Do you want that, Severus? If he kills Lucius, then that is no waste. The man is rotten to the core." "Don't tell me you are becoming soft, Albus." Dumbledore chuckled. "No, I am merely trying to protect my students. And you." Snape eyed Dumbledore with what Harry thought was more suspicion than the occasion warranted. "Students," he repeated. "Draco is plural now." Dumbledore lowered his head. "I merely meant that. This is about Potter, isn't it?" Dumbledore did not answer, but shook his head in a tired way. "I am sure that Harry will welcome the time when there is something occurring that is not about him." "That didn't answer my question, Albus. Similarly, you cannot argue that my life is more important than yours. You are the greatest wizard of all time." "Oh, Severus, please stop. Rosy cheeks do nothing for my complexion." "Stop it," Snape roared, and Harry jumped within the memory. "If you are going to insist on being this way, the only alternative I can see is my death. For I will break that vow." "No, you will not." Snape stared at Dumbledore, breathing heavily. Harry felt sick. "Severus, I am an old man. I have given much to the wizarding world, more than I ever imagined. In the time I have left, for I imagine it will take some time for Draco to get to the point where he needs you to carry out the deed. I will not." "Enough." Snape fell silent. Dumbledore continued as though there had been no interruption. "In the time that it takes, I will endeavor to do what is necessary, for all parties involved." Dumbledore paused, looking much older than Harry had remembered him. The time has come, as we both knew it would, for me to bow out. Why not do it in a way that helps others, rather than in a selfish over-indulgent battle with Voldemort that I will, one day, not win? Because you are not Replacable. Snape shouted. Dumbledore laughed. I thank you for your praise, Severus. But I will be replaced. Time must go on. But you are giving up. Snape yelled, his face reddening. After all, after everything, do not mistake it for giving up. I realize that it must be done. Do not mistake this for some glorious sacrifice. It must be done in order for Harry to win this war. Harry stared at Dumbledore in the memory. How could he possibly gain advantage from Dumbledore's death? Snape seemed to be thinking along the same lines. Albus, how on earth could Potter profit from your death? Dumbledore shook his head. On the contrary, Severus, it will not profit him immediately. Harry is the only one who can kill Voldemort, he said simply. Snape gave a harsh bark of laughter. Albus, I despise the way you hold him so highly. The boy is of mediocre ability. What could possibly make you think that he has the ability to kill the Dark Lord? You could do it so much better. No, I could not, Dumbledore said sharply. And this is why you must carry out your vow, Severus, for we are not here to discuss your aversion to Harry. Whilst I am here, he will always assume that I am the one in whom the power resides. That must change, if we are to win the war. Harry must carry the burden, the biggest one of all, and he must do it soon. Why? Severus, I am not foolish enough to tell you the prophecy, for we know that Voldemort could get it out of you if he wished it so, no matter how accomplished and accumens you are. Snape scowled. I will simply ask you to trust me, as you did so long ago when you distrusted me. Dumbledore, you are asking me to kill the only friend I have ever had. Killing you would destroy every ounce of self-belief I have scraped together in these last years. You cannot make me do this. Dumbledore sighed. No, I cannot. But I am asking you to. Harry looked at Snape and saw, with astonishment, that there were tears welling in his black eyes. Severus, please, Dumbledore said softly. No, Albus. Dumbledore nodded. I knew this would be your initial reaction. In which case, there is some other information I must share with you, information that Voldemort wouldn't even imagine you knowing. It would be inconceivable. Snape looked deeply mistrustful, he was still shaking. Let us then speak openly, Severus. I wonder what you know about Horcruxes. Harry felt the floor move. Before long, he was evaporating with the memory in a swirly mist, upwards, moving away from the conversation. He landed with a soft bump on the floor of the tomb, the pensieve above him glistening with the most recent memory. Harry put his hands on the edge of the table to draw himself up onto his knees. His hands were shaking so badly he could not get a grip. Giving himself over to that horrible wave of nausea he had felt all along, Harry retched and vomited on the floor. Dumbledore asked Snape to kill him. No. Dumbledore told Snape to kill him. He had bullied him. No. Dumbledore committed suicide. No, he didn't, Harry told himself firmly. There was no other way. It had to be done. Harry knew this all related to the prophecy and, yes, if Dumbledore were still alive, he would not have left school and gone looking for the Horcruxes. But even so, still Snape had refused to do it. Feeling that he wanted to get all of this over with before he could dwell ever so miserably on Snape's role in Dumbledore's death, he reached shakily over to the cabinet and drew out the last memory. He was standing, shakily, in the shady grove of some large trees. The darkness around him was so opaque that he thought it must be night time. A familiar smell hit his nostrils and he knew, without much conscious thought, that this must be the Forbidden Forest. The smell must have been coming from Hagrid's hut. Severus, why did you not come to my office? Came Dumbledore's voice from behind him. Harry turned as sharply as the memory would allow and saw, with less of a shock than before, Snape and Dumbledore standing beneath the largest tree. Because McGonagall was waiting outside the door for you. Ah, yes, I have an appointment with Minerva. Therefore I cannot stay long. Albus, your life is surely more important than an appointment about transfiguration. Dumbledore said nothing. Harry realized when this must have been. He dimly recalled wheedling out of Hagrid that he had overheard Snape and Dumbledore arguing in the forest one evening. We have not resolved the issue. I hardly think killing you is the answer. We left the issue how it was meant to be left, Severus. Did you not understand what I told you about the Horcruxes? Of course I did, but I hardly think your slowing reflexes are any case for your murder. Well, I am afraid that I do. And since I am headmaster, that is enough. There was a bite in Dumbledore's voice that had not been there before. Dumbledore went on. Harry is much better equipped to destroy the Horcruxes. I will help him where I can, but as we know, we have little time. Why not alert the Order? Why not let the others invest their time into destroying them? Because their attempts will not go unnoticed. There is only one solution to saving both your life, Draco's life, and ensuring that the war can be won. Given the choice, I would always choose this path. You know this, Severus. Snape's shoulders drooped. Harry sensed he was admitting defeat. Albus, I cannot kill you. Don't ask me to. Severus, please. There was a pause beneath the trees as both men looked at each other. There is no other way. It must be done. But I can't, Snape said, a little louder than the secret occasion warranted. Yes, you can. You will get through it with Draco to care for after the war, and you must help Harry during it. Snape snorted. Potter doesn't trust me as it is. I hardly think murdering his headmaster will change that. Then you must change it. Many of my mistakes with Harry come from caring too much. That will not happen with you, not because you hate him but because you will not fall into the trap. When the time comes, he must be able to fight properly. You must teach him spells that will help him protect his mind. Stop. Snape spat. Have you forgotten the last time you asked me to give Potter lessons? No, Severus, I have not. Nor have I forgotten that many a time I tried to teach Harry something, I failed because I cared more for his well-being than anything else. You must help him. Make him trust you. Neither of you have to like it, but both of you must be ready for the war. Snape walked away and began pacing. You know I have never refused you anything, Albus, no matter what you asked. Then I must stress that this situation is no different. Snape stopped and put a hand on the trunk of a nearby tree, steadying himself. Harry had never seen him look so defeated. There was a pause, which Dumbledore broke. Severus. Snape turned and looked at Dumbledore. Albus. You must do this, for me and for the survival of wizarding kind. Snape straightened up. As you wish, Headmaster. You will be there when I send for you. Yes. You will carry out your vow and help and protect Draco. Yes. And afterwards, when Harry needs your help, will you help him? Aye. Severus, your word. There was a long pause. Harry thought Snape was not going to answer. Yes. Dumbledore nodded. Very well. It is unwise to linger here too long and assume we are not overhead. Let us return to the castle. Harry sat against the wall of Dumbledore's tomb and put his head in his hands. Severus, please. He understood what that had meant. And in that understanding came a rush of denial, betrayal, anger and nothingness. Dumbledore had betrayed him. He had let him think all the time that he had been murdered, but, essentially, he had committed suicide. How can I tell them all that Dumbledore wanted to die? You don't, said the harsh commanding voice in the back of his mind. You don't tell them a thing. The Dumbledore Harry had seen in the Pensieve was not a Dumbledore Harry had ever known. That was bullying. But ironically, he recalled from that horrific night atop the lightning-struck tower, it was not bullying that had moved Snape to action, it had been Dumbledore's pleading. But as he sat, in complete shock, Harry knew only one thing: his hatred for Snape had not gone. It never would. And he stood, getting ready for the meeting he knew must come, and pushed at the door of the tomb, stumbling slightly, squinting slightly in the red light of dawn sliding over the mountains, bathing the grounds in a blood red, a mark of things to come. Harry did not know how he managed to get back to headquarters at Kingsley's house early that morning. He did not even remember walking in a dreamlike haze out of the tomb, shutting the door behind him and walking a few paces away. He could not even remember apparating, but as he now stood in front of Kingsley's house in the dim light of dawn, Harry knew that he must have managed it somehow. Birds twittered in the nearby trees still lit by the garish street lamps that would go out any moment soon. The distant rumble of traffic was louder now than it had been when Harry had left the house that seemed so long ago even now. He moved hesitantly towards the temporarily invisible door, until he visualized the house becoming headquarters in his mind, and then it magically appeared in front of him. He pulled the door open, his hands still shaking, and stepped inside. The hallway was dark, but he could hear muffled voices around him. He turned left and went to sit in the kitchen, which was, thankfully, empty. There were empty pots and pans lying around from dinner the night before, but Harry hardly noticed them. He sat at the high table, staring out onto the front garden, his chin in his hands. I have to tell them, he thought miserably. No. But how else can it be explained? asked the voice inside his head. How else can you see it? Harry had no answer for himself. It really did seem, the more he dwelled ever more desolately on it, that Dumbledore had told Snape to do it. He was the guilty one. But Snape still went and did it though, didn't he? Harry told himself harshly. He's still a murderer. No, Dumbledore is. He's his own murderer. Harry did not even notice the hot tears welling in his eyes and begin to slide down his face, coating the hands in which his chin sat. He had not only been manipulated, but he had been used. Dumbledore had planned the entire thing to go this way. He had been right about something. Harry would never have gone looking for Horcruxes on his own without Dumbledore, he knew he wouldn't have. So he had left him all alone to carry the biggest burden of all. And Snape had suddenly decided that now was the right time for Harry to be told this. Now, after he had destroyed 3 Horcruxes on the trot on his own. Why had he waited for so long? Are you okay? Came a voice that Harry did not know, obliterating his thoughts of anger and betrayal. It took him a full few seconds to realize that someone must be talking to him. Harry turned and saw somebody he had seen at the meetings but never spoken to. It was a tall girl with long chestnut brown hair and a straight fringe. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you, she said in a small voice. Harry mumbled that it was all right and hastily wiped his eyes on the back of his sleeve so she wouldn't see. Still thinking about Tonks, I suppose, said the girl shyly. She had big brown eyes and looked very young. Harry was surprised he hadn't thought about this before when he had seen her in order meetings. Gosh, I haven't even introduced myself yet, she said with a faint blush. I'm Cassie Carpenter. Got inducted the year after Tonks. She held out a small hand. Harry took it without even really thinking about what she had just said. I'm Harry, he began automatically, but then realized how stupid it must have sounded. He didn't really care, however. I know, Cassie said with a faint smile. There was a pause as Harry returned to staring out of the window. I feel like I'm a bit out of place sometimes, Cassie began, putting her hands together. Harry let her speak. It was easier to just listen rather than waste energy telling someone as politely as possible that he wanted to be left alone. Staying here, I mean, she went on. In a house full of people I don't really know that well. I know some of them, from war training. But still it's a bit weird. You get used to it, Harry said dully. I hope so. My mum doesn't want me staying here, she reckons it's all a bit too dangerous. I think she was actually disappointed when I graduated, Cassie said with a small laugh. Not everything she said was going in, but Harry heard some of it. It helped, listening to someone else's story, someone who didn't really know him that well and who wouldn't probe as they knew something else was bothering him. But still, she knows I want to be part of this. And everyone's been really nice to me. Not that it matters, I guess, she said. They could be horrid and we'd still all be here for the same thing. Harry nodded, realizing that she spoke the truth. He could tell that Cassie hadn't really spoken to many people since she had been there and probably had a lot on her chest she wanted to get out. I wasn't here when the thing with Tonks happened, she said quietly. Couldn't believe it. Don't think I do now, really. I mean, I thought I knew her. Harry paused. Yeah, he said finally. You don't know anybody. Not really. Cassie nodded. Frightening, isn't it? Harry looked at her properly for the first time. He couldn't help noticing, despite the situation, that she was rather pretty in a shy, uncomplicated sort of way. Well, I'd best get sorted, she said. See you around. Bye, Harry said, watching her go. As the door closed behind her, he noticed that the weight in his chest was by no means less, but his mind was a little at least. It was with a fast-beating heart that Harry ascended the grand staircase half an hour later after assuring at least 5 people, Mrs. Weasley among them, that he was fine. He knew what he was going to do, and they weren't going to stop him, whatever they thought. He nudged open the door of the room that he and Ron slept in, thinking he would be greeted by the sound of Ron's early morning snoring, but Ron was not in his bed. Puzzled, Harry moved across the landing to where Hermione's room was. He knocked twice, waiting until she told him to come in, but there was no voice. Harry frowned and pushed the door gently. Hermione's bed was empty too. What was going on? But even as worry overtook puzzlement in his brain, he heard voices coming from the en-suite bathroom. He moved across the room and heard the voices more clearly. They were more like giggles as he got closer. A moment's recognition told him that they belonged to Ron and Hermione. As much as he had much bigger things to worry about at that particular moment, Harry did not want to walk in on his two best friends doing whatever they were doing. He cleared his throat loudly. There was a crash from the bathroom and Harry sat down on the bed to wait. Hermione emerged, very red in the face, followed by Ron, who was pulling his shirt on, grinning shiftily. Ron began, his grin overcoming his explanation. Harry, Hermione began. I was just lending Ron some shampoo. Harry's expression did not soften. How was he going to tell them? Ron had laughed when Hermione had made the excuse. Harry, sorry mate, this isn't what you want to find, huh? Still Harry hardly heard the lame excuses. Now he was here in front of them, he wasn't quite as sure that he wanted to tell them what had happened with the pensieve. It would be so easy to go to Snape on his own and deal with it his way. But he knew that he couldn't. If he didn't share this immense mine of information, he would go off to the graveyard with the attitude that he cared not whether he came back. Gone were the times when he kept things that might be important to himself to limit the worry they might cause, and this was definitely important. Harry, look, we're sorry, please don't be angry, Hermione began, still a little embarrassed. It's just that it's not that, Harry cut her off. Ron and Hermione's expressions changed dramatically. What is it? Has something happened? Ron began, moving to shut the door. Harry nodded. Yes, something's happened. And Dumbledore knew exactly what was going to happen. He did not know what to say. Somehow, the explanation of, sorry guys, I was wrong about Snape, he's an innocent murderer and Dumbledore's mapped out my entire life for me, didn't sound right. Hermione knelt down in front of Harry. Harry, you look really pale, she said concernedly, touching his forehead. You're all clammy. What's happened? Dumbledore wanted to die. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He then realized that he was going to be sick. Ron seemed to realize this and grabbed him around the shoulders, steering him into the bathroom. Bloody hell, he said as Harry vomited in the sink. Harry, what on earth? Snape isn't a Death Eater. There was a long silence. Hermione, who was standing behind Ron with her hand over her mouth, did not move. What? Ron said, letting go of Harry's shoulders as he straightened up to look them both in the face. You'd better sit down. There's a lot to go through. And he told them everything. They reacted in the same way Harry had expected them to. Ron let out numerous low whistles as Harry's tale deepened and said not a lot, whereas by the time that he had finished, Hermione had her hands over her mouth in shock. He wished she wouldn't, it made the whole thing harder to face. I don't think I really don't understand, she said in a small voice, her eyes wide. Ron opened his mouth, looking as though he was about to speak, and closed it again. So you found this out last night? Hermione whispered. Oh Harry, why didn't you tell us before you went? Yeah, we could have come with you, Ron said, speaking at last. Harry shook his head, feeling suddenly as though he'd aged 20 years in the last 12 hours. And if I'd been wrong? If Snape had been lying about it all? How do you think I'd feel telling you that now? That he'd fooled me again? I can't believe you didn't tell us about what happened in Hogsmeade, Ron said, an unnaturally dark edge to the tone of his voice. You lied, Harry. Yes, I lied, Harry said sharply. I lied because I didn't want to hear you two telling me it was stupid to listen to him. I didn't want you to make me change my mind. Well, maybe that's what you needed to hear for a change. Ron snapped. And how would I have found out about Snape if I hadn't gone? Harry shot back, raising his voice too. Well, it'd make it easier for you, wouldn't it? Stop it, Hermione said shrilly. There was a pause between the three as the silence hung like a heavy fog over their heads. So why did you go, if you didn't want to believe him? Hermione asked finally. Harry didn't answer. The truth was he'd half hoped that Snape would be there, waiting for him with his wand out, with the thought that he'd successfully lured Harry into a trap. To his utmost surprise, Ron seemed to guess his thoughts. Because he wanted a fight, he said, sounding not very much like Ron at all anymore. Don't be silly, Ron, Hermione said briskly, as though Ron had made an asinine point about one of their transfiguration assignments. Harry wouldn't be daft enough to go off alone wanting a fight. Yes, he would. Ron burst out hotly. That's what this is all about, isn't it? Ron stood up from his seat on the bed and stared at Harry with a look on his face that suggested he was only really seeing him clearly for the first time. I expect you're thinking about going to that graveyard on your own and meeting Snape, too. Yes, I was actually. Without informing the Order. Without even considering about taking us with you. As who've been with you the entire time. Harry stared at Ron. Hermione put her hand on Ron's arm as his face was going red. Ron shook her off. I mean, have you even considered that these memories you saw were fake? That Snape's made it all up. That it's really you know who that's going to be waiting for you. Of course I have. What do you think I'm? But that's what you want, isn't it, Harry? You want him to be bad. You want to go there alone and you want to kill him, don't you? But Ron, it doesn't make sense. Hermione wailed. Snape could have killed Harry that time in Hogsmeade, why make him go to a different location on his own in Hammersmith of all places? Ron actually banged his fist on the bedside table. It's too risky. He protested. There's no way Snape could have fabricated those memories. I got the message from Dumbledore himself on that card about where to go, and half of the memories were from Dumbledore's point of view, they were his memories. Harry said bluntly. But Ron was still eyeing Harry as though he was a stranger. So he's supposed to help you? Hermione said a little disbelievingly. Dumbledore wanted him to help you with something to do with fighting Voldemort. Won't know unless I go, will I? Harry said with a nasty look at Ron. Fine, Ron said, moving towards the door. You go. But I know exactly why you're going, Harry. Even if he can prove he's innocent, you still want to punish him for what he did. Don't judge me, you weren't there. Harry spat hotly, his mind's eye dragging him reluctantly back to the lightning-struck tower where he had to watch in horror what had happened. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of seeing that look in your eyes. What look? Harry said defensively. You mean the slightly confused look when I find out I've been lied to all along by the man I thought was the greatest wizard of all time. Finding out that Dumbledore planned me to do this alone right from the beginning of last year. You know exactly what I mean. Coming the innocent now you're not the same person that you used to be. No, I don't know what you mean. And if you'd been through what I'd been through maybe you wouldn't be so bloody judgmental. I mean that look you had when you were threatening Borgin, that look you had in Grimmauld Place when you had a clean shot at that Death Eater. Yeah, Harry spat, firing up. Ron knew nothing about this. And what kind of chosen one, the words sagged with disdain, would I be if I got cold feet at times like that? You two would be dead for a start. Hermione let out a dry sob, her hands out to both of them, as Harry in particular looked as though he wanted very much to throw a punch, and Ron looked only too eager for it to come. That's enough, she yelled. Ron snorted. You always have to throw that one back in our faces, don't you? How you always save us. What's that supposed to mean? Harry shouted, feeling not only as though his chest would explode with anger, but also ashamedly close to tears. Here it was, Ron was turning on him. Ron shook his head, apparently unable to say exactly what it was that he did mean. All I know is that look is there all the time now, Harry, and to be honest, I don't know who you are anymore, and I don't want to know. Harry felt as though Ron had punched him in the stomach. He may as well have done as it felt as though the icy words had penetrated him like freezing water coursing through his veins. Harry glanced to Hermione, who was staring at the floor with tears in her eyes, back to Ron, whose face was still red. Harry nodded silently, as though in defeat, then strode quickly to the door, wrenched it open and slammed it behind him. Ron did not come after him. How dare he? Harry paced his room, his face dark. What look? I'm not turning into anybody. Harry told himself deeply. But the truth was that now more than ever, he felt very, very old, like he was in the wrong body and should be an old man. How could they react like that? How could Ron? After he'd just told them both something that he really didn't want to share with anyone, did they have any idea how hard it had been seeing the truth that had been kept from him for so long? Neither of them understood, Harry thought savagely. Snape never bullied them like he bullied me. They didn't see him murder Dumbledore. But Dumbledore wanted to die. Harry let out an inarticulate growl of rage. The whole thing was so confusing. He had been so sure Snape was evil, so determined for revenge, so keen to keep hating him for what he had done, what he had taken away, and yet there was no escaping from those memories, those very real memories. The comfort of knowing Snape had been a murdering Death Eater did not stick anymore. And yet, Harry couldn't help but feel enraged towards Dumbledore, who had lied to him again, even in death, and now Ron was making it difficult. Like it wouldn't be hard enough facing up to the fact that Snape might be able to help. The thought almost made Harry feel sick, because innocent or not, he still hated Snape. And what good would it do involving the Order? What would it achieve? They'd only want to verify the memories, which could take days, and they probably wouldn't be able to get into the tomb again anyway, and besides Harry was supposed to meet Snape today. They'd stop him from going, Lupin especially. No. There was only one thing to be done, and the argument with Ron had increased his sense of recklessness tenfold. He banged into his bedroom, changed his shirt and grabbed his invisibility cloak and a black hat from inside his featherlight bewitched trunk. He then walked quickly downstairs, past the kitchen, inside of which more voices could be heard, past Kingsley who asked what was wrong, and out of the front door. Even as Harry sat with his head resting against the mucky window of the Muggle tube train, he could hear a voice that belonged to nobody in particular speaking words in his ear. Reckless, dangerous, foolish, anything could happen. Shouldn't be traveling alone in public, let alone going to meet Snape. And yet Harry screwed up his eyes against this voice and pulled his hat lower over his forehead, completely hiding his scar. It had been so long since he had traveled by Muggle transport that he had forgotten how excruciatingly slow it was. Faster, he thought without much conviction in his head. And to his great surprise, the train began to speed up unmistakably, the grayish blur of the trees making his eyes fuzzy. Harry glanced around. Some of the other passengers seemed to notice the change in speed and shifted nervously in their seats. Harry sunk down even lower in his seat. In what seemed like no time at all, the train was slowing down and Harry heard the driver speak through the crackling audio system. "Hammersmith Station, please remember to take all luggage with you." Harry got up off his seat and stepped off the train, clutching his wand in his pocket. Everyone who so much as glanced in his direction felt like a Death Eater. Harry glanced around the busy street. Hammersmith was a big place and he had no idea where the graveyard would be. It had started to rain and the sky was darkening. Cursing the weather, he pulled his jumper tighter around his shoulders and hailed a cab, which splashed to a halt next to him. "Hammersmith Graveyard please," Harry said, scrambling into the backseat. "What do you wanna go there for in this weather?" said the driver in a thick Cockney accent. There was a pause. "Business," Harry muttered shortly, which was sort of true. The driver chuckled. "Funny type of business," he said as the cab rolled away down the wet street. Hammersmith Graveyard was further away and bigger than Harry thought it would be, but most of the graves were old and sunken into the wet ground. There were hardly any new ones. Creepy twisting birch trees grew out of the damp earth by the side of the stone wall, reminding Harry of the brittle fingers of Grindylows. There was no let up with the rain. Harry's hat was soaked through and dripping down his face, his jumper was cold through to his icy skin. He took his glasses off and wiped them, trying to scan the scene for Snape, but he could see nothing. Struck by a sudden idea, he pointed his wand at his glasses and muttered, "Impervious." He put them back on and squinted around. There was still no sign of Snape. A large church loomed up out of the darkness, slate tiles cracked and hanging off the roof, the stained glass windows having seen better days. Harry moved cautiously towards it, squelching mud under his soggy feet. He paused in front of the heavy oak door and gave it a push. It was rusted shut. "Alohomora," he said confidently, but nothing happened. Sighing and annoyed at the lack of shelter, Harry turned around, and found himself face to face with Snape. Harry jumped, half expecting Snape to not turn up, and yet here he was, standing about 15 feet away from the steps on which Harry was standing, cloaked as ever in black. Harry gripped his wand in his hand, not lowering his arm from the previous spell, and did not say anything. There was a moment's silence as both men stared at each other with mutual dislike, until Snape spoke. "I was not certain you would come, Potter. It appears you have more sense than I gave you credit for." Still Harry said nothing. The rain was getting heavier. "I must say, your disguise is inspiring." Harry opened his mouth in a snarl, speaking at last in a voice so full of hatred he barely recognized it. "I should have known that you only wanted me to come so you could have one last shot at insulting me before you kill me." Snape looked mildly surprised. "Kill you, Potter? Why would I want to do that?" Harry said nothing, but could feel his glare burning into Snape. "I saw the memories," Harry said slowly. "But that doesn't mean I think you're innocent. It doesn't mean you didn't kill him." An ugly smile flittered across Snape's face. "I am far from innocent, Potter, I trust you know that." "What, you mean do I know that you're still a murderer?" "Yeah, Figured that one out by myself, what with being there and all. Snape's face seemed a little paler underneath his black and sinister hood, but he held Harry's gaze. Were you followed at all? He asked quietly. Did you tell anybody that you were coming? Harry said nothing, but with his last sarcastic remark, he had felt the atmosphere change with the rapidity of a speeding train. Snape was not his teacher anymore, and Harry was not required to do as he was told. He wasn't even sure that he didn't want to draw his wand on the man who had made his life such a misery, and continued to do so even now. Snape scowled. I told you to speak to no one of this meeting, Potter. Are you still incapable of following simple instructions? I don't follow anyone's instructions these days, thanks to you. You told Weasley and Granger, I presume. Snape said sardonically, shaking his head in annoyance. Like father, like son. Shut up, Harry spat, shaking his hair out of his eyes. They won't tell anyone, and I don't really care if they do or not, because let's face it, you're the one for the high jump if this gets out, not me. Voldemort wouldn't be too happy about those memories, would he? Or that you're meeting the chosen brat in secret. Snape's expression remained incalculable. There was at least a minute of complete silence before Snape broke it. If, as you say, this information travels back to the Dark Lord, you will lose this battle. Oh yeah, Harry spat. And why's that? Because you're supposed to save the world by helping me. I'd sooner believe you'd adopt me. Snape snarled. Do not suggest such hideous Twilight Zones, Potter. Now, I shall say this once and one only. Dumbledore specifically told me that after he was gone, you would not be able to win the inevitable battle with the Dark Lord. I could have informed him of this much earlier with regards to your potions lessons. Harry opened his mouth to retort, but Snape cut him off. I may tell you bluntly that yes, I would rather be force-fed poison and burned alive than to put myself in the position of helping you, but as it is you who has been chosen to rid this war of the Dark Lord, then what I would rather do is neither here nor there. You are unprepared, as I said before in Hogsmeade. You are going to die along with everyone else if you do not receive proper instruction and receive it quickly. So why you? Why does this charitable act of assistance have to come from you? Snape did not answer straight away. There was a flicker of pain across his face, but Harry ignored it. Because it is the last thing that the Dark Lord will expect. He will see coming any attempt from your current mentors at training you for his attacks. And because it was what Dumbledore wished. Do you not think that he might see what a stinking turncoat you are? Harry said scornfully, pressing his advantage. Snape snarled. Whether I am your teacher anymore or not matters very little, Potter, but I warn you, there is only so much of your cheek that I will take. Well, I guess you'll have to turn around and crawl back under that slimy stone that you crawled out from, Harry said in a low, dangerous voice, ringing with hatred. Snape's fist that was gripping his wand twitched convulsively, and Harry knew that Snape was itching to strangle him. When he spoke, it was as though his tone was heavy with suppressed anger. I care not for your happiness, Potter, I care for the safety of this world. Don't pretend you care about anything. Harry yelled, his control fast leaving him. All right, you might have cared about Dumbledore, but you killed him, didn't you? Do not talk about things you don't understand, you stupid child. Snape spat, the volume of his voice matching Harry's. I would not expect you to understand, one who prizes himself upon being a hero and saving everyone, who has built his legend on self-satisfied events that you have emboldened to your own advantage. There are times when not everyone can be saved, and you must do what is necessary in relation to the safety of millions. Safety of millions. Don't make me laugh. All you care about is your own worthless skin. You're a coward. Snape did not explode with anger. On the contrary, he arranged his features calmly, but spoke with pure venom in his voice. If I am a coward, then I wonder what you would call your father. Your father who only attacked me unless he had his little cronies behind him, who only did anything useful unless it was to his own advantage, who stood by and got himself and his wife killed because he was too proud to believe someone may have betrayed him. Harry snapped. Before he could even control himself and see what Snape was quite clearly trying to do, red spots flashed in front of his eyes and his fists trembled. His face contorted into a mask of rage, he raised his wand and roared an incantation. He almost knew, before the curse had even left his wand, that Snape would block it. Sure enough, Snape raised his wand above his head and gave it a complex wave. Harry's hex died before his eyes. With an inarticulate yell, Harry started forwards, wanting to punish the man who still made him so angry with his bare hands, but Snape fired a spell that stopped him in his tracks. All of a sudden, he could not move his legs anymore. He couldn't move any part of his body, and yet his eyes were all seeing and his senses were all functioning. Harry glared daggers at Snape, completely at his mercy. Snape lowered his wand, though Harry was still immobilized. "This is an advanced immobilizing spell," he said calmly, walking around Harry's helpless form. "It requires a different incantation, perfected by the Dark Lord, but is unrecognizable until it hits the victim. This is why Death Eaters use it so much, because it is an illegal curse that hardly any people know how to escape." There was a rushing in Harry's ears. Snape was taunting him. "It is done by a non-verbal incantation. Liberati." Harry narrowed his eyes at Snape, unwilling to be helped out of the situation. However, the incantation is not enough. Simultaneously, the immobilized victim must utter another curse, also non-verbal, in order to break through simultaneous barriers of the curse. Many cannot do this as it involves the mind doing two things at once. Still, Harry did nothing, except struggle fruitlessly. "Fight back, Potter," Snape said in a low and quiet voice. Harry knew Snape was trying to goad him, and it was working. He would rather have had his own limbs cut off than accept advice or help from Snape, but Harry knew somehow that the potion's master was telling the truth about how to rid himself of the spell. He said the words Liberati in his mind and at the same time thought of the most powerful stinging hex he could, allowing the movement of the curse to infuse every particle of his being, but at the same time, thinking of release, of liberation. It happened suddenly. Harry felt the invisible bonds burst open around him and at the same time, saw Snape recoil, clutching his stomach as Harry's powerful stinging hex hit him in the stomach. Harry sank to his knees. The abruptness of his freedom from nothingness had left him slightly uncoordinated. Snape also made to straighten up and both men stared at each other across the sodden graveyard. "Passable," Snape said. Harry had expected nothing less, yet hardly heard Snape speak. He was still too angry from the retort about his father. "I know what you're trying to do," Harry spat, getting to his feet, his knees wet and muddy, "but it's not going to work." "On the contrary, Potter. It just did. Would you have produced quite such a powerful hex if you had been aiming at your pet werewolf, for instance?" Harry said nothing, knowing it was true. "There is only so much magic you can get through on anger alone," Snape said softly, his hand still on his stomach. "However, if you can master it, if you can use it to your advantage, it can be extremely useful." Harry's anger had not quite left him, but he found himself listening to Snape against his will, still hating him, still wishing him nothing but ill, but knowing that he had never before been able to bring off simultaneous incantations, let alone break through an immobilizing spell that powerful before. "So," Harry said. Snape's lip curled into a twisted smile. "So let us begin. There is only a certain amount of time that someone can stay angry at their best friend for, especially if their friendship is true." Ronald Weasley was running out of ways to skirt Harry in the corridors of Kingsley's deceptively spacious house, and even Hermione, always the peacekeeper, had given up trying to bridge the gap between them. Indeed, she herself was becoming tired of covering up Harry's long absences to the rest of the Order by inventing long walks, and time to clear his head. "If you ask me," growled Mad-Eye Moody one morning when Hermione had tried to explain, "if that boy's head gets any clearer there'll be nothing left in it." "He is spending an awful lot of time on his own," Mrs. Weasley agreed concernedly. Cassie Carpenter, who was curled up on a chair reading a book, nodded. "It's true, he did seem a little spaced out the other day when I spoke to him," she commented, tossing her long brown hair over her shoulder. "Like he'd seen a ghost or something." "Well, I expect you would too if the fat of the free world rested on your shoulders," muttered Ron testily, jumping to Harry's defense before he even realized it. Lupin glanced swiftly from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley to Ron and Hermione. "Has something happened between you three?" he asked cautiously. "No," Ron and Hermione replied quickly and in unison. Lupin did not appear entirely satisfied with their answer, but he pressed the matter no further. The turning point came later that evening when Harry returned quietly to the house after dark. It had been his third meeting with Snape since the first and, as per usual, Harry's mind felt as battered as his body. Snape seemed to have realized that the only way he could get a satisfactory reaction out of Harry was by taunting him. Naturally, Harry attacked in anger, but on the third meeting he found himself beginning to control it. You may note that progress is being made, Potter, no matter how tiresome it may seem, Snape had said earlier. Tiresome. Harry had spat, picking himself up off the ground for what felt like the 100th time. You have no idea. He could not believe that Dumbledore had planned, had actually made damn sure, that he would be taught this way, knowing he would be subjected to insults and abuse. But what Harry was loath to admit even to himself was that, no matter how much he reviled Snape, something was working. He had mastered a number of complex hexes and curses of, he assumed, Snape's own invention, not to mention there was a serious increase in power in all of his spells now that he was learning to channel his emotions in the right directions. And now, in the dim glow of Kingsley's hallway, Harry shut the front door as quietly as he could, only to find himself face to face with Lupin. "Remus," Harry began, running a hand tiredly over his weary eyes. "Where have you been?" Lupin asked. His tone was not accusatory, but there was a definite edge to his voice. Harry shook his head. I just went for a... Don't tell me you went for a walk, Harry, I wasn't born yesterday." Harry sighed. He knew someone may figure out eventually that no one, not even Gandhi, could go for that many walks without becoming seriously bored, but he knew that he wasn't to tell anyone. What if Voldemort found out somehow and used legilimency to see what Snape had been up to? Events would spiral out of control and all would be lost. Harry may as well tie up his own hands and drop on his knees in front of Voldemort straightaway. "What have you done to your face?" Lupin exclaimed, indicating towards Harry's bruised jaw. Harry had not even noticed. "It's nothing," he said, making to push past Lupin, but Lupin caught him by the shoulder. "Do you want to know how I know you're lying, besides the obvious?" Harry said nothing. "Because your father was never any good at it either. Look, something's going on, isn't it? Ron and Hermione are acting strangely, too, and people are starting to notice." Again, Harry said nothing. "Harry, you need to tell me what." "No, I don't." Suddenly the tiredness was gone and Harry was angry. "I don't need to tell anyone anything, Remus. 3 months we spent, me, Ron and Hermione, and we destroyed 3 Horcruxes on our own without needing to tell everyone about it. Nobody asked you to do this on your own, Harry. You just don't get it, do you?" Harry said, struggling to keep his voice level. He had never had an argument with Lupin before. "We only came here because we had no choice, and yeah, okay, we needed help in the end, but this is my fight, Remus. I know everyone is involved and everyone's needed, but in the end, what it comes down to is me and him. So because of that, if I need to take some time out to do something that's going to help me stay alive, then I will, and I'm not obliged to tell the world about it." Lupin fell silent. He seemed to shrink slightly, and Harry noticed, not having meant to hurt his feelings. "I'm only trying to help you, Harry." Harry exhaled heavily. "I know you are. I know everyone is. But trust me, this is something I have to do, but it's not anything that needs to be shared right now." There was an uncomfortable silence that seemed to hang in the air for an eternity. Then Lupin spoke. "Okay." And he turned, walking back to the kitchen, leaving Harry alone in the darkness of the hallway. "Feel the anger. Let it consume you without fighting it, let it flow through your veins, contained. Keep it there. Now, think of something that makes you feel the opposite and raise your wand, letting the strength that filled you a moment before flow down your arm. Use it. Now, say the incantation." Harry relived what Snape had said to him earlier in the day. He was still a little perturbed by his confrontation with Lupin and was trying to control his emotions. However, Snape had told his this right after he had thrown him 30 feet into the air using a spell that the Dark Lord himself uses, none of the Death Eaters do, and had stated with malice that it would be prudent for you to know what it feels like so you have extra incentive to avoid it in the future. Harry's spells had been markedly more powerful after that. So now he lay on his bed, rubbing a hand unconsciously across his bruised shoulders and back. He lay for what seemed like 2 minutes but actually spanned 2 hours. He was awoken by a gentle knock on the door. Harry sat up, half hoping that it would be Ron, ready to put the whole stupid thing behind them. It'd be good to have someone to talk to about all the events that were taking place. The door swung open and Cassie stood there, wearing a thin white top and faded blue jeans, a towel around her shoulders and her hair wet. "Oh, hi," said Harry, trying not to sound too disappointed. "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you, she said. Nah, it's okay, Harry said. I'm supposed to tell you that there's a meeting in 5 minutes in the kitchen. I think they've found something pretty useful, the way they were talking, she said, a trace of excitement in her voice. I remember when I used to get excited about finding new things out, Harry thought. And she's older than me. Really? He said, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and wincing. Could he have cracked a rib? Are you all right? She asked. I know you're probably sick of hearing that. I know I would be. A flicker of a smile passed across Harry's face. He had almost forgotten what it felt like. I'll live, he replied. For the moment anyway. Cassie sat down slowly on the very edge of his bed. You know, a few of us heard you talking to Remus, she said tentatively. We weren't listening or anything, it was just hard to block out. Harry said nothing. Would Cassie share Lupin's views and ask him where he was going? I think you're right, she said, taking him by surprise. I think you do everything for a reason, and if there's a good one why you don't want everyone to know, then it ought to be good enough for them. Harry looked at her. Thanks. But it won't be, though. Good enough, I mean. Because they're older than you, they feel as though they ought to know everything, in charge or not. Harry said. I'm getting used to that. There was a pause. So are you coming to this meeting or not? She asked. Sure, Harry said and went to stand up. Ouch, he muttered, the gasp of pain escaping his lips before he could stop it. You want me to take a look at that? Cassie asked, indicating to his ribs. How did you know? Cassie smiled. Woman's intuition. Harry raised his eyebrows. Oh, and I specialized in healing during my aura training, she added with a wry expression. That'll do it, Harry replied. I think you'll be okay, he said unconvincingly. Cassie looked at him doubtfully. You'll get questioned again if you go down there with cracked bones, and they might not take no for an answer. How do you know they're cracked? Harry asked, avoiding her point because he knew she was right. I don't, until I look. Harry hesitated a moment, then gave in. Okay, he said, lifting up his torn t-shirt. Cassie reached out and prodded his chest gently with 2 slender fingers. Does that hurt? She asked. No. How about here? No. Her touch was light and cool and Harry felt himself relaxing slightly for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Then it must be this one. Ouch. Cassie turned and reached for her wand. As she did so, Harry caught a waft of her shampoo, fruity, or maybe that was her perfume. Whatever it was, there was something like cinnamon there too. Okay, she said, peering at his ribs. It'll feel a bit hot, then a bit cold, but it won't hurt. Harry nodded apprehensively. She touched him lightly with her wand. As she had said, his skin felt hot, then cold, then nothing. Better? She asked. Harry twisted left and right. The pain had gone. Yeah, thanks, Cassie. No problem, she said with a smile, straightening up. Anything else need fixing? Harry paused. Well, my shoulders are a bit sore. He could still smell her perfume. Cassie half smiled. That's nothing that a massage won't cure. Harry opened his mouth, and then closed it again. What was he supposed to say to that? She saved him from searching for an answer by heading for the door. See you downstairs. Harry watched her go with a slight frown. The kitchen was nearly full when Harry came in. Everyone was there, all 9 of the Weasleys including Fred and George who waved, Kingsley, Lupin, Moody, Cassie, Alpheus Dodge, Walton and Sloane, the rest Harry only knew by sight. He had been introduced before but the names were all a blur. He also noted, with some surprise, that Professor McGonagall was present. This was a big meeting. Good to see you, Potter, she said curtly. Evening, Professor, Harry replied as he sat down next to Hermione with Ron on her other side. All right, Potter. Nice walk, muttered Moody from the head of the table. Marvelous, Harry replied sarcastically. He no longer cared if they believed him or not. Well, now Potter is present, I'll let you all know that we're expecting a delegation from the Ministry to be arriving by flow very shortly. Why? Asked Harry. I'll tell you that when they get here, Potter, Moody replied. The minister himself has also consented to come. However, judging from what our last meeting yielded, he will not be calling any of the shots. What's this about, Mad-Eye? Said Mr. Weasley this time. When they get here, Arthur. A fairly uncomfortable silence followed this announcement. Harry was aware that there were lots of pairs of eyes upon him. Professor McGonagall leaned forwards. How have you been keeping, Potter? She asked crisply. Fine, thanks. That's a nasty bruise you've got there on your jaw. Yes, it is, isn't it? This time it was Hermione who answered. I've told Harry to be more careful when he opens that bathroom door. Leave it, Hermione, said Ron in a low voice. At that moment, there was a whooshing sound from the grate in the kitchen fireplace and suddenly, 5 men shot out, one of which was the Minister for Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour. Ah, right on time, Rufus, said Moody, checking his watch, his magical eye spinning in its socket. Alastor, he said. His eyes scanned the room and rested on Harry, but he did not say anything to anyone else. Harry remembered their last meeting vividly. The other 4 men stooped out of the fireplace. They were well-dressed, powerful-looking men, thought Harry. Moody raised his hand to all of them in recognition and then turned to the Order. This is Hector Maltings, head of the Foreign Wizarding Communications Sector. Kevin Cuttings, newly appointed head of the Auror Division, and with him Arnold Batty and Bilius Dodgkinson, who are representatives for the Unspeakables. They all nodded mutely, sitting down on the chairs provided. Harry recognized none of them with the exception of Scrimgeour. What's the game here, Moody? Said Scrimgeour a little impatiently. Close to, Scrimgeour seemed to have diminished slightly in every sense possible. He seemed a great deal older than when Harry had last seen him and spoke, although it was not without derision, in a somewhat fainter voice compared with his previously powerful and commanding tone. In short, he looked as though he had lost his direction and was fighting to keep it, but failing steadily, like an old lion losing his pride. Moody cleared his throat. Thanks to the cooperation of the Ministry, he said with a courteous nod to the delegation, I'll come straight to the point and say that we know where you know whose headquarters are. There was an outbreak of surprised muttering. Harry stared at Moody, who held his hand up for silence so he could continue. Are you serious, Moody? Said someone doubtfully. We think we've found the main HQ, yes. Obviously there are other cells dotted all over the place, much like any other terrorist organization, but we think we've got the main lair. And we think that's where there will be things of great interest. He glanced at Harry, who took this to mean the snake, Nagini. So, what do you propose we do? Asked Bill, running a hand over his scarred face. Storm it, naturally, Moody said with the air of suggesting a quiet Sunday stroll through the park. Storm it, repeated Lupin incredulously. You want us to waltz in and storm Voldemort's main headquarters just like that? We won't be waltzing anywhere, Lupin, came Moody's sharp reply. Plus, it is very unlikely that you know who himself will be there. There'll be a nice nest of Death Eaters we can haul in for questioning, probably a whole array of weaponry and, if we're lucky, plans as to what he's planning to do next. There may also be a couple of bonus items that'll make one of our jobs considerably easier. And what might these items be? Said Scrimgeour sharply. Never you mind, growled Moody. There was a pause as this proposal sank in around the group. It sounds awfully dangerous, Mad-Eye, said Mrs. Weasley, her brown eyes wide with trepidation. Of course it's dangerous, Molly. That's what war is all about. But I'd rather we bring the fight to the enemy, wouldn't you? Some nodded. Others continued to watch Moody cautiously. The drastic news appeared to have shaken some, who were probably expecting nothing more than the routine weekly updates. So, when the Ministry granted us unlimited access to Azkaban, we were able to obtain certain information. We gleaned, from none other than Nymphadora Tonks, Lupin's face darkened, who would be most likely to be the secret keeper. She can't be trusted, Lupin said shortly, not looking at any of them. I think she's proven that. I'm aware of your personal feelings on this, Remus, which is why you weren't with us. Trustworthy, no. Useful, perhaps. Nevertheless, we extracted the whereabouts with necessary force. I hope you're not asking me to sanction the beating of a prisoner, Moody, said Scrimgeour sharply. Harry had a feeling he was trying to cover his own back and had no actual feelings for the prisoners. Not at all, Rufus. Mind you, when the Dementors used to guard Azkaban, I imagine that every single one of the prisoners would have taken daily beatings, given a choice. There was a moment where Harry was sure Scrimgeour was going to shout, but he did not. Instead, he smiled grimly. Touché. After skilled legilimency, we had our answer, Moody finished. So I have here a set of blueprints. Who was the secret keeper? Harry cut across, a great sense of unease settling in his chest. Moody looked up from the blueprints. Lucius Malfoy. Harry frowned. So, Malfoy just told you where you'd find it? He asked skeptically. Moody raised his eyebrows. Not exactly. The word I'd use, Potter, is reluctantly. Why have you brought us in on this, Mad Eye? Asked Maltings, speaking for the first time. Because we need backup now and most definitely will in the future. I say there's no time like the present. You, Hector, are just the man for the job. If Mr. Cuttings here could provide us with some more bodies, it would be greatly appreciated. Scrimgeour sat forwards. And if I refuse to lend you my resources? He said coldly. Then I'd consider you a fool, Rufus, said Moody. I need Batty and Dodgkinson to round up as many wizarding militia near the place as possible, in case the buggers get outside our perimeter. I assume you have that power. Both Batty and Dodgkinson nodded solemnly. Harry now had a good idea of what the unspeakables were used for, almost like the wizarding version of MI5. Moody spread the blueprints out on the surface of the mahogany table. He flicked his wand and uttered an incantation Harry could not hear. Then, the blueprints were projected onto a white wall in front of the table, as though fired from an overhead projector. Moody traced the blueprints with his wand, the projection mirrored his movements. How did you get these? Asked Cassie in a hushed voice. It's an accurate structure after we scraped every last drop out from the scum's head. This, he said, pointing at the center of the print where a maze of tunnels snaked across each other, is the main HQ. The entrance, we believe, is here, but there may be access from here. It's sitting inside this cliff on the edge of the Scottish wilderness known as Caithness. Scotland. That's where they're hiding out, said Elphias Dodge. It's a perfect spot, piped up Mr. Weasley. Caithness is one of the only places in Great Britain where there are no records of any wizard dwellings. It's far away enough, but still within apparating distance of the hotspots. Exactly, agreed Moody. This is why we ought to strike. I propose we send in Auror scouts to secure the entrances from the division. Then send in the Order and the best scouts we can rustle up from overseas. I'd want the militia that you can sort on the outskirts, forming a net, he said, looking to Maltings. Kevin Cuttings nodded. All very well, Moody, but I don't want to send in my best scouts so they can get massacred before any others set foot in the place. But we will have the element of surprise, pressed Moody. They won't know we're coming. And I need the best in first. Harry opened his mouth, and then closed it again. He wasn't remotely afraid of the minister or his people, but he didn't want his words to be spread like wildfire across the wizarding world, as was possible. He also got the distinct impression that Moody was trying to keep a certain amount of information from Scrimgeour. Very well. Supply us with copies of those blueprints and write me a written brief of what your plans are, and I'll see what I can do, said Cuttings. Hector Maltings leaned forward. The best people I can offer you at such short notice are the Americans, they're always ready for action. I doubt I can persuade the French, they'd take over a week of very public negotiations, as would the Italians. I might be able to rustle you up a couple of young Spanish Aurors, but no promises. Other countries are still skeptical about much involvement, Greece, for example. They think if they keep their noses clean and their peckers in the sand then you know who will leave them alone. They'll figure it all out soon enough, said Kingsley darkly in his deep, booming voice. How many men can you guarantee me by tomorrow? Asked Moody briskly. Maltings furrowed his brow. 30 guaranteed. Maybe more, if we're lucky. But I'll need a full brief, Moody. Done. Scrimgeour stood up. Well, it seems that you are taking my men with or without my permission, he said sourly. Why did you even bring me here? Because it was courteous, Rufus, answered Moody pleasantly. And to show you that Arthur and the others are all doing their job, which means they still get paid. Scrimgeour's jaw tightened. Quite. We don't want any of this reported, said Charlie suddenly. I don't have that kind of power, Scrimgeour snapped. Hermione cleared her throat and leant forward ever so slightly. Actually, I think you've shown that you do, Minister. Remember. Scrimgeour turned the color puce, and Harry knew she was reminding him of the time when he had insisted Scrimgeour stop the prophet from headlining front-page news every time he so much as sneezed. If this goes well, it might even give them something good to report for a change, muttered McGonagall from the corner. With a scowl, Scrimgeour turned and disappeared without another word into the fire. He was shortly followed by Maltings, Cuttings, Dodgkinson and Batty, who bid everyone good night before being consumed by the roar of green flames. Right, now that they've gone, Moody said, and a few heads turned in his direction. I should state that the aim of this mission, pure and simple, is to find that snake and rip its head off, which is why Potter is coming with us. I want as little skirmish as possible, we won't have nearly enough manpower yet. But I want to move fast on this. Seeing as we have surprise in our favor. You don't, Harry said shortly. He had been thinking about everything that had been said and discovered, listening intently and mulling it over. Something was wrong, he was sure of it. What was that, Potter? Said Moody. You haven't got surprise. They'll know you're coming. They already do. He's planned it this way. And what makes you say that? Said Sloane tiredly. Harry opened his mouth, someone else who spoke. Ron, Lucius Malfoy telling you all that. It's too easy. Mrs. Weasley seemed to be on the verge of reprimanding her son before seemingly deciding that he had made a valid point. Weasley, I know you've done a lot since you left school, said McGonagall in a pacifying way, but this has been examined by the experts. If the Order deems it necessary. What's the protocol for questioning prisoners? Asked Hermione, cutting off McGonagall, something she would never have done in class at Hogwarts. I mean, do you have to contact them in advance? Moody sighed and raised a hand for Walton to explain, who had been to Azkaban to review security. Security has since been tightened. It may interest you to know that it was when you three got in under false names earlier in the year that we changed things. Harry, Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. You have to alert the guards the day before if you are from the public, and then provide evidence for your visit and identification. Because of our ability to pull some strings, we were allowed in 4 hours after making the call. 4 hours was too long, Harry said wearily. Voldemort has spies among Azkaban, he must have. Malfoy's leaked stuff about me before to the papers and he couldn't have done that without help. So what are you saying, Harry? Asked Mr. Weasley. Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione before speaking. It's just so unlikely. So we should halt the mission because you have a hunch that it's unlikely. Said someone from the shadows, whose name Harry could not remember. Let him speak, Flinghammer. Said Mrs. Weasley sharply. What do you mean, dear? Harry shook his head. Look, I know Voldemort, all right. And this is just screaming out as a classic. He knows we know about his Horcruxes, right? So he knows we'll have stepped up our attempts to find them. He can't get the Death Eaters and Malfoy out with only a couple of spies, not with all the new security. And 4 hours is ample time to get a message through one spy and back to the big cheese, said Ron. Harry's right, there's something up. Harry looked at him and their eyes met. Had Ron just stuck up for him? Suddenly, Harry felt more confident. Between him, Ron and Hermione, the three of them probably knew more about Voldemort than the entire Order combined. So, what are you saying? We were supposed to find out where the HQ is. Why would he give that away? Asked Charlie. I'm just saying it wouldn't have been difficult to get word out for instructions and Malfoy be told to just, let slip, about this place. Moody clicked his tongue. I thought you would have been first out the door on this, Potter, a chance to get that snake finally out the way. Then you can take the fight to you-know-who himself. He barked. I don't think Harry's quite ready for that, Mad-Eye, said Mrs. Weasley quietly. He doesn't have a choice, Molly. This time it had been Lupin who spoke. Harry spread his hands on the table. Look, I'm all for taking the fight to Voldemort, and maybe I am ready. God knows he's blighted my life long enough for me to want this to be over with as soon as possible. But it's just that I don't know, don't you think he'd guard his last Horcrux a bit more carefully? If he'd known Malfoy could be forced to give up that information, wouldn't he have found a way to shut him up by now? Moody snorted. Perhaps, but it wasn't easy information to get. We didn't just stroll in and say, excuse us, Mr. Malfoy, sir, would be so kind as to help us dismantle your boss's entire organization. After the minister's cooperation, we had access to some of the best-known legilimens on the planet. Hermione let out a breath and looked around her. There's also the possibility that he's made more Horcruxes, she said in a hushed tone, as though unwilling to voice such a proposition. Ah, on that note, we don't think that he has, said Cassie. After what Harry told us about how you-know-who makes his Horcruxes, we've had people all over the underground listening out for any theft of valuable artifacts and things, and there's been nothing. There was a beat. Then, look, Potter, I understand your concerns. Of course there are risks, that's what this job is all about, and it sure as hell doesn't get any easier. But we'll have a lot of manpower once Maltings comes up with the goods. Even if we don't find your snake, there may be something there that we can use against you-know-who and some Death Eaters worth getting rid of. What do you say? Harry knew that the order was going in with or without him. Perhaps he was being overcautious. What if they did get hold of Nagini once and for all? Then that would be it. There would be nothing left between him and Voldemort. He suddenly wondered what Snape would have to say about this mission. It'd be useful to have you, Potter, Moody pressed. Not only are you another body but you've seen the brute before, if I recall correctly. In the disgusting flesh, Harry nodded grimly, remembering vividly being tied to the tombstone in the graveyard and having the snake slither around him, hoping he would be her next meal. He's also you-know-who's biggest target, said McGonagall. We could be playing right into their hands. He's Voldemort's only target, said Lupin quietly, still not looking at Harry. Once Harry's out the way, he'd think there would be no one left to fight. He'd be wrong, growled Moody venomously. And in any case, the boy's old enough to look after himself. In or out, Potter? Harry closed his eyes for a second, aware that everyone was looking at him. Why did he feel so badly about all this? The order wasn't stupid, they'd know a trap when they saw one. Wouldn't they? Maybe he was being irrational. But you know Voldemort, said a voice inside his head. And he knows you. Either way, Moody was right about one thing, they did need him. Trap or not. There was a visible ripple of agreement around the table, but Harry wasn't finished. But I want Ron and Hermione there, too. An instant hush. Then, but it would be unnecessary too. Raise your hand in this room if you have tracked down, seen and helped to destroy a Horcrux. One of the loudest silences Harry had even heard followed this pronouncement as Ron and Hermione slowly raised their hands like Harry. He waited a few seconds to make his point and then lowered his hand. I think it's totally necessary. Don't you? No one answered. Mr. Weasley was staring into his empty glass but Charlie leant forward. Ron, bro, you can't. I can, if it helps Harry. And that's the end of it. In that moment, Harry was more proud than he had ever been to have Ronald Weasley as his best friend. Here, in front of his whole family, he had stood his ground for his best friend when he didn't have to, and Harry would never be able to express in words just how much he appreciated it. Moody nodded, more to himself than anyone else it seemed. Right then. I'll be up all night making the arrangements. We'll leave tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. sharp via Portkeys to Caithness, where we'll go over the final logistics. Any questions? No. Good. Get some rest, all of you. Don't be late. The company left the table sporadically in dribs and drabs. How's school, Professor? Harry heard Hermione ask McGonagall as the headmistress gathered her tartan handbag. It's quiet, Granger, McGonagall said with a sniff. Too quiet, if you understand my meaning. Students are worried. There are hardly any detentions these days, almost as though they forget to misbehave. I get besieged with questions about you three, she added irritably with a glare towards Harry, as though this was his fault. However, I shall be pleased to report that all is well. Half an hour later Harry was sitting on his bed in the darkness, thinking about what was going to happen in the morning. Could it nearly all be over? This time tomorrow could he be preparing for the fight of his life and the possible freedom that would follow? There was a knock at the door and Ron poked his head around the frame. Can I come in? Yeah, it's your room too. Ron came into the room. Thanks for what you did in there, Harry said, staring at his shoelaces. It means a lot. Ron half shrugged as he sat down on his own bed. "'S least I could do." Silence. They were both supposed to be adults now, why was this so difficult? "Look, Harry. What I said. Forget it." "No, I don't want to forget it. I was out of line. Actually, you were right. But that's why." Harry paused. It was hard to voice that Ron had been right in a way, because he didn't want to turn into the person he had been accused of becoming. "That's why I need you on my side," he said slowly. "I am on your side, Harry," Ron answered in a soft voice. I dunno, I just get scared sometimes, like scared of you getting hurt by Snape and yelling at you is how I dealt with it." Harry grinned. "Just as long as you don't yell at Hermione. We don't want you to end up in hospital." Ron chuckled and the door opened again. It was Hermione. From one look at Harry and Ron, she could tell that things had been sorted. Predictably, she started to cry. "Hermione, don't," Ron began. She threw her hands up in despair. The pair of you are just so what if something happened? What if something happened and you weren't speaking to each other? She demanded. Ever the optimist, Harry muttered quietly. Hermione plonked herself down next to Ron and wiped her eyes. Ron cleared his throat. So how's it been with Snivellus? Harry could tell that Ron had wanted to ask this question for well over a week. Awful, Harry answered truthfully. But useful. I suppose that's where you got that from. Hermione asked, indicating to Harry's jaw. Harry nodded. I don't know it's like, I know he's on our side, but that doesn't make it any easier. And you still don't think we can tell anyone? Asked Ron. Harry shook his head. He's only trying to save his own skin, Ron pointed out. I mean, if people knew about him and it got back to you know who, then he'd be mincemeat. True. But if he's killed, who's going to teach me Death Eater type spells? Who can show me exactly what's up the enemy's sleeve? Ron shrugged. I dunno, Lupin, maybe. Harry shook his head. He'd be too nice. And besides, since when has he had access to Death Eater spells? I hate it, and I'd rather it was anyone but him, but I don't have a choice. Hermione was frowning thoughtfully. I suppose it makes sense. I mean, I know he killed Dumbledore, but he sort of had to, didn't he? And he is a very good wizard, especially as he'll have access to illegal spells and unregistered curses we don't know about. It must give you some idea of what you'll be up against, Harry. Harry nodded, letting her words wash over him. It felt good to talk about Snape after keeping it so close to the chest for the past week. Does he push you around? Ron asked abruptly. In a manner of speaking. Do you still hate his guts? Violently. Well, at least some things never change. Ron said, a trace of amusement in his voice. The door creaked open and they all stopped talking quickly. Fred and George stood in the doorway, their faces alight with a feverish delight that suggested they were up to no good. All right, you three, said Fred brightly. Hi, Harry replied with a smile. What were you two doing in the meeting? Asked Hermione suspiciously. George beamed. We've gone up with the world, Granger, so there's no need for that look. And don't worry, Harry, we aren't here to question you about your covert strolls. No, we'll leave that to our dear sister. What do you mean, you've gone up in the world? Asked Ron, fiddling absent-minded with Hermione's hair. Remember our defense merchandise from the joke shop? Fred said. Harry, Ron and Hermione nodded. Well, we've improved it, George stated proudly. We got a truckload of orders from the ministry last week, but we've told Moody that we can get him some of our high-quality stuff for free, you know, to help out. We've just been going through it with him now. Ron raised his eyebrows. Like what? Remember the instant Peruvian darkness powder? Well, it's much more instant. And dark. And it comes with a small chewy pill, Lemo, flavor incidentally, that gives the thrower perfect vision through the powder. Handy, Harry said. And we've developed our shield hats to shield covering body parts. Arms, legs, crown jewels, you name it. Except now you can also have reflecto hats. Also for arms, legs, crown jewels, you name it. Which reflect the spell fired at you back to the original caster. I mean, it wouldn't work on you know who or anything, but it'd be handy for those brainless Death Eaters. Cool, said Harry and Ron together. That's brilliant magic, Hermione praised, her suspicious expression vanishing in a moment. Thank you, Hermione, said Fred with a flourish. Mum can't stop hugging us. Yeah, you'd think she thought we'd end up washing dishes in the leaky cauldron or something, said Fred disbelievingly as Ron snorted. Are you coming tomorrow, then? Harry asked. Fred shook his head. Nah, we're not allowed. We don't have your special status, George said sarcastically. Mind you, joking aside, I'd want to have you three along with me on something like this after everything that's happened, Fred said seriously. George nodded. Here, Fred, George, came Mrs. Weasley's voice from upstairs. There are dishes to be done if you're not doing anything useful. Fred looked dispiritedly at his twin. Backtrack. I guess we are dishwashers. No rest for the talented, George agreed. With self-satisfied beams, the twins rose as one and trudged down the stairs, leaving a silence behind them. Ron turned to Harry. So what do you think? Harry didn't have to ask what Ron was talking about to know he was referring to the morning's mission. Harry rubbed his eyes wearily. I think it's a mistake, he said after a pause. Hermione nodded. Yes, almost as though it's too good to be true, she said thoughtfully. Still, we have to go though, don't we? Ron said. We might be able to help. Harry smiled grimly. If this goes down like the order says it will and it is the right place, I want to be there to see it burnt to the bloody ground. I've earned that much. The morning dawned chilly and bright. No one was late. At 6:30 sharp, the company assembled around one of the portkeys that Mad-Eye Moody had organized, an old copper kettle, and waited whilst Moody spoke. Right, this is the first batch, we'll go in groups. I want Sector A first, including you three, he said, pointing at Harry, Ron and Hermione. Sectors B and C are to follow directly after. Don't move once you're there, wait. For the final briefing, Harry shuffled forwards and placed a finger on the kettle in a group of familiar faces, including Lupin, Sloane, Walton and Kingsley. He could feel his heart echoing in his ears. Be safe, said Mrs. Weasley from the kitchen table. Her face was pale and drawn and her tea was stone cold. Moody raised his wand. 1. If this goes well, it might give them something good to report for a change. What a boost it would give the community. 2. We've had people all over the underground and there's been nothing. Why wasn't he making any more Horcruxes? 3. There was a familiar jerk in the region of Harry's navel and the whirling colors of those beside him turning into a muddy blur. His head spun as he felt himself leaving Kingsley's kitchen and his stomach lurched. He was traveling through nothingness, a roaring in his ears, and then he fell flat on his face into a mossy surface. It was only when he straightened up that Harry realized they had been transported to a dingy little shack with half the roof missing and very little in the way of flooring. A fierce north wind battered the crumbling wooden walls and Harry shivered despite his protective dark clothing. A grimy broken window revealed that they were positioned high in the wild Scottish hills, surrounded by purples, greens and browns. There was a high-pitched whooshing sound and Sector B arrived, closely followed by Sector C. The order that had been staying at Kingsley's house seemed apprehensive, but in an excitable way, like naive soldiers on the eve of battle. Harry wished that he shared their enthusiasm. Moody arrived, his bristled hair awry, and stared around at the company. Right, you lot. We've got about a 2-mile walk to Pengarron Castle. That's an old ruin about half a mile from the cliff entrance. We're coming into it from different positions for the most obvious reason that we don't want to be tracked by the enemy. We'll be meeting the reinforcements there, where we'll be going over the final plan. Any questions? Very well, disillusion yourselves and let's let walking. It was a strange sensation, walking with 30 or so people who had all taken on the exact coloring of the background. Sometimes Harry felt as if he was walking completely alone, but if he narrowed his eyes slightly he could see the faint, shimmering outline of bodies moving beside him. The terrain was rocky and unforgiving. All the while a bitter wind ripped through the air, biting at fingers, lips and noses. Harry's toes were numbed within the first 5 minutes. It took them 40 minutes to walk the 2 miles by the dim light of Moody's wand, he himself being so faint. Pengarron Castle, where they were to be joined by reinforcements, was a ruin. There was more crumbling rock and brick than any form of substantial building, but it was sheltered by the mass of the steep cliff rising up behind it. The wind dropped dramatically. Harry's fingers were blue and his lips felt dry. Okay, show yourselves, came Moody's voice from up ahead. Eerily, as though they melted through the air, people started appearing, their bodies taking on their real colors. Moody limped towards Harry. Potter, can you shoot a decent Patronus in that direction? He said, pointing up at the battered turrets, many of which had crashed to the rocky floor, but behind which there stood what had once perhaps been a watchtower of sorts. Harry raised his wand and imagined the order arresting every loose Death Eater one by one. Expecto Patronum, he thought. Snape had been drilling into him the importance of non-verbal spells. You have a predictable difficulty with these, Potter, he had said silkily. He had spoken at the time in a very composed voice, seeing as moments before. Harry had caused the pillar above his head to collapse, showering him in rock. No doubt teachers who have more concern for your mental welfare than I have also tried to impress this upon you, but I cannot stress the advantage it gives a wizard enough. Oh, I think you can, Harry said through gritted teeth. You're not telling me how. Snape had paused. It is something that wizards have to feel. You have to allow the spell, both incantation and motion, to consume you completely. If you learn to channel your emotions properly, then you may find it easier. But though it was true Harry was finding non-verbal spells tough, the image he had chosen to accompany his Patronus was so strong that a huge silver stag erupted from his wand tip without him ever saying a word and charged towards the watchtower. The company turned to watch it move across the barren landscape, some with surprised looks. Many of them had never even seen Harry raise his wand before. Harry supposed that it must be a signal for the reinforcements. Sure enough, there was a minute's delay during which time all that could be heard was the swishing wind around them rustling through the bracken and heather, and then one head popped up behind a forgotten turret, raising a hand in caution. Moody mimicked the action and indicated that Harry and the other 30 or so moved forwards. As they did so, more heads appeared from behind rocks and clumps of bushes. Cuttings, Moody called out as they neared the watchtower. Here, called back Kevin Cuttings, emerging slowly. Harry recognized him instantly, but he looked different without the suit. It was almost as though the less formal attire didn't quite fit him. "Everything to plan?" asked Moody, checking his watch. "Yes," Cuttings replied. "All organized. I've got for you here," he said, clicking his fingers impatiently behind him, and those remaining hidden came further forwards. 20 American oars, 7 of them are the best and 13 are still qualifying, but they're capable enough. They can't spare any more at the moment. The other 10 are from my office, 5 of my best scouts and 5 specialist stormers. That's 30, Moody stated. I expected more. Well, you didn't give me much time, Moody. But what I have got for you are damn good oars. Moody nodded, but it was with reluctance. We're 64, then. He glanced around at everyone and Harry felt Hermione nudge his arm beside him. I thought there would be more than this, she whispered unsteadily. So did I, Harry answered truthfully. What if there were over 60 Death Eaters? I'm handing you over to Mr. Cuttings, Moody barked over the wind, who'll go over the final details of our entry. Cuttings stepped forward, looking strangely impressive, framed by the crumbling archway. He held up a hand, indicating to the Americans who, in contrast, were dressed in blue. This is the Eagle Squad. 7 of them will be accompanying the scouts up to gain first entry. Step forward all those involved. In an army-like fashion, 11 men and 3 women stepped away from the crowd. Use your weaponry to gain access and then send the signal when you have secured the entry points. The signal is, as always, Patronus's, and they ought to be as bright as Potter's was. Got that? Harry noticed eyes suddenly on him, most of them American. It was interesting to note that despite their professional bravado and the fact that they had consented to undertake a dangerous mission, they couldn't resist a peek at the Chosen One's famous scar. After the signal, we'll send the rest up. The blueprints show that there are 3 tunnels leading away from the entry chamber. Once we get up there, I've been told, he said with a slight edge to his voice, that Potter, Weasley and Granger here are to accompany each squad down the 3 tunnels. We're going to be split up, Harry thought. Cuttings clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Personally, I think that's a mistake. But I have my recommendations, he said with a glance to Moody. This is because of a potentially dangerous snake that I have been informed about, which should only be attacked with force. Am I right, Moody? Yes. The snake is apparently some kind of guardian of you-know-who, and I'm told it won't be easy to kill. Simultaneously, transfigure any evidence you find so we can examine it back at the Ministry. Weapons, plans, equipment, anything. There were curt nods. With reference to Death Eaters, use whatever force is necessary, but do not kill unless you have to. We want them for interrogation. Interrogation, thought Harry, doubtful that it would involve tea, biscuits and a nice friendly chat. Are there any questions? Kingsley raised a hand, his golden rings glinting in the weak sunlight. How are we getting up there? Harry looked. The hole in the side of the cliff was at least 200 feet up and there didn't appear to be any usable route towards it. The Unspeakables have arranged for brooms to be held in the possession of nearby militia, who are incidentally acting as our perimeter. Not a singed Death Eater will escape. Not even if they get past us first. So, Moody, if you would be so kind. Moody raised his wand. Accio brooms. He barked. It'll take a minute or so. Lastly, Cuttings said, I'd like 4 specializing healers to stay on the inner perimeter. That's here, instead of going in, so you can be on standby for emergencies. The militia have also consented to send for reinforcements if need be. Cassie opened her mouth angrily, stepping forward. But we can fight. You have your instructions, Carpenter. Get on with them. Harry saw Cassie close her mouth slowly, her fists balled. It appeared that not many people argued with the head of the Auror department. Ah, here comes our transport, said Alpheus Dodge brightly, as though the whole thing was just a big day trip to the coast. Sure enough, a huge convey of brooms suddenly rounded a large rock and descended upon them. Meanwhile, Harry had been wondering what the weaponry was that Cuttings had mentioned the scouts would have, and then saw that they were all clutching small glass balls filled with Fred and George's instant Peruvian darkness powder. Harry smiled to himself. I must report back to the ministry and debrief the minister. I'll leave you to it, Moody, said Cuttings. Thank you, Kevin. Good luck, everyone. Although he had addressed the whole group, Harry noticed that Cuttings had been looking directly at him before he apparated. The waiting was the worst part, wondering what the scouts had found inside the cave entrance, if anything. Moody checked his watch nervously every 2 minutes. The 13 American Aurors stood mutely by the watchtower, their eyes flickering to and from Moody, their wands clutched in their hands. Harry felt sick with nerves and Ron was white, but he could feel Hermione trembling beside him. He took her hand briefly. Listen, you've got to relax. There's going to be a team of 20 people when we get in there, needing your experience. Hermione nodded, but she still looked scared. Harry squeezed her hand. You can do this. They need us, okay. Okay. And then a shining white fox appeared, padding softly through the bushes. It ran in a circle around them before vanishing like smoke before their eyes. That one of yours? Asked Moody, addressing an American. Yes, sir. Good. Let's get up there. 3 by 3, please. Grab a broom. Healers, that's Jessup, Carpenter. Brown and Buggins, I hope we don't need you. Cassie scowled. Harry stepped forward with Ron and Hermione to grab a broom and felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned and found himself looking into a face he did not know. Harry Potter. I'm Joe Ryan. He held out a weather-beaten hand and Harry took it. He was young, probably mid-20s, with blue eyes. I just wanted to say that it's an honor to meet you and to fight next to you. Thanks, Harry said awkwardly. It was funny to have someone older, more qualified and better looking than him to tell him this. We're glad you're here too. Joe nodded. Glad to help. You're pretty big in the US. Did you know that? Enough jabbering over there, get on a bloody broom. Moody snarled from the front. Harry swung a leg over the battered broom that had been summoned and hovered over to where Ron and Hermione were in line. It shuddered beneath him and Harry could tell that the broom was old, probably on its last legs. You ready for this? He asked Ron. Ron looked at him and their eyes met. Yes. Up ahead, Moody raised a hand pointing upwards. The rest of the company followed him and kicked off from the ground. As he soared upwards following the 3 in front of him, Harry forgot that his broom was old and rickety. He even forgot that he was on a dangerous mission with the country's best Aurors. He hadn't been on a broom for a long time, and now with the wind whipping his hair and Pengarren Castle becoming smaller and smaller, the feeling of freedom relaxed him more than anything. The group in front of him was bearing left, so Harry turned towards Ron so that they were following their leaders. The cliff loomed up in front of them, dark and massive, its impenetrable rocks appearing sinister against the sky. Harry saw the dark gap in the cliff halfway up. There was a rocky ledge jutting out from one side, big enough to stand on but probably not enough to test. Heading in, Moody cried. They were getting nearer and nearer to the cave. A few seconds later and everything went dark. Harry gripped his broom tightly. He braked just in time as everyone on front of him stopped. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness of the cave, Harry noticed that the scouts were all waiting for them with their wands lit. He dismounted and looked around him. They seemed to have entered an antechamber of sorts, but it was huge. Every cough, footstep and rustle of clothing echoed off the vast cavernous walls. Harry could not see the rocky ceiling. He supposed it must carry on right up to the top of the cliff. All clear? Moody asked, and it seemed as though hundreds of Moodys were asking the question. We've scouted the whole chamber and put a silencing charm around it, said one of Cuttings' scouts. No sign of any Death Eater activity. Harry frowned. Ron too seemed perturbed as he nudged Harry and said, wouldn't they have a guard on watch or something? Lupin heard him. Perhaps not. Even if they have sensors in place, our clothes are designed to scramble them. Ron shrugged and Harry still felt uneasy. Moody coughed, so he had their attention and began arranging the 3 groups by hand, taking some people by the shoulders and physically moving them. After 5 minutes there were 3 groups of about 20 people standing separately at the mouth of each snaking tunnel. Moody had named the teams Goblin, Elf and Redcap teams to distinguish. Harry was a Redcap, Hermione was an Elf and Ron a Goblin. Behind him stood Kingsley, Sloane, 2 scouts and a mixture of American oars. Joe Ryan was one of them. Search and gather what you can. Subdue any Death Eaters. If your Patronuses are strong enough, they'll get through the cave walls as a distress signal. Each one of you will be given a special suite, which Fred and George Weasley have assured me will alert our healing team to your position. A burly middle-aged Auror went around handing out sweets. It was an ironic scene. I want you 3 in the middle, understood? He said to Harry, Ron and Hermione. Avoid fighting if you can. You're not here for combat. You're here for advice and experience. Having said that, he went on in a lower voice, if you see that snake, Potter, do what you can to snuff it. Harry nodded, thinking privately that judging by the trouble they had previously had with Horcruxes, snuffing it would not be as easy as they all thought. Then again, that's why I'm here. I know Voldemort, I know his style. Redcap team, you will follow Shacklebolt and take the center tunnel. The elf team will follow to the left and Goblin team follow Lupin to the right. All got your sweets. Good, let's go. With a last positive look to Ron and Hermione, Harry stepped forwards into the tunnel. The dark open space above his head was instantly replaced by the low, dripping tunnel ceiling. Harry himself had to stoop considerably and the rest of the Redcap team were bent double to avoid cracking their heads. Harry had about 8 people in front of him, the other 12 or so bringing up the rear. They traveled in single file for a few minutes and then the tunnel opened out wider so they were able to go 2 by 2. The American Auror next to Harry said nothing. The only light came from Kingsley's wand at the front and from one at the back, so Harry could not see where he was putting his hands or feet, or what he was putting them on. The rocky floor was wet and the walls slimy, perhaps there was a river or stream somewhere in the cliffside. The air was stale and damp. Was this the type of existence Death Eaters in Voldemort's employ endured? If it is, then they get a pretty raw deal, Harry thought. Suddenly the tunnel split, forking left and right. One had a fairly steep incline upwards, the other went down. Harry became all too aware of the thousands of tons of rock pressing down on him and shut his eyes to ward off the overwhelming sense of claustrophobia. Kingsley held up a hand to stop. Some came forward to see what the problem was. A fork, said one of the Auror scouts. That wasn't on the blueprints. No, Kingsley said slowly. Harry could tell he was doing some quick thinking. Go on and risk getting lost. Or send a Patronus but have nothing to show for it. Harry wasn't going to stand on ceremony. I think we should go back, he said. There was a pause when no one spoke. Harry went on. Listen, if Malfoy's information was fed, then everything we know about this place is completely useless. We're completely in the dark. But we haven't found anything yet, said a wiry American with ginger hair. Exactly, Harry said more confidently. We were sure there was something here, said Kingsley, rubbing his chin. It's not that I don't value your opinion, Harry, but I think we ought to investigate further. We'll split, I think, 10 and 10. The company divided themselves and Harry automatically did the same, yet both forked tunnels looked equally uninviting. Kingsley was in the other group. Why had they even brought him if they weren't going to listen? Perhaps the fear in his voice had betrayed him. The situation has now changed, Kingsley said softly. If you find anything, send a signal if you need help or not. With a nod, he led his team down the lower tunnel. Harry reluctantly followed the rest of the Redcap team up the other tunnel. The air was instantly colder, it felt as though they were climbing. The burly-faced Auror turned to Harry. Not losing your nerve, are you, boy? Harry narrowed his eyes in anger. I'm just being careful, he said sharply. The Auror snorted. Personally, I don't think you should be here. Harry stared at him. What did it take? He was supposedly well known in America, they knew his story. What did they want? To wrap him in cotton wool all his life and then throw him into the lion's den. This man was clearly stupid, he thought. Leave off, Eric, came a woman's voice. Personally, I think you should do your research, Harry muttered quietly. They trudged on in the darkness. Once or twice the leader at the front called a halt and the company held their wands aloft, but it was merely a disturbance caused by a louder dripping from overhead or the rushing of the wind through the cracks in the rock. Still the path sloped upwards and Harry was beginning to feel more and more unsure. Something was not right and he was all too aware that they were about as far into the cliff as they could get. His knees protested as the tunnel climbed and climbed. Harry heard, with some satisfaction, that the stupid Auror called Eric was grunting with the effort. "Where are the bastards?" said the woman from the front who had defended Harry. "There's no sign of them having been here at all, let alone living here." "That's because they're not here," Harry thought. "Maybe we should go back, Charles," called Joe Ryan. "Elf and Goblin teams might have at least found something. Perhaps this was just a disused tunnel." But that wasn't right, Harry thought. This had been the central tunnel, it wouldn't have been disused. "Our orders were to search the tunnel," said the Auror heading the line in a growling voice. "We haven't done that yet." "Screw the orders. This is a bloody wild goose chase." They walked on a few more paces and the tunnel unexpectedly became extremely narrow, and then stopped. Suddenly, all the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stood up and his fingertips were tingling. It was a feeling he'd felt before and had always been accompanied by imminent danger. The Auror at the front was examining the rock. "Maybe we can break through," he said thoughtfully. "There's something wrong," Harry said, louder than the Auror. "Of course there is. We've run out of path," said a scout sarcastically. "What do you mean?" Joe asked Harry. Harry's heart began to beat very fast and his head was spinning. "I think this was a trap. We have to get out of here, now." "I knew he shouldn't have come," Eric spat whilst examining the solid wall in front of him. "The kid can't keep his nerve. Look, I'm here to help you because, believe it or not, I know Voldemort." Predictably, there were winces at the name. "Now you can listen, or you can ignore me, but this is not right, I tell you." There was a pause. It was clear that none of them had expected Harry to speak so strongly. The tingling had now spread to his feet and he knew it had nothing to do with the drop in temperature. Harry opened his mouth and closed it again. There was something moving overhead. It was faint at first. Could it be the snake? Had he actually been wrong after all? "What the hell is that?" said someone. Now the noise was under their feet. It had become louder and more persistent, a rushing now more than a swishing. It was in the walls. Suddenly the rushing gave way to a low, distinct rumbling that traveled up through his legs and into his very bones. With a sickening dread, Harry knew what it was. "Run, as fast as you can," he said in a low voice. The woman's eyes widened. "Is that water, and it's not a little stream? What are you waiting for? Run." Judging by the intensity of the rumbling and the way that tiny crumbs of rock were falling from the ceiling, Harry knew there was no way they would all get back down the tunnel in time. Eric abandoned all pretense and ran. Two other followed him, scrambling over the rock. "Can't we hold it off with a repellent charm or something?" whispered the woman. "It wouldn't be strong enough," said the lead Auror and his voice had risen about an octave. "Potter's right, we have to run." Harry raised his wand, letting the fear flow through him. "Come on, Potter. You want to go swimming. You can't hold it." Harry said nothing. He was totally focused. It was almost as though he had known this would happen, and fear was an emotion he could use. "Let it consume you, let it flow through your veins. Use it, Potter," shouted the Aurors. "Run." Harry yelled over the rumbling, but they did not. They hadn't seen, as he had so clearly, that this was what Voldemort had planned, to lure them like lambs as deep into the cliff as they could possibly go and then flood them like ants with no possible hope of escape. There was no snake here, there wasn't even a single Death Eater. And then the rock started to shift. "Colloquies," Harry bellowed. A blue shield, thicker than steel, erupted from the end of Harry's wand and wrapped itself over the rock directly in front of them. It looked like cling film spread over an air pocket, but Harry knew he could not hold it for long. His arm was already aching and he was concentrating so hard on maintaining it that his head was hurting. The remaining Aurors were staring, transfixed, at the power of Harry's spell. "How are you doing that? We haven't got time, go!" he yelled. That was when the water broke through and the Aurors scrambled. Harry's arm shook as though it had been hit by a speeding train, but the shield held. He had at least bought them some time. Harry backed away as quickly as he could, but the water was starting to seep through the cracks in the walls around him and behind him. He knew it would be more difficult to sustain the spell from further away, but he had to try. Harry was in total darkness now. He couldn't light his wand for fear of letting the shield drop, but he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold it. Perhaps if he could just get out of the narrowest part of the tunnel. "Harry." Joe Ryan was waiting, wand lit. "What are you still doing here?" Harry panted. "Run, you idiot. I could just leave you on your own." Joe yelled. "You might think the others are cowards, but they were just underqualified, that's not our way." "It doesn't matter, Joe, let's just get out of here." How long can you hold it for? Joe asked hurriedly. Harry groaned. His brain was hurting. 30 seconds, maybe just light the way then, will you? And they moved as fast as they could with Harry maintaining the shield behind him. He managed to hold it for another full minute, but then his arm dropped and he could hardly stand. They were, at least, out of the forked tunnel that had led upwards, but could see no sign of Kingsley or the others. And then they heard it, water, thundering terrifyingly through the passage behind them. It sounded, Harry thought detachedly, like the London Underground. The water hit them hard from behind and all light went out. Joe's wand must have been ripped from his fingertips. Harry knew a moment of sheer terror as an icy jet swept his feet out from underneath him and submerged him almost instantly. Everything was black and Harry couldn't breathe. His feet skidded against the rough floor as he was swept along and he kicked out hard, trying to make contact. He broke the surface for a few breathless seconds, cracking his head on the rock above. Joe was gone. Knowing it could be his last, Harry got in the biggest breath of oxygen he possibly could before he was got under again. His wand was still gripped tightly in his hand. Harry tried to open his eyes underwater but it was too dark to see anything, almost as though it was a thicker kind of liquid, and in any case, the force of the water made his eyes sting. Lumos, he thought with all his might, unable to speak. Thankfully his wand tip ignited and he could see a little way ahead of him. The walls were rushing past but he could not tell which way was up, such was the strength of the current. A stalagmite loomed up suddenly in front of him, coming out of nowhere, and Harry flung out his arms and legs, desperate to cling onto it. His foot made contact with the base and he managed to curl it around. The current was fierce, but Harry managed to wrap both arms around it and began to push himself frantically to the surface for the second time. Was this the way to the surface? It was impossible to tell, but Harry's instincts told him to pull up. He did so as hard as he could, cutting his hands on the roughly jutting rock from the tip of the stalagmite. With a final massive effort, Harry wrenched his heavy body with waterlogged clothes up to the surface. He drank in the air like a child dying of thirst, sending the oxygen flowing back to his brain. In that moment, he was simply glad to still be breathing. Now what? He thought to himself, still clinging like an absurd limpet to his rocky savior. He began to feel a little hopeless. The oxygen supply would surely be cut off soon as the water was definitely rising. A bubblehead charm, perhaps. No, there wasn't enough room to establish it out of the water first. And then he saw it, a gap in the ceiling about 5 meters away. It was a very small gap and, quite literally, a shot in the dark, but it was all he had. Perhaps if he could grab the edge he could pull himself up into who knew where. They had all seen the blueprints but since the other fork hadn't been on there was no way he could know where he was or where he was headed. It was very hard to let go of the stalagmite. Just do it, just let go, he told himself, and if the water hadn't been so near the rough ceiling, he may have found it harder, but in the end he had no choice. Harry let go and was instantly propelled forwards, a vicious undercurrent trying to drag him down again but he fought with all his strength to keep his head above water so he could see the gap. It came upon him very suddenly but he didn't have to reach very far, now that the water was so high. His hands clasped the edge of the rock and he gripped tightly with the current flowing around him. Harry tried to pull himself up through the gap, but it was so hard to drag out his own sodden body weight, it felt as though he was carrying 2 people and a hippogriff on his back. Then, something hit him from behind. Harry cried out in horror, he couldn't help it. It was a body, being carried along through the tunnel, and it was dead. Harry couldn't tell exactly who it was from that angle, but judging from the blue clothing it must have been an American with blank, frosted eyes, mouth hanging uselessly open, face up. Harry tore his gaze away, gritted his teeth and pulled with all his might. At long last he managed to heave himself out of the water and through the small gap. He rolled over, soaking wet and shivering and breathed in deeply. He was alive which was probably more than could be said for some of the others. Maybe some made it out. Ron and Hermione, he thought with a jolt. He could only hope that Moody and Lupin had heard the water and forced everyone to run. Maybe the fact that their tunnels had sloped downwards would have given them some extra time. Harry almost did not want to light his wand to see where he was. He didn't want to see a very low ceiling with hardly any room to crawl or that there was no way out. He felt something hard, digging into his side and reached into his pocket to see what it was. It was small and round and Harry realized what it was, Fred and George's alerting sweets. He unwrapped it and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing feverishly. Almost at once he could see his body glowing with a green light, which got brighter and brighter, culminating in a beam shooting out from the top of his head and straight up. He recalled dimly what Moody had said. Fred and George Weasley have assured me it will alert out healing team to your position. But there will be so many emergencies, Harry thought. Those who were still breathing would presumably be doing the same thing. They'll have to call for reinforcements. Very shortly, the light went out. Harry had no way of knowing whether or not they knew of his position, but he hoped against hope that Fred and George would pull through for him and everyone else. Harry took a breath and lit his wand, still able to hear the water gushing through the tunnel underneath him. Would it perhaps rise even further and flood him through the gap where he had escaped? It was possible. Hermione had once taught him how to seal a hole in his socks with a charm, but somehow he doubted that it would extrapolate to rock. Looking up, he saw that the ceiling was higher than he had thought, about 12 feet above his head. He appeared to have broken through to some kind of small chamber through the ancient floor. He wondered briefly who had made these chambers and tunnels, goblins perhaps, hundreds of years ago. He dimly recalled Professor Binns saying something about goblin tunneling in the 17th century. Harry stood up, his legs still unsteady. He could shake the image of the drowned Auror from his mind's eye. How many more were there like that, floating beneath him? Harry ran his hands along the walls. If this was a purpose-built chamber, then there must surely be an entrance of some kind. The chamber was dome-shaped and not very long, and it didn't take him long to come across the pile of rock that completely covered what must have once been a doorway. Harry swore in frustration. He couldn't break through, not from this side anyway. He considered the Reducto spell briefly, but a glance at the floor reminded him that he would probably bring down the entire mountainside. I'll just have to wait it out, he thought. Maybe they'll come, or maybe he'd starve to death or be drowned by the rising water. Harry sat in the corner and ran through everything that Snape had taught him so far, but no matter how hard he thought, there was no handy spell to get him out of a blocked-in, insubstantial cave. He could, at least, perform the bubble head charm if need be from here, but they didn't last forever. As he sat, momentarily out of danger, he had time to dwell on how incredibly stupid the whole mission had been. There had been unreliable evidence, nothing beat except their own complete belief that it had been right, and they had taken in not only their own, but another country's best combat wizards. And now, it was quite possible that every last one of them was dead. They were clutching at straws, Harry thought. In the last week alone, he had heard from Mr. Weasley that 3 Order members had been killed whilst trying to find out some information. When they had found something that they thought they could use, they pounced on it, Harry reflected bitterly. As usual, Voldemort had foreseen their plans and he had manipulated them. But he didn't manipulate me, Harry thought. He didn't even see me coming when I destroyed those Horcruxes. And now there's only one left. Harry had had his own ideas for quite some time now about how he would lead the Order and what he would do, but it never crossed his mind to voice them because he had not the Ministry's respect. We need allies, he thought. Hagrid might be able to persuade a few more giants, especially with Grop. Voldemort would have an army 100 strong, perhaps more, and at the moment, if the fight was brought to them, they were not ready. Maybe they could use the unspeakables in the Ministry to go underground, as Cassie had said, and find out who and how many Voldemort had recruited. Without that, they really were fighting blind on an empty tank. Harry was not sure how long he sat there, except that he must have dozed off, as something woke him with a jolt, causing him to crick his neck. Tap tap crack. Someone was trying to break through. His first instinct was to shout, "I'm in here." But a thought crossed his mind that whoever was trying to get in was not the Order. A voice called out, "Harry." And it was a voice he knew. "Yeah, I'm here, careful, though. Stand back." Harry barely had time to move out of the way before a spell hit the rock from the other side and it finally gave way. Cassie stood in the crumbling entrance, wand out and dirt streaked across her face. "Thank Merlin," she said, rushing forwards to meet him. "I didn't know if you'd, but you made it. How did you find me?" Harry asked. "The sweets act as a homing device and guide us to your location," Cassie explained. "I knew it was you because Fred told me that it'd spell out the name of the person in the air." "And how many signals were there?" Harry ventured, not sure he wanted to know the answer. Cassie's face darkened. 21. We had to send out a message to Saint Mungo's for healers on call. They're all here now. Ron and Hermione. They're okay, I saw them being brought out. Remus has a concussion, they found Smith, he's dead. Kingsley and Moody are still missing. She paused, as though deciding whether or not to tell him the worst news. There's 8 accounted for, we think that they're the ones from your tunnel, but over 30 are missing, and it's only a matter of time before the missing toll becomes a death toll. Harry's mind flashed him a picture of the dead Auror. His heart told him that it had probably been Joe Ryan. Are you all right? Cassie asked, eyeing his cut hands. Need anything patching up? No, I'm fine, I just want to help get people out. We need as much help as we can get, believe me. We've had 2 resuscitations. A crack overhead, a useless glance upwards, and then the ceiling collapsed. The first thing that Harry realized was that he was still breathing, but it was hard work, his nose and mouth were filled with dust. He coughed, the effort racking his ribs and sending spasms of pain up through his spine. He tried to open his eyes, but one of them refused to obey. The one that did open felt scratchy and sore. He was lying on his back and could not move his legs. For an agonizing moment, he thought that he had been paralyzed, but then his fingertips found something solid and he knew that the rock must have fallen on them. He turned his head gingerly and saw a hand, a girl's hand. Cass, he whispered, but all the breath had been knocked out of him. Cass, where was his wand? Okay, no wand. Improvise. Think. His legs were hurting quite a bit and he knew that he had to get the rock off him, but could he do that without his wand? And Cassie, was she dead? Right. Pain is a feeling. Use it. He thought the incantation in his head furiously. Wingardium Leviosa. But nothing happened. The incantation wasn't enough. Harry closed his eyes and imagined he had his wand in his hand, trying to recollect the springy wooden texture beneath his fingers. Swish and flick, Wingardium Leviosa, swish and flick. Miraculously, one of the rocks began to move slowly upwards. Harry watched, unable to believe he had done it. The magic was weak, however, and the rock began to wobble before crashing to the ground again, but not before Harry had managed to free his body. He sat up cautiously and pulled the rest of the rock off him. No broken bones perhaps, but a hell of a lot of bruising and blood. Harry caught sight of his wand, sandwiched between the rock and the wall. He scrambled over to it. Lumos, Harry whispered. He saw there was hardly anything left of the ceiling, just an inky blackness above. There was movement behind him. Harry turned and saw, with a massive relief, that Cassie was stirring. He stumbled over to her and dropped to his knees. Cassie. Her face was scratched and bruised. At first she appeared to be disorientated, but when she opened her eyes and saw she was pinned down by slabs of rock, her face grew panicked. Harry, can you get me out? Please get me out. It's okay, Harry said as calmly as he could. I've got my wand, you'll be okay. But Cassie began to thrash her arms. Harry saw that her eyes were wide with terror. Was she claustrophobic? No, I won't, please Harry, get it off. She pleaded, her voice rising to a scream. The calm, logical Auror in her was gone, and fear of being crushed was paralyzing her. She started to sob. Harry raised his wand and shifted the heavy slabs as quickly as he could. Please, I can't breathe. She was hyperventilating. Harry did his best to stay focused because there was nothing restricting her air, but her irrational fear in itself was frightening. When he had finally shifted the last slabs of rock, Cassie hauled herself upwards, tears streaking her face, and threw her arms around Harry's neck. I can't breathe, I can't. She whispered over and over again into his shoulder. She was shaking. Harry held her, a little bewildered. Yes, you can, it's off, I promise it's off. But she did not relax. Harry drew her away, holding her arms, and forced her to look at him. Cassie, look at me. You can breathe, okay? There's no rock on you. She looked at him. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, Harry said with a small smile. Are you hurt? He asked, trying to bring her attention back to something she knew. I don't know. My fingers might be broken and my back feels bad, I think. Yeah, mine too, Harry said. Listen, you sit over here, he said, standing her up gently. There was an area over to the back that was relatively rock-free. The archway was completely gone. Try not to move too much. We can sort ourselves out when I've had a look around. She nodded, wincing. Harry moved gingerly around the cave, limping slightly, one eye closed. It was like something from a Muggle disaster movie, Much of the dust had settled, but it was still a complete minefield of danger. They had thankfully not been standing under the worst-hit part where most of the ground had crumbled to reveal water below. The only way out seemed to be above their heads, but it was such a long way up. Harry limped back towards Cassie, thinking if she could fix him up a bit he might be able to make some kind of upward transport with a spell. As he walked, he noticed something dripping onto the ground. Was it water perhaps, from above? No, it was darker than that. It was blood. All of a sudden, Harry felt a stinging pain in the region of his collarbone. He raised a hand, confused, to see what was there. A scratch, maybe. But the drip was becoming more persistent. As he stood there, watching the drip, it began to pool in front of him. When he withdrew his hand, it was wet and warm, and bright red. That's strange, he thought. You'd have thought I'd have noticed. And then the world went black. Harry awoke to find Cassie leaning over him, her wand gently touching his collarbone. His whole neck area felt numb and cold, but the odd stinging sensation was gone. His mouth felt rough and dry. "Hi," she said softly. Her face was gray and her lips drawn, but the panic was gone from her face. Harry sat up. "What happened? You must have nicked an artery when the rock fell. You lost a lot of blood. That's why you fell. And is it? I fixed it. But I haven't got much strength left and it takes a lot to heal things." She looked in pain. Harry realized she had tended to him and in so doing, rendered herself incapable to ease her own pain. "Thanks," Harry muttered. "You shouldn't have." "Yes, I should. You would have probably bled to death." She stretched her legs and leant against the wall next to Harry. "I've sent red sparks up through the ceiling. Maybe someone will see, if they get through," she said faintly, sounding unconvinced. "I'll try again in a bit," Harry said, thinking that his signal would probably be a little stronger than hers. "I'm sorry about earlier," she said quietly. "It's just I don't like feeling trapped." "That's okay. I don't reckon anyone does." Cassie nodded and seemed to be deciding to tell him something. She looked at the floor. "My mum was a muggle," she said slowly. "She was a rock climber. One day she took my little brother with her, but they got trapped inside the cliff. My brother was just starting to learn magic and he tried to blast them away out. The whole cave collapsed. They were both crushed." "I'm sorry," Harry said softly. Cassie shook her head and wiped away an angry tear. "It was a long time ago." "Still, must have been hard for you to come up here," Harry said. "And I'm grateful that you did. Else I'd probably be dead. Or you might have gotten out before the ceiling collapsed. Neither of us can move much and I don't think anyone's coming." "We'll be okay," Harry said positively, though he didn't feel it. He was shocked to see Cassie so defeated. Perhaps the memory of her mother had wrought a change in her. "I didn't think it would end this way," she said softly, half asleep. The cold was overpowering. "End," Harry answered, his teeth chattering. "It doesn't end here. I've still got a dark wizard to finish off, haven't I?" He wanted to close his eyes and rest, but he knew he mustn't. What if more of the rock fell? Cassie was still shivering. Harry's instinct was to put his arms around her, but something was holding him back, and in any case, she had gotten closer. "You said this mission was a mistake," she said quietly. "I did," he replied. "Why didn't they listen to you? Maybe they will now." There was a pause. He could see how long her eyelashes were at this distance. "Harry. Thanks for getting me out before." She touched his cheek. Her hand was still soft. Why was there a ringing in his ears? That's okay." And suddenly she keyed him, a tear still clinging to her eyelashes. Harry's heart was thumping and he didn't move a muscle. Everything that had happened before and now this had completely blindsided him. Her lips were soft and she was still shaking, but she drew back after a second. Harry wondered briefly what it would feel like to run his hands through her soft hair, but it was the wrong color. It wasn't red. What the hell am I doing? He had been imagining Ginny's hair and Ginny's lips, but this wasn't her. This was a frightened girl seeking comfort that he could not give. Harry pulled back quickly. "Cassie, I can't." She blinked and looked away, as though she had just woken up. "Oh God, I'm so sorry." "No, don't be, it's okay." "No, I shouldn't have, it's just I understand, it's fine, don't apologize." There was an awkward pause. Cassie moved back slightly. "God, I feel like such an idiot," she said sadly, more to herself than to Harry. "I mean, I knew you were with Ginny." "Come on, it doesn't matter," Harry said, his thoughts still on Ginny. I'll let you off seeing as this is an exceptional impending death situation. The corners of her mouth twitched and Harry grinned awkwardly. Don't get me wrong, Harry went on. I think you're great and everything, it's just you're in love. I get it. Harry nodded slowly. It was true, he did love Ginny Weasley and he wished she was with him at that moment. It wasn't Cassie's fault, maybe he had given off the wrong signals without knowing it. What would Ginny say? All I can say is she's a lucky girl, Cassie said with a smile. You're a faithful guy, Harry. No, I'm the lucky one, Harry replied. I'd be even luckier if we could be mates, he ventured. Of course, she said. If we ever get out of here, that is. Then a voice rang out from above. Harry and Cassie looked up instantly. Anyone down there? It said, extremely faintly and with 1,000 echoes. Yes, they bellowed together. We're sending a portkey down. How many are there? 2. Harry yelled, his throat screaming. Any dead? The question was phrased casually, and Harry had the impression that it had been asked a lot in the past couple of hours. No. There was a pause and Harry helped Cassie to her feet. Moments later a dusty bucket descended eerily from above, like a strange, plastic angel. Harry had never been so glad to get out of such a godforsaken place. Okay. It'll get you out. Thanks. Harry looked at Cassie and saw that her face had brightened. He felt elation inside him. They were saved. Ready to get out of here. He said. Definitely. They limped towards where the bucket had come to a halt, resting on the rock. 1, 2, 3. Being brought out of the cave into the open air was a blurry experience when Harry looked back on it hours later. By the time he and Cassie had surfaced in front of 3 anxious-looking healers, the sky had darkened considerably, which indicated how much time had passed since they had been trapped. It was impossible to believe that it had been that same morning that they had left for the mission. The healers peered at Harry and Cassie cautiously before conjuring stretchers out of nowhere. The moment Harry lay down, he felt uncontrollably weary and felt his eyelids becoming heavy. Have you got any others out? He mumbled to the healer who was levitating his stretcher in front of him. The healer glanced down at him, exhaustion etched on his lined face. Just rest now, Mr. Potter, you've had quite an ordeal. We can talk about this when we've patched you up. Harry tried to open his mouth to argue, to say that he was fine, that he wanted to help, but his muscles wouldn't obey him. As he closed his eyes, he did his best to imagine that Ginny was lying there with him, holding his hand with her small, delicate fingers. But the image faded, and before long he could see nothing at all. Harry awoke to find himself restricted by bandages of some sort, bound tightly around his neck and shoulder area. His eyes were still sore, but he could make out the dim outline of a makeshift tent, somewhere presumably erected on the hillside close to the cliff. As he turned his head he saw many beds lined up next to him, some with oars still in their red and blue robes. As he looked closer he could see the shape of someone sitting at his bedside, their bushy hair falling over their face as they slept. Hermione, he whispered groggily. She jerked awake, her brown eyes reflecting in the firelight left by the burning candles hanging from the cloth ceiling. Harry. Oh, Harry. She reached for his hand and squeezed it. Where's Ron? Hermione turned her head. Over there, she pointed. He's fine, just had a dislocated shoulder. They mended it in a second. Harry went to sit up, ignoring the screaming pain in his whole body, but Hermione pushed him back firmly in the chest. No, they said you have to stay still for a few hours so all your bones can reset. My bones? Harry said, surprised. Yes, you're quite a state, you know. You ought to look in the mirror, those are impressive bruises. You've got a few yourself, he said, nodding to her black eye. What the hell happened? Hermione's face darkened. Well, quite simply, it was a complete sham, just like you said it would be. We were lucky, our tunnel sloped down after we got so far in, so the water took longer to rise. Moody heard the water before any of us, and you know him, constant vigilance and all that, so he told us to go. And, Hermione hesitated, tears glistening in her eyes. Harry, they found him. They found Moody? He asked, an iron fist threatening to clutch at his heart. He's dead, Harry. Silence. There was no shock, only numbness, a grimly cold knowledge that another person who he had cared about, who had been a good Auror if not the best, was dead. How could this be happening? Moody was dead, the person who had been in charge of the Order was dead. Harry nodded slowly, accepting what Hermione had just said, letting the words penetrate him deeply instead of washing over him. Kingsley. Hermione sniffed and wiped her eye. They brought him out. He's still alive, but there's a lot of unrepairable damage, well, unrepairable by magic. But, you know, there's always hope. Lupin. He's okay. He's sleeping. Ron said that they all heard it at exactly the same time and headed back quickly, but their tunnel sloped upwards, so the water came more quickly. Lupin got hit on the head by the rock, and they lost quite a few in that tunnel. By lost, you mean dead. So what are the numbers? Harry asked, his voice a little stronger. Hermione sighed, rubbing her eyes. There's a death toll now. I thought there might be. It's risen to 37. Cuttings lost 9 Aurors and 2 Scouts, the Americans lost the most. Smith's dead, Sloane is still missing I think. Oh, Harry, it's such a big mess, it's such a waste. I know. They sat in silence for another few moments. Hermione cleared her throat before long. There was a woman in your tunnel, do you remember? She said tentatively. Yeah, Harry replied. Her name is Amelia. Well, she told me that you stayed after you told them all to go. She said that you held off the water long enough to give some of them time to escape. Harry said nothing. Is that true? He nodded slowly, meeting her wide eyes. Hermione uttered a small gasp. Harry, that water was like Niagara Falls powerful. Not even Dumbledore would have had the strength to stem that for long. How on earth did you stop it? Harry shrugged, biting his lip, not registering the comparison with Dumbledore. I dunno. I concentrated and I kind of knew that I could if I focused everything in the right direction. People who survived are all talking about it, you know. Some of them can't believe you held it for seconds, let alone minutes. Yeah well, if they're so impressed with me, maybe they should have all tried listening to me when I told them to leave when we had the bloody chance. Harry snapped, unable to keep the bitterness out of his voice as he said what was on his mind. And now nearly 40 people are dead. They're calling it the biggest loss of the war, Hermione said quietly. Harry sighed and slumped back onto his pillows. He could almost see Voldemort directly in front of his face, laughing with glee, the slit-like nostrils dilated with excitement, but he knew it was only his imagination because when he looked up all that he could see was the canvas ceiling. He'd planned it all, right down to the last moment, Harry said aloud as Hermione listened, though it wasn't as if he was telling her this, almost like he was simply saying it because it was true, because it needed to be said. He'd been tipped off in those few hours it took to visit Azkaban and he'd seen the opportunity. I bet he hadn't even wagered on killing this many. The best Aurors, he thought. 40 of the best in the world were gone. Snuffed out like a candle in the dark. Executed. Harry, people are looking lost, Hermione went on in the same timid voice, as though unsure whether or not she should be saying the words. There's no leader anymore. I mean, Moody was only filling in for the order, but we saw Cuttings, he looked like a child without his mother. The American minister arrived about an hour ago, and he just looked shocked. And what about Scrimgeour? He hasn't shown, predictably. No word whatsoever. Harry nodded. It's worse than before. When Dumbledore was alive, Voldemort was testing the waters, seeing what he could get away with. Now, it's like he's trying to eliminate everything. It was really happening, he thought to himself. Now Dumbledore was gone, the only person Voldemort had ever realistically considered a threat, he had a completely free rein. Moody was dead, the order would surely crumble without a proper leader. Harry thought fleetingly of contacting McGonagall, but that was out of the question. She would surely be needed at Hogwarts. Have you heard what happened in the other countries? Hermione said, her voice wavering. Harry sat up slightly. What? It was worse in America. I think Voldemort thought that they'd be distracted, there were hits all over the country. Lots of wizards died, some muggles too. It happened in Germany and Italy as well, they want answers, obviously. Harry swore. It's like a bad dream. It won't stop, he said seriously. Now that he's got everyone on the run, panicking, that's when he's going to strike the worst. Harry, Hermione whispered, squeezing his hand tighter. What on earth are we going to do? Harry winced and sat up as best he could. If we don't do something soon, he's going to have the entire world in his bloody pocket. Hermione nodded. So, like you said. The order needs a leader, and it looks like the whole ministry could do with some orders, too. What are you going to do? she asked in almost a whisper, as Harry reached for his wand. I'm going to fight back. After 72 hours, the search was called off in Scotland. Only 5 more were recovered from the cliffside alive, the rest were brought out in bags. Harry was to be found a week later sitting at the head of the table at Order headquarters in Kingsley's house. The people sitting on the other 5 chairs, some with their translators behind them were, by their own standards, very important people, and yet Harry was at the head. Thank you for meeting with me, he said in a clear voice. I realize that it might seem odd, having a meeting with me and not someone with more authority, but... The Spanish minister muttered something in rapid Spanish to his translator. Minister Don Quiros wishes to know why it is you addressing us and not Mr. Scrimgeour. Harry turned his head to Rufus Scrimgeour, who was sitting closest to him. Scrimgeour fiddled with his beard, his eyes unfocused and lines etched into his face. The question took Harry's mind back, instantly to the exchange he had had the day before with Scrimgeour. The minister had apparated outside headquarters without any warning after no one had heard anything from him since the mission. Crawled out from underneath your bed, have you? Harry had spat viciously, though he felt he should exhibit no surprise at this behavior. After all, Fudge had been no better. But it seemed that Scrimgeour had not the strength to even inject his answer with venom. He spoke dispiritedly, as though he had already given over his power. There's no need for scorn, Potter. All I need do is look around me to see what a mess this country is in. No, my absence has nothing to do with cowardice, take my word for it or not. I have been making some serious decisions in the past day. So that's it, is it? Harry had replied. While the country's been running for cover in terror, you've been thinking. It is clear that last week's catastrophic mission was the result of a severe lack of understanding. I am told that you indeed stated you believed the information Lucius Malfoy gave to be a plant. Harry had clapped his hands sarcastically. Brilliant, Minister. Harry, I know I am a proud man, Scrimgeour had said seriously, taking Harry by surprise by using his first name. And I see now that I may have overcompensated for Fudge's mildness. But I am admitting that. What exactly are you trying to say? That I am no longer the man for the job. I know it's asking a great deal after all that you have been through with the ministry, but I, and many others, believe it is time that you come in and make a few changes. No conditions. Harry had taken a step back at this. It seemed surreal, he was being asked by the leader of the country to take over in the fight for good over evil. Nevertheless, he had nodded grimly. Okay, I'll make a few changes. But I'm not going to come to the ministry. The ministry is going to come to me. And Scrimgeour had left that night, explaining that he would be setting up a meeting with the leaders of other significant wizarding countries to explain how the situation had changed. Now, as they sat in the dim light of Kingsley's house, Scrimgeour looked straight at the Spanish minister and gave him the answer. I have not the respect of our resources anymore. Mr. Potter does. This was perfectly true. News had traveled far and wide about Harry's role in the debacle of the week before, how he had stated he believed the mission to be rogue, how he had held off water traveling at over 100 miles an hour, and now how he had stood up to Scrimgeour and told him that the ministry needed to make some changes. There were uncertain glances from one minister to the other, before all eyes resumed once again on Harry, who inhaled sharply to continue. As I'm sure you've heard, there is an unclassified group in Britain dedicated to stopping Lord Voldemort and his followers known as the Order of the Phoenix. There were curt nods. Our leader was killed in the raid of last week. And does this mean that you are now heading the operation? Asked the German translator after the German minister hissed something guttural into his ear. Before he had lost some friends, before good orders had been killed, Harry would have hesitated when asked this question. But now, as he had seen quite clearly over the last couple of days, there was only one thing to be done. Yes, it is, Harry said. The French minister raised his eyebrows. Harry ignored him. After what happened in Scotland, it's become pretty clear that we do not know enough about Voldemort's operation. We don't have enough of a clear idea about numbers, what weapons he'll be using or what creatures. Thanks to Mr. Scrimgeour here. Scrimgeour grimaced painfully in what appeared to be an attempt at a humble expression. The ministry has granted the order access to the unspeakables. Many of the translators muttered quickly to their ministers, no doubt explaining what unspeakables were. After going underground, they've been doing their job well and reporting back over the last couple of days. They're going to be seeing how much they can find out for the next week or so, but they've already given us some worrying news. Harry paused before saying what he knew he must, saying what had almost given him a heart attack the day before. We believe that Voldemort has followers of up to 8 times as many than we do. The French minister swore in French. 8 times, said the American minister, Mr. Kenyon. How do you know that? The unspeakables are very good at what they do, Harry said simply. In truth, he didn't know exactly how they had found out the statistics. He had simply stated that the world depended on the knowledge of knowing what they were up against and that, at the moment, there was nothing more important. They're trained to spy and be invisible. On top of that, we've been able to question some of the Death Eaters already in custody. Like you did Z last time, said the French minister nastily in perfect English but with a heavy accent. Harry narrowed his eyes. With respect, Mr. Chardonnel, they weren't expecting this, as Mr. Malfoy had been. We asked them questions of the like that they might not have been forbidden to speak about, like who Voldemort's favorites are, some spells he uses, that kind of thing. Nothing as obvious as, where are your HQ? The Italian minister sat forward slightly. The translators had been forgotten. So, you ask for what, exactly, Mr. Potter? Well, here in Britain, our Auror force, including the Order of the Phoenix, doesn't exceed 250, and that's including those not fully trained. If we take the unspeakables information at face value, that means we're facing an army of roughly 1,600 Death Eaters. Silence. And that is not including vetiver, beasts, this, Lord, is using. Asked the German minister. Harry shook his head. We're working on that. I've got somebody assessing the giant situation. By this, Harry was referring to Hagrid, who had been in touch to say that he was currently hiding out with Grop in Poland and, unfortunately, that things did not look too promising. And we should have a better idea of werewolf numbers, he added, thinking of Lupin, who had only the day before disappeared again, underground. We've also recently made contact with a group of neutral goblins, who were prepared to investigate their own race for a good price. And where did that money come from? Asked Kenyon. The ministry's piggy bank, Harry said with a look to Scrimgeour. The goblin situation had come to light when Scrimgeour had informed Harry that the ministry was keeping a number of goblins in custody as they were, under suspicion. In truth, Scrimgeour admitted that the goblins were of no real threat and that the arrest had been made to heighten the ministry's reputation. They had been released immediately. Harry cleared his throat. But what I need today, what you need to do today in the best interests of all your countries, is to agree to station as many of your Aurors as you can on standby, here in the UK. There was an outbreak of disconcerted muttering. Why here? Because this is where the battle will happen, Harry said simply. I understand that you want to protect your own country and keep your Aurors, but seriously, the best thing that you can do is help us here now to end it once and for all. Kenyon inclined his head slightly, his grey hair reflecting. In the candle light, how many Aurors were you thinking, Mr. Potter? Well, as I said, I understand that you want to keep some in your own countries, so I'd suggest we have 300. 300. From each country stationed here on high alert. Even then we'll be outnumbered. The French minister threw his hands up in despair. Scrimgeour had had to go through various back channels to keep this meeting out of the papers. It would be better, as Harry had agreed, if the plan of action that they decided on didn't become public knowledge. Mr. Potter, drawled Chardonnel. What you are suggesting is impossible. We are aware of your Dark Lord's situation in Francais, but I cannot see how these war you, avenue engaged in affects my country. Harry let out a dry laugh, but it was entirely humorless. Come on, Chardonnel, America lost lives in this war. You can't say that it isn't of huge importance. Spat Kenyon. Harry shook his head. Minister, are you honestly telling me that you're starting to believe the made-up stories that you tell yourself when you go to sleep every night? Now see, petit garçon. It's only a matter of time before he's knocking on your door. In case you haven't noticed, France is rather close to England. I will not be spoken to by a child like these, said the French minister. The translator was glaring daggers towards the head of the table. The American minister shook his head sharply. He's no child, sir. Have you not heard what Mr. Potter has done? What he tried to do to stop the mission of last week? How he saved countless lives in those tunnels? Yes, but, or maybe you didn't read the headlines about Germany and Italy. Do you still think that it doesn't affect your country? Chardonnel fell silent. It appeared that he had not counted on being shouted down by another minister as well. "Look," Harry said, his eyes flickering back and forth to all the people at the table. "I'm not trying to pretend I'm an experienced leader, or that I'm trying to be the youngest minister for magic. But I do know Voldemort. What we've learned over the last few days, we can use it, don't you see? We can use it against him. Tyrants everywhere like him never think that they're destructible. But they are. He is. And if we don't fight back, he's going to take over the world, and by the time he's finished, you won't even have a chance to tell me that you're sorry and that I was right." Kenyon nodded. "I can get you 300 ores in 3 days, Potter." "Thank you. As can I," said the Italian minister. Harry looked to the German minister. "I will see what I can do." Finally, the French minister, who was still scowling, rubbed his eyes. "I can make you no promises, Mr. Potter. I do not pretend to be unfamiliar with your story, but what you ask me is very great." "I know," Harry replied. "But if we don't do something drastic like this, then we'll all either be dead, or worse." The French minister pursed his lips. "I can get 200 by the end of the week. Any more than that and I do not know." Harry nodded, satisfied for the moment that they had all taken him more or less seriously. "Their journeys can't be publicized. I don't want the enemy knowing what we're doing. When they get here, they can stay at a number of ministry safe houses stationed around the country. I will make sure that they are easily accessible and contactable. There is room for quarters and training," Scrimgeour said. He appeared to be much more convincing, much more commanding, now Harry was in charge. "That's another thing," said Harry, something coming to him suddenly. "They need to be training every day, no excuses. They need to keep up with combat training and they need to be ready to be called upon with little or no notice." "Of course," said Kenyon. "American Aurors wouldn't do things any other way." "Glad to hear it," said Harry. He flicked his wand and a sheet of paper that had been resting on the shelf a few meters away fluttered down in front of him. "Make sure that they can use all of these spells." Harry scribbled furiously down every spell that he could remember the Death Eaters using on him and his friends, and every spell that had helped him out of some scrape or another. He also jotted down 2 curses that Snape had taught him, neither of them ministry approved. "Can we be assured that your Aurors will be doing the same thing?" said Don Quirrell. Harry blinked, registering how Quirrell had said your Aurors. Well, who else's were they? Cuttings had resigned first thing in the morning after the raid, muttering something about being inadequate. "Yes, you can. So, how did it go?" came a voice from the shadows as Harry shut the door to his room after emerging from the dining room some time later. "Ah, it was." Harry turned sharply, expecting to see Hermione standing there with her hands on her hips, but it was not Hermione. It was Ginny. "Gin," he exclaimed in utter surprise as she moved forward slightly into the candlelight. What are you doing here? Some woman called Amelia let me in. Mum and Dad haven't seen me yet. It's the weekend, remember?" she said wryly. "Are you so caught up in politics now that you don't even know what day it is?" Had Harry not been able to see her expression, he may have thought that this was a slight dig, but the corners of her mouth were twitching. "It's been nearly 2 months since we last saw each other," she said a little more quietly. "Did you forget?" "Forget?" Harry said, startled. "How could I forget when I count every single day you're not here?" Ginny smiled, the sparkle in her eyes lighting up her whole face. She was dressed in dark green, a long skirt falling lightly from her hips. As he took appearance in, Harry felt a warm glow spread through his whole body. He had never wanted to see someone more. "So you're not angry that I'm here, then?" she said slowly. "Thinking that there are little spies hiding behind the cutlery drawer waiting to run and tell Lord Chuckles that you and I are dating?" Harry shook his head. "Gin, you were the last person that I wanted to see." Ginny's eyes widened as he spoke, but it was true. Seeing her again had opened up a dam in his chest, a dam that he could not stem and would surely make doing what he had to do all the more difficult if he was thinking about her all the time, which he knew he would do. How could he not? He reached out and stroked the red hair falling onto her cheek. "And you were the only person that I wanted to see." "Really?" Harry nodded as he sat down on the edge of his bed. "You have no idea how many times I wanted to contact you and tell you to come. Then why didn't you? You know I couldn't. But it's different now, though, isn't it? I mean you're in charge now, aren't you? It's not like you're completely operating in secret like before. Harry frowned slightly. No, I suppose not. But I'm still not convinced that you popping in and out is such a good idea. Ginny was silent for a moment. She looked so grown up, Harry thought. How long can you stay? Harry asked her. Only tonight. Mum and Dad will want me back at school as soon as possible, they won't want me to stay here. She snorted. But it's not like here's any more dangerous than anywhere else, is it? Harry raised his eyebrows. No, I guess not. When I heard about that mission going wrong, she said in a shaky voice. I'm sorry it took so long for the messages to get through. It was just chaos, you. No. Ginny nodded. Harry, I was so scared that I'd lost you. Well, you haven't, Harry said softly, reaching out and taking her small, delicate hand in his. I'm right here. Ginny moved forwards and sat down lightly on Harry's knee so she was looking straight into his eyes. Everyone's talking about it, you know. About what you did, with that water. Are they? Harry said evasively. They're all saying you must be really powerful to stop that, and that you're now in charge. People are calling you the savior. Uh-huh. And what do you say? Well, I tell them that if they think you're the tough then they ought to see your pygmy puff tattoo. Hey, Harry exclaimed, pulling her back with him into the softness of the pillows. They lay in silence for a few seconds before Ginny whispered into Harry's ear as he stroked her hair. So, is this it, then? You're in charge. Until it's over. Until it's over. Ginny exhaled. Harry could feel her warm breath tickling his neck. When do you think that's going to be? I don't know, he answered half-truthfully. Realistically, something inside him told him that it would not be long before Voldemort decided that Harry in charge was a bad idea and could not take root. It was just a question of how many people he would make pay for it. Harry pulled Ginny a little closer to him, breathing in her flowery perfume and the scented shampoo. Listen, can I be the non-marked one for a little while? Ginny grinned at him. Certainly, she said as she keyed at him. Harry wrapped his arms around her small frame and returned her key, trying to imagine for these few precious moments that they were the only two people in love in the world, and that nothing was going to spoil it. Well. Do you still plan to exclaim that you do not like being the center of attention, Potter? Said Snape the next day after he had sent Harry a decodable letter with a blackbird that had burst into flames seconds after he had received it. Harry stared at him. So Voldemort knows that I'm calling the shots? He asked concernedly. His plan was to keep as much of their movements secret as possible. Snape nodded slowly. You need not worry about his knowledge of your actions yet. But you may wish to educate your unspeakables on the subject of stealth. I saw two skulking around the other day. It is only a matter of time before they are all caught and killed. Harry frowned at Snape. And you're still telling me that you can't give me any information about Voldemort? Snape scowled at Harry, a sneer suffusing his pallid face. We have had this discussion, Potter, do you need your ears cleaning out? Any information I give you, in whatever form, will be traced. The Dark Lord tells me things that only I will know. If you suddenly parade it about with all the subtlety you possess, none, that is, then he will know it was I who tipped you off. I bet that makes you feel real special, Harry snapped, annoyed that Snape was speaking so obviously, like Harry was stupid or something. Then again, what's new, he thought. Indeed. But it works both ways, Potter. Anything you tell me is liable to be forced out of me at any given time. I thought you were too good at occlumency for that kind of thing to happen, Harry said sourly. Snape frowned. Perhaps, he said slowly. But the Dark Lord is becoming more and more suspicious, especially now he is so close to a complete takeover. He trusts nothing and no one. Needless to say, this is not good news for anyone. Harry sat down on the edge of a headstone and rubbed his eyes, not even having the energy to resume his normal glaring of Snape. This is so messed up, Harry said, more to himself to Snape. Snape snorted. I do not have time to listen. To this, you think I come here for my health? Or that I have time to listen to the teenage angst you project so proudly? Why don't you just I come here for one thing and one thing only. To hand you unique weapons. And may I remind you that I am risking my own neck on several levels to do this. Yeah, well maybe you've handed me enough weapons for one day, Harry said sharply, his temper finally getting the better of him. He was not going to sit here and be abused by Snape like he was a child in school again when everyone else was depending on him to save the world. You think so? said Snape softly. You think you have learnt everything you need to know to defeat the most powerful dark wizard of all time in 4 meetings with your previous potions master. Harry stood up. Yeah, I think I might just have done that. Snape smiled grimly. Very well, he said. He reacted so fast that Harry only just had time to raise his arm. Snape had shot a paralyzing spell straight at Harry's torso. Harry could tell because of the wrist movement Snape had made and, although he had not uttered a single word, the split-second blue glow from Snape's wand told Harry that the counter spell was needed before it hit him. Non-momentum. He spat, slashing his wand and deflecting Snape's powerful spell away towards the mausoleum 10 yards away. Even as the blue light spun away, Snape had raised his wand again. He slashed left, right and diagonally. Horrified, Harry realized that it was a very painful curse that he had been informed Voldemort often used along with Cruciatus to torture people, afflicto. For a second, Harry's brain had not worked out the shield charm needed, and the spell was zooming towards him as he thought, but at the last second, he recollected that a simple Protega would suffice. The spell knocked him back slightly so that he staggered, but he managed to stop the most painful after effect. He had expected to see Snape sneering, but he saw that the man wore an expression of sheer concentration. It was taking him a great deal of effort to continue attacking after Harry's deflections. It's all about mind power, Potter, he had said in their last meeting. Without adding to the existing arrogance you carry around with you, it is clear that you do have power. Your inability to use it incorrectly is what makes you so mediocre. Harry had, as ever, opened his mouth at this point to retaliate, but Snape had cut him off. Use your mind. It can be as powerful as your magic. If your mind wishes to stop me, then your magic will follow. Now, standing in front of Snape as he raised his arm for another attack, Harry thought one word in his head. Stop. He thrust his arm out powerfully before him, as Snape was doing feet away, but he knew in his mind that he could make him stop. Snape's arm became rigid. His expression was unfathomable. Harry thought with all his powers of concentration of the spell most appropriate for the moment. Levicorpus. Snape's legs were suddenly hoisted above his head and he shot into the air. He was not suspended comically for any amount of time as Ron had been all that time ago in their dormitory, or indeed as Snape himself had been almost 30 years ago. Instead, he did a kind of flip in midair and then crashed to the ground. Harry lowered his wand after taking in a few deep breaths and walked towards Snape, who was getting to his feet, panting slightly. Harry could not help it. He smirked as Snape looked at him, savoring what was possibly the first and last time ever he would get one over like this on the man who had made most of his school life hell. Snape's eyes were narrowed and Harry kept his wand clutched in his fist lest Snape forget for a moment what side he was supposed to be on and simply kill Harry out of anger. But he did not. In fact, all he did was straighten up, brush himself down slightly and say, "Touché." Harry continued to smirk at him. Nevertheless, Potter, do not forget that as accomplished as I may be, I am no Dark Lord. He will have reflexes 10 times faster, magic 20 times as stronger, and a personal wish to annihilate you 30 times more than I have. Harry nodded. Wow, that's quite a vendetta, then. Snape scowled. Do not expect me to praise you for what you ought to have learned by now anyway. I cannot foresee how the Dark Lord will come at you, nor exactly what spells he will use, therefore, you must never believe that you know his moves. I don't, Harry said. Snape narrowed his eyes. Please, Potter. The power you have has already blinded you into believing that you can outsmart him. Needless to say, every single person in the world who has believed that has ended up in a body bag, or at least, parts of them have. Harry shook his head and turned away. No, you know what? This is where we're different. You'd go up against him with that attitude, like you know you're not good enough to beat him. And maybe I'm not, who knows? But I believe that I can. That is the sort of arrogance that will get you killed. And if you die, Potter, then we are all doomed to hell. Your selfishness. No, see, I don't think so. If I think now that he's probably going to have better spells than me and be 10 times or whatever stronger than me, then he will be. There's no way that I'm going to be dragged kicking and screaming into the arena to do the best I can against him. I'm going to walk in there with my head held high and know that I can win, because I believe that I can. You might not, but I don't really care about that. What nonsense is this you are spouting? Snape said without concern. Harry swallowed. It's something Dumbledore told me. Snape stared at Harry sharply. Voldemort's always thinking about that bloody prophecy. But it doesn't matter anymore. Either way, one of us needs to die. Snape was eyeing Harry as though he had never really seen him before. The moment Harry had mentioned Dumbledore, Snape had looked up, his eyes meeting Harry's, a spasm of pain flittering across his gaunt face. I guess it must have been quite important, Harry went on, something flaring up inside him once more. Seeing as he knew he was going to die. Snape snarled slightly, and then looked away as though he could not bear to discuss the subject with anyone, least of all Harry. It is all very well for us to be preparing, Snape said rather snappishly, but all this depends on that damn snake. Harry exhaled. He had almost forgotten about Nagini. Yeah, I'll get on it. I should hope so too, now you have all the resources in the world available to you, Snape said with a trace of cynicism. What was I supposed to do? Harry asked, firing up again. Who else could have taken over and gotten things moving in the right way? Scrimgeour. Oh yeah, that would have been great. Last week's mission was a tragedy, someone must pay for the deaths, let's lock up a few people. In case you didn't notice, lots of people felt bad that they were stupid enough to not listen to me in the first place. Snape moistened his lips with his tongue. I have not seen the Dark Lord so jubilant since the Death Eaters broke out of Azkaban. Harry nodded scornfully. Fantastic, give me another visual, why don't you? Rub it in. I will not waste my breath by telling you that you ought to have made more of an effort to stop the needless waste of life. I am sure that you have managed to come to that conclusion yourself, even with your limited brain power. You. Quiet. Snape hissed. His face was suddenly tense, alarmed. Harry looked around, confused, annoyed that he had been stopped in his tirade against Snape, but then he saw, quite clearly, what the problem was. Behind the mausoleum, a clump of bushes shook violently. There had been someone hiding out in them. The noise had been too big for it to have been simply a squirrel or a rabbit. Snape's eyes were darting back and forth, calculating. Then, he raised his wand and shot a spell towards the apparent disturbance. The spell missed its mark, but revealed that there was a figure cloaked in black scurrying away from the scene. There was something about the rodent-like movement of the figure that told Harry he knew who it was. Snape raced after the eavesdropper, taking aim once more, but Harry had already fired his spell at the gravestone directly in front of the man fleeing. It exploded with a bang and made him stop short, startled. The figure turned around quickly and his hood fell back to reveal a balding head, rat-like features and squinty eyes, staring horrified at Snape and Harry. Harry felt as though the bottom had dropped out of his stomach. You! He exclaimed. Pettigrew's face, although anxious, twisted into a deformed smile and he waved sinisterly at them with a shining silver hand. The one Harry had seen Voldemort reward him with that night he had brought his master back to life by sacrificing his own flesh. Snape's panicked face contorted into rage and he fired a spell with a jet of green light, aiming to kill. But Pettigrew had already stepped into a sharp spin and apparated. For a split second, Harry and Snape stood in stunned silence. Then Snape turned sharply and grabbed Harry by the shoulders, shaking him slightly. You must leave. This instant. He will run to the Dark Lord. But he might not have heard anything. He will have seen enough. When you return, you must not say a word to anyone, despite what has happened. There is a chance that it will not come to that. Snape was speaking extremely fast, his hands shaking and his face white. But, now do not argue with me for once, Potter, you must go. They will be here any second and you will die, go. Go. What are you going to do? Harry said, his mouth wide open and his breathing constricted. If he knows you'll how will. I will have to leave, but that is not your concern. Go. You idiot child. Snape pushed Harry roughly away from him with some force and Harry staggered backwards. He knew somehow, without needing to see the terror in Snape's face, that it was all over. He had to get back, now. Harry glanced for one last time at Snape, standing whitely mute against the sky, wand at the ready, before stepping swiftly into the feeling of tightly uncomfortable compression, and feeling his body leave the graveyard. What's Snape going to do? Ron and Hermione were to be found staring anxiously at Harry moments later in the darkness of Kingsley's kitchen. Thankfully it was long after midnight, so those remaining residents at the Order headquarters were in bed. Ginny had left that morning. Harry knew that even though he did not really have to answer to anyone anymore, he would rather avoid questions. Harry was pacing back and forth past the fireplace. I don't know how did Wormtail know. How did the little rat know to follow Snape? I don't know, Harry, but shouldn't we do something? I mean, if Snape's exposed, how are you going to learn? Hermione asked, her face shining with anxiety. He said not to say anything, Harry said absent-mindedly. What, still? Ron said incredulously. He's not in charge anymore, Harry, you are. Do you think we should do something? Harry shook his head. Like what? Try and convince the entire wizarding public that Snape's not a murderer. And what if he isn't exposed? That'd just tell Voldemort everything he needs to know. But it sounds as though there's not much he can do now except run, said Hermione. We can't do anything to help him anyway, Ron. We don't even know where Voldemort's real headquarters are. Not yet, anyway, Ron said lowly. Harry stopped pacing. We wait, he said slowly. There's nothing we can do. I've learned everything I can from Snape. You think so? Yeah, there's nothing more he can do for me now, anyway. He knew he was taking a big risk in the first place. And if Pettigrew was following him, then Voldemort must have been suspicious anyway, said Hermione thoughtfully. Oh God, Harry, that could have been so close. He might have caught you. It was close, Harry said. I certainly wouldn't want to go charging in anywhere yet without knowing a bit more. Plus, we're outnumbered at the moment, remember? 8-1. Ron's face was a little white. Hagrid's supposed to be coming in the morning. Maybe he'll have some good news. Maybe, Harry said, wholly unconvinced. Harry, came the great booming voice of someone Harry was longing to see. Hagrid, he said, and allowed himself to be pulled into a bone-crushing bear hug by the Hogwarts gamekeeper. Ron and Hermione also had to endure Hagrid's affections, but by the grin on Hermione's face rather than a grimace, Harry could tell that she was glad to see him. Heard you was in charge now. I said, that boy was always destined for great things. Didn't I always say that? Yes, Hagrid, Harry replied with a smile. I'm so proud o' you, Ari, Hagrid said, a little softer. You'll make it right, mark my words. There was a great deal of this kind of praise, which, far from raise Harry's morale, actually added to the already increasing pressure. Have you got any good news for me, Hagrid? Harry asked some time later. Hagrid's face darkened slightly. "'S not all good news, I'm afraid. Me and Gropwell, we tried our luck out in Poland, seein' as how me and Olymp, 'adn't been there before. And, same story as before, stinkin' Death Eaters got there before we did. Mind you, havin' me brother there helped some. Really. Yay, just a bloke like me on me own, not a made much difference. But with Grop they did double takes like, thought maybe we might have been part o' another group." Ron folded his arms. "So what happened?" Hagrid sighed. "Well, they eared bout Dumbledore dyin', but it didn't help much, see, 'cause any who were thinkin' about joinin' think it's all over now." Harry sat down in the nearest couch, feeling the tenseness increase in his shoulders. "So no joy. Well, there was one little valley we found. No Death Eaters, we reckon they left it 'cause some o' the giants were a bit smaller than some, but still we got to speak." "And?" Hermione asked. "Convinced a few," Hagrid said with a wry smile. "Grop did most o' the talkin', funny that, innit? Anyway, I got 6 to come with us." 6? Harry repeated dully. He had really hoped for more. "Yep, brought 'em back with us." "You brought them back? How on earth?" Hermione began. "With a bit o' help from me old umbrella," Hagrid said with a twinkle in his eye. "They're stayin' in the forest. Centaurs aren't too happy, but since when had they been happy 'bout anythin'? Told the headmistress she seemed to want to not know about. Not sure why." Harry was perfectly able to believe that McGonagall didn't want to know the details of how 6 15-foot giants were living in the Forbidden Forest meters away from the students. 6. Okay, that's good. It's better than nothing. Thanks, Hagrid. You've done a great job. There's more, Harry, Hagrid said a little more seriously. Those who didn't come with us, well, they told us why. Hermione raised her eyebrows. Oh yes. Yay. Apparently, Voldemort's got about 20 giants on his side already in the country. Been causing havoc everywhere. You musta read some o' it in the papers. Harry vividly recalled the headline the say before. 9 Muggles killed in Dark Lord's murderously giant campaign. Residents are advised to stay indoors. 20, Harry repeated under his breath. Well, it could be worse. How, exactly? Ron asked incredulously. It could be 30, Harry said simply. I wonder why he hasn't got more. Beats me, Hagrid said. We'll just have to use our resources better, Hermione said matter-of-factly. We'll have 6 giants, over 1,000 oars, and didn't Griphook say yesterday that he has 200 goblins ready to fight? That's got to go in our favor, hasn't it? Harry nodded slowly, but Ron continued to look unconvinced. Harry stood up and patted Hagrid on the back. Thanks, Hagrid. You're the best half-giant gamekeeper illegal magic user friend that I've ever had. Hagrid laughed with a big boom and hugged Harry once more, who had all the breath crushed out of him. Harry won't be the same when I get back to school and you're not there. You will come back, won't you? When all of this is over. Harry swallowed. If I'm still alive. Of course. This is surreal, Ron muttered groggily some hours later as he and Harry lay in their beds. I mean, can you believe that you're in charge? The whole ministry and the order, you can just tell them to do something and they'll do it. It might be too late, though, Harry said. I should have done this months ago. We might have had a chance. We've got a chance, Harry, Ron said seriously, propping himself up on his pillows slightly. Those leaders are getting their orders here tomorrow, aren't they? Harry shrugged. Most of them. If they even took me seriously. I'm sure they did. If they didn't, then they're just idiots who deserve to die, Harry said quietly. Ron looked down. No. But I'm just saying, everyone knows you're the best person to do it. Now Dumbledore's gone and Scrimgeour was so useless, and you've destroyed 3 Horcruxes. We've destroyed 3 Horcruxes, Harry reminded him. That's the next thing we've got to do. Find that damn snake and kill it. I want the location department in the ministry to do a serpent spell that'll cover the whole of Britain, and we'll check every single bloody spot if we have to. Then you can kill you know who. Harry chuckled humorlessly. Easier said than done. Ron looked back at Harry again, his face serious. I think you can, mate. Harry smiled at his best friend, happy and proud to have someone who had so much confidence in him, but also a little frightened to disappoint him. Just then, making them both jump, the door burst open. What? Harry said quickly, blinking as the lights were thrown on. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, I thought you'd want to be disturbed. It was Hopkins, one of the unspeakables who had been following one of the Death Eaters Harry had assigned him to. His face was white and his hands were shaking, not a good sign. What is it? Harry asked, throwing his covers back. There's something happening. Where? Harry asked, fear flooding into the pit of his stomach and turning to bile in his throat. At Hogwarts. Mr. Potter. There was a ringing in Harry's ears and his voice had temporarily abandoned him. It was happening at Hogwarts, his beloved Hogwarts where Ginny was. Harry. Ron probed sharply. Harry Ket in a mouthful of oxygen, realizing that he had not been breathing for the last 10 seconds. What's happening? What do you mean? He asked hoarsely. Hopkins tugged at the neck of his shirt, as though trying to get some more air into his parched lungs. There's the dark marks been set over the front gates. Harry felt paralyzed. Icy fear flooded the pit of his stomach like poison coursing through his veins. When he spoke, it was in a voice he did not even recognize. When? Only but a few minutes ago. Those scouts you had watching the castle, they saw a disturbance and sent a message, but what? We didn't get the full message, sir. Harry frowned. Why not? Because they were caught and killed. Which probably means that Voldemort's got the place secured, Harry said, finishing the sentence for him. Harry threw his covers back and stood up slowly, rubbing his eyes and swearing under his breath in a whisper. Who else knows about this? He asked Hopkins, who looked positively pale. It was strange, this man had clearly dealt with quite some distressing issues in his work as an unspeakable, yet now he looked as though it was his first day on the job and he was 16 years old. One order member back here who received the message, myself and 2 other scouts who were positioned on the other side of the forest. They didn't stay? Harry asked. No, I told them to return to their bases. Good, Harry said slowly. Okay, here's what we'll do. I want you to get those scouts here as quickly as you can. I need more details. Ron, go and wake everybody up. Everybody, Harry repeated. This is him trying to get my attention. Yeah, well, it's bloody working, Ron said darkly as he left the room. Harry heard him banging on doors. Hopkins nodded and left also. Harry started pacing the room again. What is he doing? Trying to take over the school? No, he wouldn't risk that. Not yet. Why not? Dumbledore's not there to protect it anymore. This could be it, he could turn the tables right now. Maybe he's just trying to get me there. No, there would have been some kind of message with it, surely. If he took over the school, nobody would dare challenge him again. He'd have too much influence over everything. Harry realized, as he finally stopped his pacing, that this was the moment, the time to stop Voldemort taking complete hold had come. There was no more hiding to be done. If he succeeded in taking the school, then all would be lost. Harry stared into the small mirror above the dressing table in their room. His reflection peered back at him, pale and young. Too young. Was he really ready? That's not the issue, he thought. Ready or not, here he comes. It was like a distorted childhood game, a horrible parody gone wrong. Harry thought, as he stared at his own shaking vision, that he could see Voldemort staring at him out of the mirror. His own imagination zoomed into overdrive and he could see his enemy mocking him. Exhaling heavily, he picked up his wand and left the room. Assembled in the kitchen was everyone currently staying at headquarters, bleary-eyed and yawning. Hermione darted forwards to Harry when he came in the room. "Harry, what's happened?" Ron said something about Hogwarts. Harry didn't answer her, but stood at the head of the table. "Everyone's sorry to wake you, but this is serious." An instant hush fell over the room, which had been up until that point muttering sleepily amongst themselves. Harry almost did not want to break the spell. Voldemort's at Hogwarts. First silence, then, "What? No. How did he get in?" There was an outbreak of nervous, surprised and suddenly very awake exclamations. Harry had been expecting them and therefore let them pass. "Obviously, we need to think about how we're going to act. We can't go storming in." "Quite right," Lupin said from a nearby chair. "It's a ploy to get you in there, Harry, surely you know that." His voice was low and calm, but Harry could detect a faint waver to it. "Yeah, the thought had occurred to me," Harry replied. "Now that I'm in charge, he's probably thinking of ways to end it as soon as possible." "So you don't think we should go in now?" said Cassie from the sofa, wearing a pink dressing gown. She was clutching a cushion with her hands and gripping it tightly. "I think we need to contact the right people," Harry replied. "We need the Aurors in the Ministry." Had this happened the year before, Harry would have been urging whoever was in charge to go in as soon as possible to take it back, but he was in charge now. "I'll get on the line to the minister," said Mr. Weasley immediately. "Yes, quickly, Arthur," said Mrs. Weasley, her face white and drawn. "Tell him what's going on and that he needs to alert the foreign Auror stations." "But don't act until I tell them to," Harry said clearly. Mr. Weasley nodded curtly and left to use the fireplace. Harry rubbed his eyes. "We can't risk contacting anyone at Hogwarts yet, so Hagrid's out of the question. The goblins, someone needs to get on the safe house where they're staying. Hermione, would you?" "Of course," she answered before he had finished the question. Harry began pacing again. He wasn't even aware that every eye in the room was on him, waiting expectantly for him to make a decision to save the day. What he really wanted, and he despised himself slightly for hoping it, was for someone, Lupin perhaps or even Mr. Weasley, to step forwards and make some decisions, to tell him what to do. But Lupin, everyone in fact, was looking at him. It was Mrs. Weasley's small, shaking voice that made him look up finally from his reverie. "Harry, what are we going to do?" Harry stopped pacing. "We need to take a look at the situation. I don't want to charge in without having a better idea of how many he's got with him, or what he's got with him." "Quite right," said Kingsley from the doorway. He was heavily bandaged and spoke with a rasp, but Harry was grateful for the agreement. He could have 20 giants in there for all we know. "Right, so." There was a sudden loud and enormous bang that issued from the edge of the kitchen, cutting Harry off. Nearly everyone jumped and Mrs. Weasley screamed. Bill moved forwards towards the fireplace where the bang had come from. He reached into the ashes and took out what seemed to be a burnt envelope. Everyone held their breath. "It's addressed to you," Bill said slowly, holding the paper out to Harry. Harry had known before Bill spoke that it would be for him. It must be from Voldemort. His own name was staring up at him in grotesquely spiky writing from the outside of the envelope. He took it in his hands, trying to steady them. It would not do for everyone in the order to see him shaking. The edge of the envelope was burnt from the fire. Harry took his wand and tapped the envelope to slit it open. Into his hands fell a single lock of red hair. People near him who were craning their necks to see what the message was did not seem to understand, but to Harry, Voldemort might as well have sent a severed head. Ginny, he whispered quietly to himself. He closed his hand to make a fist and clutched the small part of her to his chest. What is it, Harry? Whispered Hermione. It's a message, he said quietly. How could he have been so stupid? I don't see any writing, said Alpheus Dodge. Harry held up the lock of hair in his hands. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley stared at it for a moment, not realizing as quickly as Harry had done, but then Mrs. Weasley gave a dry sob and flung herself into her husband's chest. Ron appeared unable to form words and Hermione's mouth was open in a silent scream. Oh, my Ginny! Mrs. Weasley cried. Bill moved forwards to console his mother. Fred and George stood mutely by the door. Fred opened his mouth and cleared his throat. So what does that mean that? He wants me there, Harry said slowly. And if I don't come he'll kill her. Everything had changed now. Harry had made up his mind in a split second. Of course he wants you there, Ron said in a surprisingly strong voice. He knows you wouldn't be able to get back up straight away. Harry shook his head, his heart pumping so quickly he thought it might burst out of his chest. He felt physically sick and took a deep breath to stop the overwhelming nausea. Of course this was going to happen. You knew it would. Really, deep down, you knew it would. And yet, why hadn't he sent her away? Once again, he knew that it was all his fault. Harry's imagination showed Ginny tied, possibly bloodied, terrified. He also knew that Voldemort had done it again. He knew him too well. If there was one surefire way he was going to get Harry alone, this was it. How had he let it happen? Voldemort had probably been planning this for weeks. He must have known that, particularly after Sirius's death, there would be objections to charging in and he had used it against him. What do we do now? Said Cassie, who had so far been quiet, dragging Harry back up from the depths of defeat. There's only one thing we can do, Harry replied and strode past everybody back into the living room. We leave now. Harry, you can't be thinking what I think you're thinking, said Lupin sharply. What else can we do? Harry demanded desperately. We wait, Lupin said desperately. We cannot charge in there as we are now, just as you said yourself. If we wait, Harry said curtly, he will kill her. He'd kill her anyway, said a voice, but it wasn't Lupin's. It was Ron's. What? Muttered Harry, staring at Ron. Harry, what about the rest of the note? Ron said seriously. Harry shrugged and looked down at the envelope again, as though thinking he'd see a different message. What rest of the note? The part that says, P.S. This is a trap. Harry opened his mouth angrily but Ron cut him off. If you go in there now like some hero then he'll just tell the Death Eaters to shoot you down on the spot. He won't even have the guts to take you on himself. And then it'll all be over. Ron's right, Harry, said Hermione. Harry looked at her. It had never been Ron and Hermione against Harry before. She had always been the mediator, but this time things had changed. I can't just sit here and wait for him to murder my girlfriend. Harry said angrily. How could they stand there so calmly and tell him to simply sit it out? There is only one reason that Voldemort has finally risked going into Hogwarts, Harry, and that's to take over. Threatening to kill Ginny is like saying he's going to snap a pencil. It's a given. Ron, she's your sister. Harry said, flabbergasted. You're talking about her like she's a casualty of war or something. I know she's my sister, Ron said bitterly. But you've got to think with your damn head here, Harry, because the world depends on it this time. Harry, it's just what he wants. This is the bait. Once you're there, he's got you, said Hermione. There was another flash of light but this time, Harry did not even jump. He did not even look at the fireplace, he was too busy looking at Ron as though he had never seen him before. Lupin moved forwards cautiously, eyes on Harry, and took the piece of parchment. This time there was loopy writing on it. Scrimgeour says that there have been some developments in the numbers. Canada has sent 30 of their best. The foreign Auror divisions can mobilize here within 20 minutes. Harry shook his head. We can't wait that long. Lupin shook his head and stepped backwards. I think you're wrong, Harry, but I respect that it is your decision. Harry twisted his hands, thinking. We can go in through the Shrieking Shack, that comes out by the Whomping Willow in the grounds. Hardly anyone knows about that entrance, and even if they did they won't expect us to come in that way. Bloody hell, have you learnt nothing? Ron said, the volume of his voice rising uncharacteristically. What's that supposed to mean? Harry spat defensively. Anyway, I don't have time for this. No, you do have time, Harry. What about 2 years ago? What about the ministry? This is exactly what happened when. When what? Harry demanded. But Ron had broken off, his ears reddening for the first time. It appeared that he had lost his nerve at the last second and refrained from saying what he was about to. When you know. No, I don't know, Ron, you're going to have to spell it out for me. When what happened? Harry said viciously. He knew what Ron was talking about, but he was so incensed that his best friend was suggesting they wait that he wanted the reason. You know what I'm on about, Harry. I'm talking about Sirius. If you hadn't rushed off that time then what? He wouldn't have died. The room had gone deathly quiet. Hermione turned away, shaking her head. Lupin's eyes were fixed on Harry. You think I don't know that? Harry said, lowering his voice for the first time since Ron had spoken out. You think I don't see his face every night before I close my eyes? Ron looked away. Harry, we can stop this. But doing exactly the same thing as last time is just going to kill us all. If I could have stopped Sirius dying, I would have, Harry said, his voice breaking. And now, I can stop Ginny from dying. I can stop it by going there, by doing just what he wants. Hermione exclaimed. Harry, we're not bringing up Sirius to hurt you, we're just trying to show you how dangerous this is. How stupid. If he kills you. If he kills me. But if I kill him, it'll all be over. They stared at him. Ron shook his head and turned away as though he could not bear to look at Harry. And that's what this is all about, isn't it? Harry went on, holding up his hands. It's about me and him. If he dies early on, then there might not even be a war. But there might be, said Mr. Weasley. Harry couldn't believe that Mr. Weasley, Ginny's father, was saying the same thing as Ron as everybody. Was he wrong? Should he wait? Harry thought of Dumbledore, of what he would do in this situation. Dumbledore wouldn't have let them in the first place, he thought. Surely Dumbledore would stop them before they took hold. And in any case he could not erase the picture from his mind of Ginny, frightened and alone, possibly crying for him whilst he stood there and argued it was madness. Look, you're right, he said bleakly. I know it's a trap. But it was as though he couldn't find the words. It's just Sirius's death was my fault and Harry, it wasn't. No, don't. Just don't. You might all be able to sit here and wait and tell yourselves that it's for the best and that the world will probably be the safer for it, but that's my girlfriend in there. And I can't leave her in there to die, because he will kill her. I just can't. Whilst they stared at him and tears fell thick and fast from Mrs. Weasley's and Hermione's eyes, Harry thought back to what Lupin had said to him weeks before, right after Bellatrix Lestrange had fallen at his hand. Dumbledore said you had the best instincts of anyone he had known, and so do I. His instinct right now told him to go. He turned to them all, clutching his wand. I'm going to make it easy, he said quickly. I am going to Hogwarts now and I don't want any of you to follow until the reinforcements get here in 20 minutes. I don't have time to argue about this, so just do it. He strode past them to a clearer space in the living room. Hermione caught his arm. Harry, you can't go alone, please wait. I'm more likely to get in undetected on my own. He'll be expecting an army, he said with one more look to Ron, who still had his back to them all. I'll see you soon. But he did not wait to hear her goodbye or to see the Order's scandalized faces. He simply visualized Hogsmeade and the cellar of the sweet shop on the frosted high street, and apparated. Oh God, what have we done? Hermione muttered under her breath over and over again after sinking down into one of Kingsley's sofas. We let him go, we let him go. Let wouldn't be the way I'd phrase it, said Bill darkly. He knew what he was doing. He wouldn't have gone if I hadn't have yelled at him, said Ron quietly from the corner. Was I wrong? Hermione shook his head. I think we should have waited. But Harry is in charge, we knew that. And he was going no matter what, Ron. If he is caught then we are done for, said Lupin darkly. I don't mean to be the voice of doom, but that is the reality of the situation. On the other hand, he has good instincts, and Dumbledore always taught him to follow them. But he will be caught, muttered Dodge. He's gone in there to get caught. For the third time that evening there was a disturbance in the fireplace. Kingsley was the closest and turned a bandaged head towards the noise. Sitting in the green flames was the greenish-red head of a goblin with a long and pointed nose and a forehead covered with pimples. "Griphook," said Kingsley to the strange apparition in his house. "Mr. Shacklebolt," rasped Griphook, clearing his throat loudly. "I have news from the safe house where a number of our kind is staying. Yes, we can muster our numbers to fight within 15 minutes. Lupin sighed and looked at Ron. Griphook clicked his tongue impatiently. "Okay, thank you, Griphook." The goblin gave a curt nod and disappeared back into the flames. Ron threw up his hands. "God, what can we do? Ginny might already be dead. But she might not be," George said shakily. "And for the record, I think Harry was right in saying that you know who would kill her right away if he didn't go. So you think we should have all gone? You think we all should have charged in when they were expecting us?" said Sloane. George shrugged. "I don't know. I'm not in charge, am I?" Ron bit his lip. "All right. Okay, this is what we're going to do." As Harry arrived at the shrieking shack on the edge Hogsmeade, an owl hooted loudly overhead in the cloudless night sky, making him jump. He cursed and pushed the creaking door with his wand. The house smelt damp and derelict. It was clear that nothing had changed. With a pang, Harry remembered the last time he had entered the not-so-haunted building, when he had learnt the truth about Sirius. That had been nearly 5 years ago now. It was fitting, he thought, that the shack was dark and sinister when he himself was about to embark on the darkest and dirtiest journey of his life. He found the dust-ridden trapdoor in what must have once been the kitchen. It appeared to have remained undisturbed since his last visit, a good sign, seeing as he did not wish to be detected by any Death Eater. The darkness engulfed him immediately, but he did not bother to light his wand. He knew the way well enough to know where he was putting his feet. The air was cold and stale, but Harry did not care. He could almost hear Ginny screaming in his ears. He could not have stayed, he could not have waited. If she died, then nothing else mattered. Harry stopped suddenly, having heard something. A cough. He lit his wand quickly and swung his arm around behind him. There was no one there. Ahem. It came again, much closer this time. Harry's heart beat triple time. What was it and how was it so close? "Who's there?" he called into the darkness rather stupidly. "Where are you?" "Well, I'm in your pocket if you must know." For a second, Harry stood rooted to the spot, the words not really penetrating his skull. Then, slowly, he reached into his jumper pocket and drew out the chocolate frog card residing there. He could not even remember putting it in his pocket. Holding the wand light up to the shining plastic card, he saw with a jolt, Professor Dumbledore gazing serenely up at him. "Professor!" Harry exclaimed, his voice echoing down the deserted tunnel. "Harry," Dumbledore replied, scratching his chin characteristically. Harry stared at the former headmaster with 100 thoughts in his head. "I thought you'd the card, but..." "Ah, yes, Salazar Slytherin may blow apart as much chocolate as he wishes, but he will never dispense with the ancient magic left by our kind." Harry opened his mouth and closed it again. That's good, but Professor, I don't have a lot of time for a chat right now." "I see. I understand now that this is, forgive me for the colloquialism, the big showdown." He spoke with such a commonplace tone that he may as well have been commenting on the weather. Harry blinked. "Yeah, I guess so. And you are alone, I see." Harry shrugged, his heart still beating unnaturally fast. "They thought that we should." "Wait," prompted Dumbledore, the slightest edge of a suggestion in his voice. Harry's heart sank. For a moment, he did not speak. "Do you think I should have?" he asked after a moment's pause. Dumbledore merely smiled. "I think that you are in charge now, Harry." Harry inclined his head. "You didn't answer my question." The old headmaster's eyes twinkled. "You remain as perceptive as ever, my dear boy. Before I do answer that question, I would like to ask you one in turn." Harry held the card a little further away from his face, not wanting to see any disappointment in the face of the man who had taught him everything he knew. Part of him wanted to stuff the card back in his pocket and run on without thinking, but he knew he had to hear this. "Okay." Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Why is it that you are going to Hogwarts, Harry?" Harry frowned. "To help Ginny." "Ah," Dumbledore sighed. "I thought as much." Harry shook his head, his mind spinning so fast that he could not form any sort of conscious thought now as he stood halfway down the dark passageway on his way to Lord Voldemort. "What's wrong with wanting to stop her from dying?" Harry asked hotly. "Maybe if I'd done that 2 years ago." You are going for the wrong reasons, Harry, Dumbledore said simply. There is, as you say, nothing wrong with wanting to save the life of the one person you hold so dear, and I do not just mean as a friend. I am no stranger to passionate love. But think, for a second if you will, why you are going. Harry thought. Well, that was obvious, really. Because he's trying to take over. No, that is not the reason, Dumbledore said sharply. You would have waited, would you not, had there not been a cryptic warning of Ginevra's death? You would have waited for reinforcements, you would have thought out your movements, you would have planned. Yes, Harry frowned once again. I guess. You are going, in short, because Lord Voldemort has called you. You are going on his terms. You are not going because you yourself are ready to kill him. He has used the one thing, as you knew he inevitably would, which will determine without a shadow of a doubt that you will go to him. He has shown that he knows you best. Harry held his breath, a hot and prickly feeling of shame creeping through his veins. You believe, as any normal person in love would, that if she dies, nothing else matters, am I correct? Harry didn't answer, for he knew it was true, and he knew also that it was wrong. Dumbledore smiled sadly, as though what he was saying was indecent. As a marked man, Harry, you can afford no such luxury, and you are aware of that, are you not? I can see that you are. Of course, it would be preferable if Ginevra does not die, which you yourself may even be able to prevent if you go, but you have the tools to save the world, Harry. You have the necessary qualities to finish the job. You remember the conversation we had concerning the prophecy. Dumbledore continued, ignoring Harry's expression. How there is a difference from being dragged into an arena to fight to the death, and entering it with your head held high. Yes, Harry whispered croakily. You must stop now, right here, and assess your reason. Think of why you are going to save her. Because he's dangerous. Because he'll take over. Exactly, Harry, exactly. And you must stop him now. But not because he has your girlfriend as bait, because you yourself can put an end to his murderous rampage. Because you as a man are ready to challenge him and stop the war. And Harry saw, finally, what Dumbledore was getting at. He saw that he must go now, but not only to save Ginny. He must go now to kill Voldemort. But you cannot do it alone, Dumbledore added softly. So do you think I should go back and wait? Harry asked. I think that now you are here, you may as well assess the situation for when the cavalry arrives, which may be sooner than you think. I think you made a decision as leaders all over the world must, and you acted upon it. Harry swallowed, suddenly feeling very clear about what he had to do, clearer in fact than he had ever felt in his life about what he was meant to do, what he must do for everyone. There was a long pause before Dumbledore spoke again. I have nothing more to teach you, Harry, said Dumbledore slowly. I have nothing more I can say to help you with this journey that you must take now. I wish you luck, and will say only this, that you are the most exceptional young man I have ever met. Harry's throat felt very dry. He swallowed and blinked at the card. Thanks. Goodbye, Harry. And then Dumbledore was gone, as quickly as he had appeared. Harry stood in the dim tunnel, his heart echoing in his ears, and bent down, placing the card carefully on the floor. He knew in that moment that Dumbledore would never again offer him that kind of help or advice through the card. It was true, he had everything he needed to know. Snape himself had hinted, albeit grudgingly, that he was ready. Now was the time to go. The tunnel seemed to end surprisingly soon, not long after Harry had beat the familiar track with his feet to the Whomping Willow. Memories of his second and third year surrounding that particular tree flooded his mind, but he pushed them firmly to the back. Nostalgic reminiscences would be of no use to him now. Cautiously, as though he were reaching out to a butterfly, Harry pulled himself up towards the tiniest of lights, which he deduced must be the night sky. He inched his head over the top and saw, with a jolt, that only meters away from him stood three giants with their backs to him. Harry's breath caught in his throat as he took in roughly the size of them, at least 20 feet tall with arms like cars and feet the size of canoes. He swiveled his head to the right and saw Hogwarts in the distance. The dark mark was, as Hopkins had told him, hanging directly over the oak front door, and Harry could now see more clearly that there was at least one Death Eater stationed at every entrance. Had the grotesque green symbol not been hanging over the castle, the twinkling lights would have deceptively suggested that all was well. Thankfully, it looked as though the Whomping Willow remained unmarked, most possibly because the branches themselves occasionally took a ferocious swipe at nothing in particular. Fortunately, Harry was still wedged in the hole so that the branches did not reach him. He scanned the grounds again and could see the lake sparkling in the moonlight in the distance. What was that standing in the lake? With sick dread and a paralyzing horror, Harry recognized all too well the ghostly stance of dead bodies, reanimated by Voldemort himself, waiting to prey on those who stumbled into their path by kingdom into the depths below. In fury, they looked like puppets, standing like rag dolls, heads lolling to one side, waiting for an unsuspecting innocent student to stumble into their clutches so that they could make yet another member of Voldemort's undead army. There was no sign of Voldemort himself, which Harry thought was odd. This was him coming in and calling the shots, taking over. Why did he not wish to be seen? As Harry squinted his eyes even further, he saw something in the distance, a kind of swirly transparent mist. Dementors. He had felt the chill of them before he had even emerged his head from the hole, though he could only see one, standing mute-like outside the herbology greenhouse, but that didn't mean there weren't more of them. Harry thought of the first-year students inside Hogwarts, many of which would have only heard of Dementors from within their own nightmares. They would be terrified if Voldemort had unleashed them all inside. Okay, 3 giants, maybe more, 5 Death Eaters, probably more up on the turrets and definitely inside, Dementors, in fury. Harry. A hand clamped over Harry's mouth to stop him from crying out, and he knew a moment of pure terror before recognizing the voice as Hermione's. He turned and saw her behind him, allowing her to pull him back into the relative safety of the hole. Hermione, he said hoarsely, holding his wand up for a better view. What are you doing here? And then his wand light fell on Ron, who was standing by her side, his face white. He half smiled. You came, Harry said quietly. Yeah, Ron replied. Thought we'd be too late, didn't know if you'd have gone in yet. Harry shook his head to the earthy floor. No, I had a bit of divine intervention, if you know what I mean. Ron raised his eyebrows. Not really, but never mind. Look, Harry, Hermione began. We couldn't let you go in on your own. No, you were right. There's no point in risking everybody else's lives. But they're risking them anyway, being in the Order, Ron said. We're in this together. Harry's heart felt as though it had expanded to 3 times its natural size. Back in Kingsley's house, there had been a moment where he had felt very alone, like they had all left him, divided and split, all because of a decision that he had made. Now, as he saw them and them alone standing there by his side, he knew that he would never be alone, not really. He may have been marked at birth, but nothing would ever dictate who his friends were. I'm glad you're here, he said. We told the rest of the Order that we were going to come and see what was happening and where you were, and then told them to follow us down this passageway when reinforcements came, Ron said. Griphook will have the goblins ready in, she looked at her watch, 10 minutes, now. Okay, Harry said slowly. I've seen at least 5 Death Eaters out the front, but there's probably more all around the side and the back, not to mention the ones up in the astronomy tower or on the turrets. Or those who have made themselves disillusioned. Exactly, Harry conceded. I think we need to assume that he'll have the maximum number of Death Eaters, if not outside waiting for us then inside. Dropping his voice, he added, there are 3 giants about 10 meters away from us. He waited for Ron and Hermione to gasp or something, but they did not. And they make Grop look like he's got a growth deficiency. I don't know where Hagrid is, there's no light in his hut, but he may have some way of contacting the giants he persuaded. There's Dementors here, I'm not sure how many, but there's sure to be more somewhere in fury in the lake. My favorite, Ron muttered darkly. I've had an idea about how to get the youngest out, Hermione said. I know it won't be possible to contact McGonagall, because Voldemort will have sealed all means of communication in and out of the castle, but it might be possible to lift the apparition enchantments. How? Said Harry impressively. Well, I could do it. I've been researching all about it ever since Dumbledore died, and it might be possible for me to do it. The magic around the school is a bit like a Muggle computer, you have to hack into the mainframe with your mind and your magic, and I think that I could do it. It's all about having the right brainpower. Hermione, if you could do that, it would be bloody brilliant, Ron finished. She blushed a little in the dim wand light. Harry took a breath. I'm pretty sure that nobody knows about this entrance, because of the willow. But we can't have hundreds of Aurors storming through here. It'll be a good surprise, but they'll all be bunched together and easier to attack once the other side realize what's going on. So I think that we should storm out of this entrance first, and then out of the one-eyed witch's hump about 2 minutes after. But isn't Voldemort bound to know about that one? He'll know pretty much everything about Hogwarts, won't he? Said Hermione. Probably, Harry agreed. But hopefully the willow will provide a distraction. Then after the second wave I want fighters coming in from all sides, some through the main gates, some from the Quidditch pitch they'll have to fly in because I doubt they'll be able to land directly in front of Hogwarts. So split them up. To knock them down, yes, Harry said. I don't want anyone in from the lake, not at first. At least the Inferi will be two together and just rip anyone apart, but if there's enough going on then hopefully they'll get confused. And Voldemort, Hermione said. Harry looked at her, saying nothing at first. I mean, are we just trying to stop him, or? No, I'm going to kill him, Harry said confidently. And no one else is to try. Ron looked at him. And is this because he's got Ginny? Yes, Harry replied. But it's also because he killed my parents, and hundreds of other people's parents, and he'll keep doing it if he's not stopped. And I'm the only one that can stop him. Ron and Hermione stared at him. Are you sure you're ready, Harry? Ron asked. Harry thought for a moment. There was only one answer, because he felt it was true rather than thinking that it should be. Yes. They nodded, faces white, but resolute all the same. I want you to go back and tell them the plan when they arrive in Hogsmeade, and keep your eyes open because there might be Death Eaters or God knows what there too. I don't care which divisions go where, just as long as they have a wand and a good head on their shoulders. If anyone who gets there looks like they can't hack it, send them home. Can you do that? Can you sort them? Ron nodded. I want the scouts in first. They have more experience in storming than the other Aurors. I want Lupin, your dad, Kingsley if he's up to it, and both of you in different groups. Okay. Yes, Hermione said. What are you going to do now, while we go back and wait for them? Harry looked at his watch. How long till you can lift the apparition enchantments? Hermione bit her lip. 5 minutes. But I won't be able to lift them for long. It'll only be a 10-minute window, if that. I'm going to try and see where the youngest students are and try and apparate them out. And I'll do that as soon as the first wave provides the first distraction. I'll look for a weak point into the castle while you tell the others. Hermione nodded. The reinforcements will be 7 minutes, tops. Right. Go on then, get going. And be careful. But they hesitated. Hermione touched his arm, looking doubtful, as did Ron. Do we say anything, or? Harry cut her off, not wanting to go down that road. No, I don't think we do. If they said goodbye, it would all seem too genuine. He smiled at them, determined that they would see positivism in his eyes and nothing but bravery, but he was not sure that they did. See you. And with one brief smile, they turned and ran back into the darkness the way they came. Harry stood for a few seconds, hearing them get further and further away, before turning and poking his head back out again, and steeling himself for action that concerned the whole wizarding world. As Harry rapped himself smartly over the head with his own wand, preparing for disillusionment, many thoughts ran through his head. This is stupid. No, it's not. You can't back out now. You're going to die. But everyone is counting on you. Ginny is counting on you. You haven't even killed the snake yet. You can't kill him until you do. She's going to be here anyway, I can feel it. And this was perfectly true. Once again, as he had felt it before, Harry felt an unexplainable knowledge that Voldemort's final Horcrux was somehow nearby. It made sense really. She was likely to be near to her master, especially if she was precious. Voldemort would want to make sure personally that she was safe. Harry reached up to grasp the rough edges of the hole to pull himself up, very aware that he had about 6 minutes before some reinforcements would come through this very hole. Perhaps he could avoid a few more casualties by taking care of the Death Eaters he could see. The night air was cold, but it was good to see the stars above his head instead of an impenetrable and opaque earth ceiling. Shakily, he rolled out of the hole as quietly as he could, moving slightly around the back of the immense trunk of the Whomping Willow. Directly to his right he could see a figure in a black cloak, hood pulled low over their eyes. A Death Eater. He could not tell who it was at this distance, but then again there would have been so many new recruits in order to build Voldemort's army of 1,600 Death Eaters that Harry would probably only recognize a mere handful. He tried hard not to imagine how many of them were actually here, but it was needless to say that the castle would be crawling. The first giant, now only meters away, was standing with its feet squarely apart, having to squat to hold up its own vast weight. It had feet the size of sledges and every toenail was about the size of Harry's own hand. The immense head was turning slowly from side to side, as though its brain could not make it move any faster. Great for squashing, thought Harry. But not for guard duty. The Death Eater to his right was staring around him, on watch. He had his back to the castle wall, and the other nearest Death Eater was a little around the corner. Harry raised his wand and focused his mind, angling his wand so he was pointing slightly to the left of the figure. It would strike him so he fell backwards. Petrificus totalis, Harry thought, performing the spell non-verbally so as not to draw any attention. The Death Eater, not expecting an attack from a hidden and disillusioned wizard behind a tree, fell backwards into the wall silently, unseen by anyone except Harry. The giant had not even completed its 180-degree head turn to the right. As quick as a flash, whilst the second giant was momentarily gazing in the opposite direction, Harry darted across the dry grass, staying very low to the ground, and took up the place where the Death Eater had stood guard. The cloak and hood had fallen off as the Death Eater had toppled backwards, and as he eyed it, Harry was struck by a sudden idea. Slowly, he reached down and picked up the hooded cloak, then drew it around himself, pulling the hood low over his eyes. It felt disgusting. Only moments before it had been worn by a piece of treacherous filth, but it was the only way he could take some of them out without being about as conspicuous as Hagrid in a china shop. As he stood there, breathing heavily, he forced his brain to think harder than it had ever thought. Where would the youngest students be? That was the main priority at the moment if there was to be a full-scale battle here and now, and it was fairly inevitable that this was indeed the day. Then he could not let 11-year-olds bear witness. The only saving grace was that there would not be as many students there to save. Many parents had not sent their children back to Hogwarts in the light of Dumbledore's death. Harry looked up, straining his eyes. He had about 4 minutes. Voldemort would want to keep the students in his eye line, or in the eye line of the Death Eaters, to make sure there were no troublemakers. Where would they be? Potter. Harry jumped as though he had been shot with a gun. He spun around, his wand gripped tightly in his fist as he raised to strike to kill, but it was the most unexpected person he saw standing in front of him. Draco Malfoy. I thought it was you. That charm's wearing off. Malfoy. Harry hissed, swiveling his head to make sure that the other Death Eater, meters away, had not heard. What the hell are you doing here? You sent me to be babysat, remember? Malfoy spat maliciously, his gray eyes narrowed. I've been here ever since, helping out like some common muggle assistant. Never mind that now, spat Harry angrily, his mind on far more important things than Malfoy's plight. How did you get out? I wasn't supposed to be out, said Malfoy levelly. McGonagall told me to be in by 8 p.m. most nights, but I don't take any orders from her anymore. I was sitting near the forest when I saw them coming. I waited and watched as they went in, ran around the back so they wouldn't see me. They will have seen you, you idiot. Voldemort sees everything. The giant nearest to them stirred slightly. Harry grabbed Malfoy roughly by the scruff of his baggy robes and pulled him deeper into the shadows of the castle wall. Malfoy scowled and shook off Harry's grip. I didn't pull my pants over my head and run around screaming, I'm a deserter, come and kill me please. How stupid do you think I am? Very. They glared at each other, Harry, still not convinced of his former pale enemy's loyalty, and yet his face was wan and sweaty, much like it had been the night he had tried, and failed, to kill Dumbledore. Look, do you know where the youngest students are? The first and second years. Harry asked a little desperately. 3 minutes. Malfoy cocked his head. What's in it for me? Your life, Harry responded flatly. The sooner I get them out, the sooner I can concentrate on killing him, which means he won't be able to kill you. You always were one for self-preservation. You figure it out. Malfoy chewed his lip. I heard Goyle, you know, the big one, say they were on the 2nd floor, in that big charms classroom. That's where they put the small ones, but there's not many of them from what I've seen here. There they were going to start killing them before you got here. They know you're coming, Potter. I know, Harry said bluntly. He'll probably kill your little blood traitor girlfriend, just to get you angry, Malfoy said with an attempt at his old swagger, at sarcasm, but it fell flatly. Harry stared at him. After all this, you still think that it's blood that's important? Malfoy blushed slightly in the dimness of the shadow, and said nothing. Harry looked away from Malfoy, up at the window he needed to get to, not really hearing him anymore. Nothing else mattered, especially not Malfoy's attempts at getting back some of his old sense of self. He had a job to do. Look, I was going to use this to get away, Malfoy muttered, pulling something slowly out from behind his back. It was a broomstick. I saw them coming and I knew something was going on. I've had it close ever since If you think you could use it. Harry could not believe his ears. Was Malfoy helping him? It almost seemed too good to be true. What's this? A cursed broom, he said suspiciously. 2 minutes. Fine, Malfoy snapped briskly. If you don't want it. But Harry took it from him quickly, checking his watch. There's a window around the back near to the lake where you should be able to get in. But like I said, they know you're coming. They probably know you're already here. Harry looked down. He wasn't going to say thank you, there was too much bitterness there, and besides, Malfoy could be playing him. But it seemed like he had little choice. Even if they do know, it doesn't matter. This ends tonight. Malfoy looked at him curiously. What are you going to do? Harry asked levelly. Malfoy snorted. I have no qualms about heroism, Potter. I'm going to run like hell, and you'll never see me again. Harry mounted the broom, shaking his head. You won't get very far. Malfoy shrugged and turned away, scurrying off into the night. Break a leg, Potter, he muttered as the darkness swallowed him. Coward, Harry thought, and kicked off from the ground. The cold air whipped his hair as he pulled his broom up short and looked down below him. Underneath, with no idea of who was above, another Death Eater stood a little further away, his wand raised like a torch. The beam of light fell across the grounds. Harry shot another well-aimed stunning spell at the Death Eater's head, veering away the second he had fired it. He knew his foe had been hit, but for the fact that his torchlight wand was no longer moving, there was no evidence for it. The other Death Eater standing meters away would not know for at least a few minutes. Harry flew, as if in a distorted dream, towards the chink of light that he knew hailed the second-floor window Malfoy was referring to. He did not look up at the dark mark, hovering grotesque and khaki green above his head, symbolizing victory. You haven't won yet, Voldemort, Harry thought savagely. And then Harry saw them, the first wave exploding out of the Whomping Willow and careering towards the Death Eaters on watch, wands aloft. The shout from the front runners pierced the night sky like a firecracker exploding. There were a few goblins at the front that appeared to be holding green fire in their hands. Without so much as a battle cry, they had flung whatever they had been holding into 2 Death Eaters by the main doors, who were immediately set alight, screaming as the flames overran them. Harry did not have time to marvel at the goblins' extensive use of magic, nor to take a moment and appreciate how much of a truly glorious scene it was to see beast and wizard fighting together to battle evil. Death Eaters were appearing everywhere, in places that Harry had not seen, and were advancing towards the first wave. The giants were just about realizing what was going on and had started to lurch drunkenly towards the fray, swinging their tree trunk arms dangerously. Harry hoped against hope that Hermione had, as she had said she might, lifted the apparition restrictions for a time as he reached the window. Either way, the battle had begun. The window was partly open. Harry grasped the ledge and inched his way inside, as quietly as possible, propping the broom up against the wall. Luckily, the window was at the very back of the classroom and so he wasn't landing on anyone as he came in. Harry crouched in the dim candlelight and surveyed the situation. There, as Malfoy had said, sat at least 15 of Hogwarts, youngest, hugging their knees to their chests and looking positively terrified. There was one Death Eater by the farthest door, wand aloft, his eyes fixed on the children and his back to Harry. Despite this, Harry recognized him immediately. It was Mulciber, one of the Death Eaters he had fought at the Ministry with Neville, Luna and the others. Harry did not move from his spot behind the table. If any of the first years saw him it would cause a stir, their panic overcoming their sense to keep quiet. Mulciber seemed distracted. It looked as though news of the first wave was filtering through the castle, room to room. It would not be long before the second wave entered through the one-eyed witch's hump on the 3rd floor, but would it be enough? Harry waited for the perfect moment. Mulciber was peeking out the oaken door, clearly waiting for instructions as to what to do. Then, quite clearly, Harry heard a harsh and low bark of a voice shout from the corridor. "You stay here and watch these," it said. Harry did not recognize the tone. "The rest, go." And with that Mulciber turned around instinctively, and Harry struck. The freezing spell seemed to be the most effective. Not only was it silent, but it left no mess except a frozen Death Eater with frosted, surprised eyes. Some of the children exclaimed in surprise, not knowing yet where the spell had come from. Harry hastily pointed his wand at the door and muttered, "Muffaliato," to mute any sounds the Death Eaters rushing along the corridors may have heard. The children in the room turned as Harry stood up slowly. Some gasped with wide eyes, others began to cry. "Is that? It can't be. Harry Potter!" Came a ripple of murmurs. One child, possibly the smallest, broke free of the huddle of children and ran to Harry, throwing her arms around his middle, the highest part she could reach. Harry gently disengaged her, holding her at arm's length. "It's okay. Have you come to rescue us?" asked a small boy, still hugging his knees. "They said they were going to kill us. Where are the other first and second years?" Harry asked, trying to keep his voice as calm as possible. It would not help if the youngest children saw their supposed savoir panicking. There was no answer at first. They seemed to be too afraid to speak. Then slowly, a bigger girl at the back of the room raised her hand, as though she were in class. "Yes," Harry prompted eagerly. "This is all of us. Some of the bigger ones are in the next room," she said slowly, her face white. "But there are guards in the corridor." Okay, I want everyone in here to join hands, really tightly." "Can you do that?" They stared at him. "It's okay, you'll be safe if you all hold hands, I promise. Just imagine you're playing a game and you have to hold onto your friend's hand as tightly as you can." They did so, slowly at first, but then much quicker as the prospect of safety began to sink in. Harry watched them, moving quickly between them to make sure they were all gripping tightly enough, and leant his head at the door to make sure that no one was waiting to burst in on them. "Hermione," he muttered under his breath. "Please." The children were all looking at him expectantly. Harry took the little hand of the nearest child and gripped it tight. "Okay, everyone ready? This will feel a little weird." And he spun as sharply as he could, visualizing with every fiber of his being his destination, Order HQ. Hoping against all hope that they would not let go of each other, Harry embraced the tight rubber tube feeling of apparition, and arrived much faster than he had expected in Kingsley's kitchen, where a harassed-looking Mrs. Weasley was waiting for him. "Harry, thank God." "What's?" There was crack after crack after crack, and eventually every child that had been holding another's hand had materialized in Kingsley's kitchen. After realizing that they were somehow now in a different place, many of them immediately began to cry, putting their hands over their ears. Harry understood. It had felt very strange when he had first apparated, almost as though he. "Mrs. Weasley, these are the first and second years. I got them out as fast as I." "But how, Harry?" Ron's mother interrupted. "Hermione did a spell, but I think it'll wear off soon, so I'd better get back." Mrs. Weasley looked around distractedly as though she was not sure where to start. The minister sent a message. "All reinforcements are ready and waiting in Hogsmeade to go in after the second wave," he said. "They're being sorted by Ron and Hermione." "Yes, that's good," Harry replied hastily. And then, without warning, Mrs. Weasley pulled him into a bone-crushing hug, holding him tightly to her. "Oh, Harry, I am so proud of you. Your parents, but she did not finish for her tears." Harry hugged her back and whispered in her ear, "I'll bring her back, Mrs. Weasley. I promise." He stood back, smiled one more time, and disapparated, leaving behind him frightened, confused and awestruck faces. Harry's mind had been so fixed upon Mrs. Weasley's tear-stained face and her mother-like affection for him that he had no idea where in Hogwarts he was apparating to. He realized this moments before he materialized, directly in front of a giant. As Harry himself moved his head upwards to take a look at the ugly brute, the giant itself lowered its huge head and peered at him. Slowly but surely a look of rage came over its bulbous features and it let out an ear-splitting roar, which made all the hairs on Harry's body stand on end. Harry backed hastily away and gripped his wand, but he had no idea what spell to use on giants. His only experience with something similar was with the troll in his first year with Ron and Hermione, and all that had taught him was to hit it over the head with something hard, a fairly unhelpful piece of information seeing as how he had nothing of the sort with him right now. The giant swung one of its arms violently with surprising speed and agility. Harry hurled himself to the left as far as he could and only just missed its flailing limb. Behind him he could hear movement. A Death Eater was watching him, He did not recognize who it was, but the face was twisted into a cruel smile, as though he enjoyed watching the sport. But then, almost as suddenly as the giant in front of Harry had swung its arms, something hit the Death Eater from behind with a loud clunk. Harry scrambled to his feet and spun around, only to see someone he knew standing over the crumpled Death Eater, a club in his hand. "Hagrid!" Harry exclaimed, and was then forced to roll out of the way again as the giant took its opportunity to launch a fresh attack. The giant roared in frustration as he missed again, but Harry had already raced to Hagrid's side. "Hagrid, what happened to you?" Hagrid bore marks of having been in a real battle. There were deep gouges in his arms and across his chest. A lividly purple bruise was forming under his left eye. "Been held down with ropes," Hagrid said gruffly, "only just got away." "No time, Harry, you get back in the castle, there's kids that need ye." "What are you going to do?" Harry asked, eyeing the way the larger giant near them was gazing at Hagrid, its arms raised above its head. "I'm gonna do what I woulda done all along if I hadn't been held down." And with that, he raised his hands to his mouth, cupping them, as though preparing for a battle cry. It was something of the sort, a low, grumbling scream that reverberated through the very ground and felt as though it traveled up through Harry's legs and into his spine. "Go, Harry," urged Hagrid, his eyes on the forbidden forest, which was not far away. Harry backed away, his eyes still on Hagrid and the forest and the huge giant advancing on the smaller one with such fierce intent. But as Harry watched, he saw, quite clearly even in the darkness of the night, something emerging slowly from the shady trees. The angry giant could sense something. In any case, it ceased its advancement on Hagrid and turned only to see creatures of its own race moving towards it with obvious menace. Hagrid let out the cry again and the giants coming out of the forest descended upon the one attacking Hagrid. This caused many of Voldemort's giants to move forwards, lolloping towards the fray, and before Harry even knew what was happening, there was a full-blown ruckus ensuing between giant and giant. Enormous fists were thrown, ear-piercing roars were bellowed, gigantic bodies fell with crashes that shook the ground under Harry's feet. Even some of the fighters in the grounds turned around to see what was happening. And a Death Eater hit Harry with a curse from the right. "Turbo!" came the cry from his opponent. Harry's eyes had been so fixed upon the fight between the giants that he had not seen the cloaked figure creep up on him. It was a disorientating curse that Snape had forewarned him of. If he had not known the counter curse, he may have been hit again and again, but luckily Snape had prepared him. Harry felt his brain going fuzzy, but before the curse could take its full effect, he gathered his wits as quickly as possible. "Laxo!" Harry cried, not needing to do the spell non-verbally. The caster of the curse would not have known he knew how to parry it. With the curse lifted, Harry raised his own wand and pointed it at what he now saw as a female Death Eater. Harry did not know why he was surprised. Why should all the Death Eaters be men? What was unsettling him most of all was that Harry recognized this woman. Even from beneath her hood he knew that he had seen her face in Azkaban that time they had gone. This could only mean one thing, that there had been a well-timed breakout. Harry let the magic of the spell he wanted to cast flow through his veins. Then, he raised his wand and thought of the word clearly in his head. Somnus. This was another spell Snape had taught him. It did not kill, but if one took a direct hit with this spell they were forced into a deep sleep and could only be woken with a particular potion. Harry had been warned that the Death Eaters often used it too, when they wished to take their enemies alive. The jet of purple light from Harry's wand hit the woman in the face. She yelled in surprise, raised her arms like a child to its mother, and then collapsed heavily onto her side, eyes closed, as though she were dead. "Get back to the castle, there's kids that need ye." Harry spun around and sprinted towards the now wide-open oak front doors, light spilling out onto the rippling grass beneath. He passed a group of blue-robed Aurors, wands flashing with sparks like swords crashing against each other, locked in combat with two Death Eaters, who appeared to be losing. Harry did not stop but continued to run, past three giants head-butting giants, none of whom he could distinguish what side they were on, past a goblin that was running, screaming in pain as the spell it had been carrying had exploded in its face. Harry leapt up the steps three at a time as a jet of orange light soared over his head, and through the front doors. The entrance hall appeared to be jam-packed. On one side there were what could only be students, third or fourth years by the looks of it, huddled around each other, surveying a ferocious attack directly in front of them. A student, possibly one dragged from the huddle, was being shamelessly mauled on the flagstone floor by a werewolf. Instinctively, Harry's eyes shot to the skies outside, but there was no full moon. Fenrir Greyback must have persuaded some werewolves to attack, regardless of their transformations. Harry watched, momentarily held still by his own horror, and then the adrenaline kicked in. "Stupefy!" he cried, pointing his wand at the werewolf's back, and the red jet hit the beast in the back. It spun around, dropping the boy, and gazed at Harry. "Potter, the whiskered man mumbled. It was not Greyback, but this man was clearly of the same type. His matted face and black hair with blood stuck to it gave him the look of a wild animal. The man stood up and bared his teeth. "Not supposed to eat you, not till after." "Why not?" Harry spat, his wand raised, ready to fight to the death. The werewolf grinned menacingly, showing pointed and blood-stained teeth. "What the heck, I'm hungry." And it charged at Harry on all fours, like an actual wolf, a mad deranged animal. Harry did not think twice. He raised his wand and struck before the wolf was 5 feet away. Avada Kedavra. It fell down dead, struck dumb. One of the students behind Harry started sobbing loudly, and Harry could see why. The student that had been attacked was dead, very dead. Harry moved cautiously forwards, unable to avoid stepping in blood, and recognized the face of one of the 5th years. He hadn't known his name, but that didn't matter. They were starting to fall, and it became clear that Voldemort was taking no prisoners. Harry wanted to comfort the students, but he was stopped short by a sight up at the top of the great staircase. Looking down at him over the lowest banisters were at least 15 Death Eaters, all of them with their wands raised, cruelly satisfied expressions on their faces. Then, with a cry of bravery, the second wave descended upon them from behind. They must have come through the secret passageway in the One-Eyed Witch. Aurors in blue, red, yellow and purple were fighting like tigers with an array of spells, some of which Harry was sure he had not mentioned to them. The colors of their robes told him that they were the Americans, the Canadian, the French, and a couple of the Spanish. The attacked Death Eaters wore expressions of surprise due to the international invasion. This had clearly not been expected, and therefore there was a pause before any of them raised their wands. This gave the Aurors an advantage. 2 Death Eaters were blasted off the stairs and fell with sickening crashes at Harry's feet, which urged the others into action. A full-scale skirmish took place on the stairs as Harry turned to the 3rd and 4th years. "Look," he muttered hurriedly, turning to a small doorway to their left. "This is a big broom cupboard. I want you all to get in it and shut the door, you understand me? Seal it." They stared at him. "I can't apparate you out anymore. You won't get away if you run. Trust me, seal the door, and don't open it. No matter what you hear." They all rushed as one into the open door and were just about to shut it when one of the girls grabbed Harry's arm through the small crack in the doorway. "Harry, are you really the chosen one?" She looked so frightened, and so hopeful. "Yes. And I'm going to finish this. We'll get through it, you'll see. Now shut the door and stay in there." There was a snap and a lasting image of gray faces before Harry was left alone. But not for long. He turned towards the sound of a scuffle and saw a girl with dirty blonde hair and protuberant eyes fighting a Death Eater. There was a jet of light flying towards her and she ducked. Harry made move forwards to help, but there was no need. Luna fired a paralyzing spell that Harry had taught her during the DA meetings that seemed so long ago, almost as though it was from another life. The Death Eater went rigid immediately and fell backwards into one of the fraying tapestries. "Oh, hello Harry. This is quite an adventure, isn't it?" exclaimed Luna, as though they were meeting on the platform at King's Cross, laughing and joking and ready to go back to school. "Luna, are you?" But he stopped short as there was screaming coming from the Great Hall. Turning towards the sound and away from Luna, Harry made to wrench open the doors, but it suddenly occurred to him that there could be 50 Death Eaters holding students hostage, quite ready to kill them all. What could he do by charging in? But he needn't have worried. Through the front oak doors rushed a multitude of Aurors in blue, the Ministry's own. "Potter," said one of them, bleeding copiously from a gash to his shoulder. "Where do you need us?" "You need a healer," Harry said swiftly. "There should be some in Hogsmeade, but I'm not sure how long it will be before Voldemort spills out into the town." "That won't happen for a while," said the Auror. "When you contacted the Ministry, the militia were automatically alerted and they're guarding the perimeter, but permit me to say, sir, I don't want a healer, I want to help." Harry eyed up the gash. It was deep, true, but he knew how he would feel in the same situation and so wasted no time in trying to persuade him. Okay, there are students in the hall, we could storm it. Sure you want to go in all together? Harry considered. No, split up, half and half, we'll go in the front doors, the others go around the back to the big windows and come in through them. Use the spell Fracta, it'll cause the glass to shatter loads and you might distract them. Good, right, you heard him. Half around the back. They followed Harry's orders swiftly and efficiently, and went back out the front doors. Harry and the others prepared themselves by the doors to the Great Hall. They waited for about a minute. It was very hard to ignore the shouts from above, and from outside, but he could not help everyone at the same time. Suddenly, almost as though he had not been expecting it, Harry heard the oars come in through the windows. He turned to the others. Now, they burst in to see the backs of the Death Eaters, their eyes on the intruders through the windows. Harry had half expected Voldemort to be in there, but he was nowhere to be seen. Immediately the Death Eaters' attention was divided, which gave Harry and the Ministry Aurors time to strike. Multitudes of color flashed through the air as the Aurors made their spells, hitting some Death Eaters in the back, crumpling to their knees. Children were screaming, and some had taken to hiding under the huge tables that ran the length of the hall. Somnus! Harry bellowed, his wand vibrating so much with power that it shook in his clenched fist. He hit one, two, and suddenly another jet of light ricocheted off the one already coming from his wand, so that he was hitting two at a time. But the Death Eaters were fighting back. Green beams of light were now mingling with the colored, and they were met with retaliation, and Harry soon realized that the battle was in full swing. He was continuously ducking as powerful forces swooped over his head, and found himself locked in combat with a particularly thin Death Eater, who was soon joined by another and another. They were going to gang up on him. Despite the danger, however, Harry could not help noticing that the Death Eaters, however ferociously they were fighting and toughly aiming to kill the Aurors, were not firing any form of killing spell at him. He assumed, briefly, that this may have been on Voldemort's orders, but he couldn't worry about that at the moment. The thin Death Eater fired a stinging hex at his torso, but Harry parried it without uttering a single word, and at the same time he fired the killing curse at another adversary about to stun him without even thinking about it. The third one glanced at Harry with hatred in his eyes, and then seemed to change his mind. The Death Eater pointed his wand upwards, towards the stormy ceiling, and fired a devastating spell. The jet of light hit one of the wooden beams below the bewitched ceiling, and with a crumbling crash as all eyes turned upwards, the beams began to fall. Harry looked around wildly. They were about to fall on some of the students huddled by the Ravenclaw bench. Move! Harry yelled at them, but they were paralyzed by fear. Harry ran at them, grabbing a small wrist and wrenching sideways. The beam crashed to the floor and narrowly missed the other three children but hit two of them. As he cried out in horror, Harry almost didn't notice one of the falling beams catch him a glancing blow to his shoulder, driving him to his knees. With the child's hand still in his, there was a moment where Harry lost track of time, and then he coughed the dust out of his throat. The student next to him was thankfully all right, but there was no need to wonder at the fate of the other two, buried beneath the beam. Some of the Death Eaters had been inadvertently hit by the falling structures, some were staggering upright, others lay still. Harry showed them no quarter. He shot a fatal curse at the one who had cast the spell with a snarl, cutting off his life force with uncharacteristic venom. Another Death Eater tried to rise, but Harry struck her down too. He was aided by some of the Aurors who had also survived the beams, and before long, all of the Death Eaters who had taken the students in the hall hostage were dead. Harry stood up, trembling from head to foot. Students were dead, some were still dying, as were the Aurors around him. Where were Ron and Hermione had they shared the same fate? And where was Ginny? If this had been a trap, as he had known it was, then where was the bait? There was a Ning to his left. An Auror had been hit by a beam and was stirring feebly. Harry crouched and raised his wand, attempting to lift the rubble with a spell, but the Auror shook his head weakly. It was the one who had had the gash in his shoulder. No, Mr. Potter, go and fight. No, Harry muttered, his wand still aloft. I can help you, if you'll just hold on a second. Leave me, said the Auror. You've got important things to do. No more than saving people's lives when I can, Harry said fiercely, and he uttered the spell to shift the beams. The Auror groaned. Ah, thank you. Now go and kill him. Harry nodded and left the walking wounded to tend to the others, his shoulder throbbing. The Auror was right, the sooner Harry finished off Voldemort the quicker the Death Eaters might admit defeat. He burst back out into the main foyer to see that the scene had changed. Two of the giant hourglasses had been hit by a forceful curse and the rubies and emeralds within were still falling with an audible rattle onto the flagstones below, a mix of muddy sparkling color. And yet in the midst of it was a full-scale war. Harry found it hard where to look or to decide who to help. Multitudes of colored-robed Aurors were battling fiercely with the darkly clad Death Eaters who, at that moment, appeared to have the upper hand. There were more Aurors on the floor screaming than there were Death Eaters. Harry cast his eyes hazily out the oak front doors and into the grounds. The battle was raging there too, giants hurling each other 20 feet into the air, uplifting trees and crashing into the walls of Hogwarts, wizards scattering, students screaming. Before he could draw breath something hit him from behind, hit him so hard that he went flying through the air so forcefully that some of those battling each other actually turned to look. He was heading for the grounds again, landing with an immense crunch on the wet grass directly in front of Lupin. Harry. God, are you hurt? Harry had to hold his breath momentarily as all the wind had been beaten out of him. When he exhaled it came out in a shaky moan. On your feet, you're okay, Lupin said, taking his arms and ducking quickly as a jet of light soared over their heads. Have you seen Voldemort? Harry shook his head and scrambled to his feet. What hit me? Rookwood winding spell. He's coming this way, Harry, watch yourself. But neither of them had seen the giant behind them. It swung an arm at Lupin, who felt the air change a fraction moments before the great limb crashed down. Lupin shifted to the right slightly upon realization, but it did not stop the blow from catching him. Remus. Lupin flew 10 feet in the air and landed within a heap by the edge of the forest. Harry drew his wand and scrambled over to him, but Rookwood had caught up with them. Somnus. He yelled at Harry, using the very same spell that Harry himself had used only moments before. The jet of light soared over Harry's head and missed his left ear by centimeters. Effrago. Harry thought in his mind and let the magic come, hoping to shoot a bone-breaking hex at Rookwood, but the spell flew some meters wide due to the fact that the giant that had hit Lupin was coming towards Harry with some purpose. But even as he turned his head slightly to the left, Harry could see a Dementor out of the corner of his eye, the first he had seen. Voldemort must have sent for them once he became aware of the Order's numbers. Harry barely ducked the giant's huge swinging fist, but he could not avoid Rookwood's spell. He heard dimly above the noise of the fray. Turbo. Even though his brain was slowing down, Harry made a mental note of the fact that none of the Death Eaters were trying to kill him. Perhaps they would leave that for Voldemort. Rookwood advanced, his wand raised and his eyes narrowed cruelly. The giant swung around for another attack. The Dementor was drawing closer. Harry could feel its putrid breath on the back of his neck. But just as he was about to be hit again with another spell, an arrow flew over his head with such a force that it made his hair stand on end. The arrow hit Rookwood directly in the heart and he fell backwards with a frozen stare, dead. As Harry rolled onto his stomach, another volley of arrows came directly over him and hit the giant in numerous places: the neck, the torso, the arms. It stumbled about, crushing many things in its wake. Harry stared towards where the arrows had come from and saw, with some shock, that the centaurs were standing in a line as though preparing for battle, bows raised and faces fierce. They had decided to join forces with the Order. With the wonderfully positive notion that their numbers were evening out and that they may actually have a chance, Harry turned to the Dementor and thought of nothing else but success. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag, his father, shot out of his wand and charged the black beast down in an instant, but it did not disappear. Instead, Harry stood and watched as prongs charged on, like a real animal with physical form, at a Dementor prowling not far away, and vaporized that one too. Still the silver beacon did not dim, but galloped on, searching out all the Dementors lurking in dark corners preparing to pounce on the unexpected. Harry's heart filled with emotion. His father was with him. Harry turned anxiously back towards Lupin, who had someone kneeling down beside him. Cassie. Is he all right? Harry asked her anxiously, clutching his shoulder as it gave a particularly vicious throb. Cassie's eyes were wide and fearful. She shook her head. There's too much damage to deal with here. It's too dangerous. Can you get him to Hogsmeade? Cassie looked as though she were on the verge of saying no, but then her gaze turned back to Lupin and her expression hardened. Yes. Harry gave her a brief smile, totally confident that Lupin was nothing but safe with her, and charged back into the school. He raced past dueling wizards moving so fast it was hard to tell which was which, past 2 goblins throwing fire at a giant, past 3 students who appeared to have decided to fight rather than run, but they were losing against a Dementor. There was a Thestral attacking a Death Eater, biting, kicking and screeching at the top of its voice. He leapt the stairs 3 at a time, ducking sharply as a suit of armor came crashing down past him. There were students running past him, anxious to get out of the front doors. Some looked at him fearfully, some didn't even notice him but rushed past. Harry vaulted over the banisters at the top, stupefying a Death Eater about to attack one of the German Aurors, but even as he did so he saw a man with dark matted hair and greedy eyes with blood dripping from his teeth, the werewolf Fenrir Greyback. And he was making towards a girl with bushy brown hair. Hermione. As Harry called her name, Greyback turned around and faced him with a fierce face. "Hello, Potter," he hissed through cracking, blooded lips. "Get away from her," Harry said in a low voice, sounding much surer than he felt. His shoulder was aching like a dull anvil had been driven into his arm and he was still breathless, but if this was what was standing between him and Voldemort, so be it. "Ooh, but she looks so fresh, don't you think?" Greyback hissed. "Maybe just a little taste I could do you for afters." "Potter, you won't," Harry cut him off sharply. "You're not allowed, are you?" Greyback sniffed and licked his lips. "That's the rule, yeah. But I was never one for rules. I'm hungry, that's what I am, which is bad for you." Whether he thought that Hermione didn't have the courage, or the nerve, or whether it was just that she was a girl, Harry would never know, because the werewolf did not see her come up behind him and aim her wand before it was too late. There was a flash of green light and a scream of dismay before the spell hit him in the chest. Greyback stood tall for a second longer, and then crumpled to the ground, rolling agonizingly down the stairs before coming to a halt at the Thestral's hooves. Harry turned to Hermione, who had tears glistening in her eyes and her hand pressed to her mouth. It had been her first killing spell. "Hermione, are you all right?" She rushed towards him and threw her arms around his neck, a sob escaping her lips. "I didn't know if I could do it, but he was going to kill you, Harry. It's okay, we all have to manage, but it's all right. Look, we don't have time, I have to. Harry, I'm so glad you're all right." "Yeah, the feeling's mutual." "Is Ron okay?" She nodded. "He was all right when I last saw him, but that was minutes ago. Listen, the whole order is here now. We sorted everyone who came, and we're minus about 50 or so who said they'd come, but they fled. But, Harry, did you see the Thestrals? And the Centaurs?" "Yeah, I saw. So everyone is fighting." "Yes, the element of surprise is well and truly gone now, obviously, but the rest came in through the entrance at the side of the Quidditch pitch, which was manned of course, but they were distracted by the others in the castle. I've got to go and find Voldemort. No one's seen him yet, and I can't find Ginny. Hermione, people are dying everywhere and I can't stop it. Not until I..." There was screaming again, distracting him. But it was coming from further up, and it was moving. He turned his head and held his wand high. He knew that cry, and he knew that voice. It was Ginny. Without saying another word to Hermione, Harry turned on his heel and darted through one of the tapestries, but it had caught fire. Harry brushed it aside, feeling nothing, and sprinted up the secret staircase. On and on he rushed, sure that he could hear the screaming, that it was not in his own head, but the faster he ran the clearer he could hear it. "Imperio! No! Let me go!" Harry burst through one of the doorways. There were not so many people up here, a couple of frightened students here and there. It was then that Harry realized he was on the 7th floor. He noticed that he recognized one of the students hurrying away from the tower. It was Dean Thomas. He looked as though he had seen a ghost, and to him, he probably had when he had come across Voldemort. He didn't even see Harry as he rushed past him, and Harry heard him rush down the stairs. Harry stopped and listened intently. There was distant shouting from downstairs, but he could disentangle that if he strained his ears. "No, you can't win this. Let me go." The astronomy tower. That's where she was, and that was where Voldemort was. The corridor that led to the tower was to his left, and Harry turned on his heel and fled in that direction, but as he picked up speed, something caught him around the neck. Taking by surprise, it wrenched at the side of his head and choked him so that Harry had no choice but to fall to his knees and gasp. The thing that had caught him was released immediately, but the wrench on his throat had bruised his whole neck and Harry felt as though his head was hanging on by a thread and was about to fall off. Eyes watering, he looked up. To see Lucius Malfoy. And he was swinging his hooked cane back and forth. Harry coughed and rolled to his knees. Well, well, well. It's the charging hero. His voice sagged with sarcasm and triumph, and it made Harry sick. Got out, did you? Harry rasped, his throat still on fire. Took you long enough. Malfoy smirked. You told me many months ago that I would die, and that you would be there, Potter, do you remember? Well, you are here, you were correct enough about that. But I rather think that it is you that shall die. I don't have time for you, you piece of slime, Harry growled, getting to his feet, his voice still grating in his neck. Bigger fish to fry and all that, no offense. Oh, but Potter, you seem in such good shape, we can't have that, can we? Not unconscious yet, let's see what we can do about that. Harry snorted humorlessly. So that's it, is it? Typical. I should have guessed it would be this way. Voldemort doesn't want to face me unless I've lost an arm or something, is that right? You're all cowards, you know that. Malfoy chuckled and fingered his wand, his cane now under his arm. He looked like a businessman. You still don't understand your place in all this, do you, Potter? It's not about the terms. We win, and you lose. Get out of my way. Harry was ready, quite ready in fact, to kill Lucius Malfoy. He was aware that the older man would not go down without a fight, which would take time he did not have, but there was a noise behind them both. Harry and Malfoy turned simultaneously. Hello, Father. You. It was Draco Malfoy, and he was standing there in the dimly lit corridor, his face white and pasty, but his eyes filled with such a deep passion that Harry had never seen before. Lucius Malfoy opened his mouth and closed it again, but he rearranged his features so that he was surveying his son through narrow, almost amused eyes. You surely do have a death wish, my boy. Did I not make myself clear? I said I would kill you if you did not swear allegiance. I heard you, Draco said bluntly. Harry, go. Harry stared at him. Draco Malfoy was giving him a way out. He was risking his own life, in fact, against his father, to help Harry. A friend of the Mudbloods, are we? You astound me, child. I offer you everything and you throw it back in my face. Do you think that I will not strike you down? You think that in this war whether you or my flesh and blood matters at all? Potter, go. Harry did not need telling a third time. He moved sideways at the speed of light, away from the two Malfoys. The elder did not try to stop him, but did not mask the snarl of irritation. As Harry disappeared around the corner, Draco moved forwards to face his father, his hands shaking. I know it doesn't matter to you that I'm your son. That's what makes me different from you, father. Lucius Malfoy narrowed his eyes. You have made a bad choice, Draco. Draco steeled himself and gave the smallest of shrugs. It was my choice to make. Lucius Malfoy raised his hand before his son did, but Draco did not shy away. This was a battle that had to be fought. To the death. Harry barreled through one of the oaken doors, oblivious to whether or not it had been locked. He even ignored the screaming pain in his shoulder and the ache around his neck. He practically fell through the doorway and stumbled out onto the moonlit cobbled stones of the tower with the stars above him, the long walkway jutting out in front of him and the stone wall to his left, the low battlements to his right. At first, Harry did not see anyone there at all. His eyes were adjusting to the darkness of the night from the brightly lit hallway with all the spells flying around, and then he saw them, right at the end of the walkway. Voldemort was standing quite calmly, mutely white against the black sky, a thin smile upon his face. Ginny was feet away, her back against the overhanging battlements, her face rigid and wan, flanked by none other than Nagini, the enormous snake, the Horcrux. As soon as Ginny saw Harry, she let out a little wail of despair. No, Harry, she whispered. Harry swallowed. This was the first time that he and Voldemort had been face to face since the night at the Ministry 2 years ago. True, Harry had seen him in Hogsmeade that time, and he had seen distant lost memories of Tom Riddle in Dumbledore's Pensieve, but this was the first real time since. Voldemort's eyes appeared to have gained an even bloodier tinge to them, if that had been possible, and his face was even thinner than it had been in Harry's nightmares. Harry was panting hard and his whole body was aching, but he faced Voldemort with his head held high. He had to make sure Ginny was safe, but he had to kill that snake before he could have a hope of doing anything else. Harry held his hands up high. Well, I'm here. I came. You must have something pretty important to say. Voldemort shook his head, smiling. Jesting at this hour, good lord, Potter, how like your father you are. The snake circled Ginny with its red eyes glinting in the moonlight. Harry said nothing, but looked at Ginny. She was staring at him with desperate eyes. Seeing as I came, you can let her go now. You don't need her for anything. Ah yes, the girlfriend. How many rumors I have heard about this young lady. She is pretty, Harry. Ginny spat at him. Voldemort turned to her slowly and raised his wand. No. Harry shouted and started forwards, but the battlements behind Ginny simply fell away and crashed onto the grounds below. Harry's heart stopped for a second, but she did not fall, she just staggered a little, clutching the remaining turrets. Fighting couples below the tower turned to look up at the disturbance above. Before long, there were very few people fighting one another, even the giants appeared intrigued. Everyone's attention was on Harry, Voldemort, Ginny and the snake above them. You see, Harry, I command the events, even now. You have fooled yourself into believing that you came because you wish to. Correct. You won't be commanding events for long, Harry said darkly, his eyes on the snake slithering across the stone floor. Voldemort clasped his hands together in apparent amusement, his long fingers trembling with suppressed excitement. Yes, I have heard about your little quest to destroy my Horcruxes. Dumbledore's idea, I presume. Yes, very courageous, Harry. I am impressed. In that case, you would only have one Horcrux left to get. Well, then, why not take it now? What? Harry mumbled, taken aback. Yes, go ahead. I am giving you a clear shot at Nagini. Kill her. Harry blinked, and then raised his wand instantly, afraid that it was a trick and Voldemort would laugh in his face and vanish the snake before Harry was able to draw breath. But he did not. Avada Kedavra! Harry exclaimed. The snake reared up in surprise, its filmy eyes suddenly on Voldemort, as though he had betrayed her, but then the bolt of green light hit her long, thin body and she crumpled with a sharp hiss. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Was it dead? How can destroying a Horcrux have been as simple as that? Maybe it was different with animals. An excellent strike, Harry. What are you going to do now? Voldemort looked as though he was enjoying himself, which was odd, Harry thought, as he had just destroyed one of the last pieces of the shattered soul. What, you think I won't do it? Harry snarled. You think I won't kill you? Oh, no, I think. You want to but you can't, unfortunately. Albus Dumbledore was not as wise as you all may believe, Harry. Harry's head was spinning. What did this all mean? What are you talking about? Harry spat. You're finished. You've got no soul left. You killed everything I ever loved, and now you're going to die. You can't kill me, Harry. Even if you fired a curse, which I am sure you are able of doing, you would not destroy me. Ginny too was gazing at Voldemort with unseeing eyes. Behind Harry, there were shouts and scuffles. Perhaps it was Malfoy and his father, or maybe some people had realized what was going on up in the tower and had hastened to help. You see. But Harry had raised his wand. He let the magic flow through down his arm and suffuse his very being before speaking the incantation of a particular stunning spell in his head. The light shot out of his wand tip with astonishing speed and power, and took Voldemort by some surprise. It did not, perhaps, have the full effect as he was able to block some of it with sheer mind power, but Voldemort staggered backwards, away from Ginny, who shot forwards. Harry. Harry grabbed her and held her close to him for a split second, perhaps the last ever split second, before pushing her roughly to the door he had just come through. Go, now. She wrenched the door open and disappeared before Voldemort had even straightened up. Harry raised his wand again, hell-bent on delivering a solid killing curse, now that Voldemort was off balance. The green light flooded towards the Dark Lord, but it was deflected by a thick transparent shield that he had conjured upon regaining his footing. The green light hit the shield and made a deep, reverberating gong-like toll. I see you have learnt from the turncoat, Severus. That is all very well, but he will not be able to help you now, Potter, this will not work. But Harry grit his teeth, determined to not be intimidated, trying desperately to remember everything Snape taught him. You must destabilize him as much as possible before you deliver your fatal strike, or he will always deflect it. A few broken bones ought to destabilize the bastard, Harry thought savagely, and shot one at his nemesis. The spell hit Voldemort in the arm, and Harry heard a satisfying crack, but Voldemort did not even so much as blink. Perhaps his body was like his soul, so maimed and torn that it did not feel anything anymore. Voldemort raised his wand as quick as if he were drawing a gun. Harry did not even have time to draw breath. All of a sudden, he felt himself hit with a spell he had been forewarned of. It acted like the Imperious Curse, but was not as recognizable until it was cast. This curse was more of mind control than magic, which was what made it so unrecognizable. Enough, spat Voldemort, his red eyes now flashing anger rather than amusement. In spite of his temporary mental prison, Harry felt a surge of satisfaction at having enraged Voldemort so. Everything in his mind willed him to succumb to the pleasant feeling that would result from obeying, but Harry fought the spell. "Be still," said the voice in his mind. "No, I'm going to kill you for everything that you've done to me. Be still. No, this has nothing to do with the prophecy. This is for me, and my parents, and you can't stop me." And Harry stood up, shaking the last of the spell out of his head, like an animal clearing its ears of water. "Potter, your resisting is making this much harder than it has to be." "Very well." And he shot another spell directly at Harry, who saw it coming and identified it as a winding spell, but his head was still so full of its last invasion that he couldn't summon up the brain power to repel it. Wham! Harry was slammed into the opposite wall with such force that his head cracked backwards and struck the solid stone. As he crumpled to the floor, unable to breathe very well, he felt his eyes closing. "Don't you dare, you give up now then everyone dies." The pain in his head reached such a height that he retched and gasped, willing himself to not pass out. He rolled over and found himself quite close to the edge of the tower. He could see people, Aurors, gazing upwards in alarm, watching the entire scene. He could also hear more shouts from the doorway up to the tower, but his vision was getting cloudy. He thought he could see a wall of Death Eaters over near the doorway trying to hold back Ginny, Lupin and Ron and Hermione, but they wouldn't have been daft enough to follow him, surely. "Don't get up." Voldemort took 2 steps towards him. "Perhaps now you will allow me to explain. You cannot kill me, because Nagini was not my last Horcrux." Harry raised his head slowly. There were black lines around the edge of his vision and he thought he was going to throw up, but he could see Voldemort's sneering face clear enough. What? Yes, she was not. But you are. This did not register right away. It appeared that Voldemort realized that none of it penetrated because he crouched down in front of Harry, whose scar gave a particularly horrible lurch. "You are the last Horcrux, Harry Potter. Do you understand?" Harry blinked. He had been knocked silly. This was a dream. "No, I'm not that stupid. I can assure you it is not. I have only been aware of it myself for a short spell, but it is true." "But Dumbledore said." "Albus Dumbledore said a lot of foolish things, but he did inform you correctly. I imagine when he was trying to prepare you with the task of vanquishing me, he told you that it was inadvisable to confide your soul in a Horcrux. Well, that remains true. I had not realized what you are, Potter, until recently. It happened a very long while ago, and I was unaware of it. Life has many little paradoxes as such. But it has been risky at times. I cannot possess you without experiencing mortal agony. That is because you have another life besides the Horcrux." Even as he struggled to see straight, Harry recalled Dumbledore's words to him the year before in his office. "I believe he was intending to make his final Horcrux with your death." "But you didn't," Harry mumbled, off the train of his own thought. "The curse rebounded." "Yes, but the mark it left on you was enough. The spell to make my final Horcrux had been ready to use, and when there was no murder to accompany it, my soul jumped when I was hit with my own curse." Voldemort reached out and his wand traced the scar on Harry's head. Harry's eyes began to water. This was incomprehensible. All this time, he had the Horcrux inside him. "I don't believe you." Voldemort straightened up again, his black cloak billowing in the soft breeze. "That is neither here nor there, although ask yourself, why have I not yet killed you? As I'm sure you are aware, Potter, in spite of your little sessions with Severus, I could kill you in a second, especially now. But, if your last Horcrux is destroyed, you can be killed," Harry finished. It was adding up. As much as it made Harry feel sicker than he had ever felt in his life, the more he thought about it, the more a tangible explanation appeared. He was the Horcrux. Thus, an ironic twist presents itself. Ever since I fell from power, I have had the desire to kill you. And yet now, it appears that I have to keep you alive. Harry swallowed painfully. The shouts from the doorway were becoming more insistent. "That's why none of your scum killed me." "Yes. So what? You think I'm just going to walk away and promise to live forever? You're sick, Voldemort, you're deluded. Oh no, Potter. You are going to stay somewhere where I can keep a close eye upon you. I presume from your potions lessons you have heard of the draft of the living death. Harry went cold. He felt as though he had swallowed an entire vat of icy water. So that was what Voldemort had in store for him. An eternity of sleep. It was worse than death, but Voldemort was smiling cruelly. All this time, I have wanted to see you suffer through death for putting me through all the pain I have suffered, and now I shall witness as your life is lived, unconsciously. It was quietening down from the doorway. Perhaps they had heard what had been said and now wanted nothing to do with him, seeing as he had been a living Horcrux for 17 years. Who could blame them? Perhaps, in time, you may be awakened, and persuaded to join the correct side, Potter. How powerful you would be, with my soul inside you. Never. Voldemort's eyes glinted. Harry stood up shakily, his knees threatening to buckle. When did you know? I realized a number of months ago, but it is of no matter. Whilst I may have been anxious that you may have been killed outright in one of your heroic little missions and I left vulnerable, I was confident that you would not die, as you are not unintelligent. Harry realized when Voldemort was referring to. He recalled the time when he had become aware of a knowledge of Voldemort's. Harry had thought at the time that Voldemort had become aware of what he was doing, but in actual fact, he had become aware that Harry was Horcrux. Have you never wondered why you have been so lucky? Whilst I may have been unaware of it before and willing to rip your life from your body, I have been unable to. You think that was all luck? Or perhaps you believed it to be your own skill. Of course, not being my Horcrux will have contributed greatly. Harry took a deep breath and looked right into the man who had marked his entire life and made it a misery. You'll still never win this, he said quietly. He knew what to do. Voldemort snorted. Perhaps I overrated your intelligence, Potter. You are here for the sole purpose of being kept. I called. You came with your predictable nature, your heroism. How does it feel to know that your valor is the reason your side fell? With you out of the way, I shall take over and purge this world of the unworthy. You have a power that Voldemort has never had. You can love. Harry could see that Voldemort was still talking, but all he could hear was Dumbledore in his head. Whether it was actually Dumbledore's voice, or whether it was Harry's own brain, he would never know. Know your truth, and use it well. This is my truth. Harry stood up straighter and gazed downwards. The Dark Lord will mark him and he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. He could see the lake glistening in the moonlight below. He could see a shock of red hair and a person with glasses looking up, perhaps Mr. Weasley. Voldemort should have known what he was dealing with, but he did not. He never paused to understand the incomparable power of a soul that is untarnished and whole. I can still stop him. It doesn't matter what I am. I can still finish this. The prophecy does not mean you have to do anything. You think you've got me figured out, don't you? Harry said softly to the darkest wizard of all time. You think you know me so well. I think I play on your weaknesses, Potter. I manipulated you tonight, and the world will pay for your weakness. If your last Horcrux is destroyed, you can be killed. You can't manipulate me anymore, Harry replied, his heart beating like a drum. Let someone else do it. Voldemort raised his wand, and Harry jumped. Voldemort's bellow of fury followed him, and he heard Ginny's scream of horror behind him and his friends' cries, but they were like cobwebs in a gale. As he caught one last glimpse of Hogwarts, the glorious home he had been truly happy in, he closed his eyes as he hit the water, and allowed the icy and fury embrace him and drag him below. For a few seconds, the battle scene was frozen all around the castle. Dueling beasts amongst the grounds let go of each other and turned their gazes towards the lake. The centaurs, busy with their quivers and arrows, dropped them clumsily and whipped their heads around. Giants were struck dumb, sensing something enormous had changed. Even those battling inside the castle with no clear view of what was happening outside stopped and noticed something from others' reactions before them. Up on the battlements, those members of the Order who had been trying to stop the Death Eaters dropped their wand arms and stared in disbelief. Voldemort's shout echoed out across the now still and eerie grounds, traveling through the whispering trees, swaying slightly in the night breeze. It was as though, for those few breathless seconds, that there was no battle, no war, and all that existed was the natural world. The ripple of the grass, the lapping of the water and the moon above, so bright, bathing a scene of utter devastation in such a clarity that it would have wrought a cry from the bravest of men. And then it was over, the spell was broken. Ginny sank to her knees amongst the debris, stunned. Ron and Hermione, who had fled to the tower upon seeing the disturbance up there, screamed and shouted, leaping on the back of Death Eaters and scratching at their eyes to try and get down to the Lake Order. Members on the battlements flung themselves at Voldemort out of grief, anger and God knew what else, completely unaware that, now, it could make a difference. The pain was short-lived. Before long the icy grip of the Inferi affected Harry very little. Everyone he loved could be saved by what he had just done. He had not done as Voldemort wanted him to do, and he could never have been kept, as Voldemort had so eloquently put it. He did not open his eyes, he did not wish to see what was happening. Instead, he accepted that his air would run out soon, and that he would probably pass out. That's okay, there are worse ways to go, he thought to himself. And I'll see my family again, and soon he was not afraid. There it was, the blackness on the edge of his vision, his lungs trying to expand but finding nothing. There was a strange ringing in his ears, and he knew that it was not the Inferi's triumphant screeching, but in his own head. This is going to be an adventure, Harry said aloud to himself, but of course no sound came out, and he let the last of the air escape through his lips. Protect the Dark Lord, shield our master. Cries of the Death Eaters rang out and mingled with each other in the night air. Those who had been aware of the truth now threw themselves in front of Voldemort, taking hits that had been meant for him, crumpling in seconds. The Order were fighting harder than they ever had before. Something in what Harry had done had awoken a new violence in them, and Death Eaters were dying all over the place. Voldemort was bent over, his face obscured by his dark cloak and the lack of light. In a sudden movement, he straightened upwards and flourished his wand like a sword. An orange fire erupted, hot and powerful, from the tip of his wand and engulfed at least 3 Aurors fighting Death Eaters meters away. I do not need your protection, fools, he said thinly in a horrible, high voice. It was absolute mayhem. In places where the battle raged below, wands had been discarded and wizards were fighting hand to hand, rolling on the ground, kicking, punching and biting. Amidst it all, Remus Lupin detached himself from the fray, sweat and tears blurring his vision, and raged forwards. The doorway was blocked, there was no way down to the lake, no way down to where Harry was. It had not happened, it could not have happened. There was a violent terror tearing at Remus's heart. He had to get to Harry and he had to drag him out. Harry could not have died, not yet, not now. Lupin! Came a piercing cry from his left. It was Ron, and he was signaling to something over the edge of the battlements. This way. Remus ran forward to where Ron was, leaping over the body of a decapitated Death Eater, who had clearly caught the wrong end of a spell. Ron was leaning over the edge, his face frantic, pointing to something below. Part of the battlements had collapsed onto the balcony below. If they jumped in exactly the right place, they could get from tier to tier, and down to the bridge below where there was a staircase to the lake. Ron went first, clambering down over the edge of the balcony and stumbled a little on landing, dust rising from where he was wobbling. Lupin followed suit, and the pair of them continued their dangerous climb down, over the crumbling edges of the turrets, scraping their arms, legs and elbows. Before long the staircase was near enough to jump to. It had been badly hit by a few stray spells, big chunks of stone were missing from the top of it, but thankfully they only needed the bottom end. Ron swung himself slightly by holding onto the tier above, and made the jump. Lupin copied him, his heart beating a violent tattoo against his throat. As they both began to race down the steps, there was a cry from above and a jet of electric blue light started to race towards them. Whether it had been deliberately fired by a Death Eater or an accident from an Auror, they did not know, but as it hit the top of the staircase, they both began to wobble. Cracks were spreading rapidly through the structure with an awful cracking sound, and Ron and Lupin sped up as quickly as they could. Just as the entire staircase swung to the right, about to crumble, both leapt from where they were, about 12 feet up, and landed with a bump onto the soft grass below. Ron got to his feet first, ignoring all his aches and pains, and stumbled blindly towards the lake. "Come on," he said desperately. "If we can't get to him." Lupin did not answer or finish the end of Ron's sentence. Instead, they both sprinted as best they could towards the glittering lake, dodging giants, although there were considerably less of them standing now. The lake looked as though it was playing host to a vortex of some sorts. There was a huge disturbance near the middle. Water was spraying everywhere and the green liquid was frothing and flying up and down. Ron knew with a sudden jolt that it was no vortex, it was the Inferi having a feast. Severus Snape plunged blindly on, drawn to the sound of screams, shouts and the blazing lights of fire. He had seen what had happened from where he had been surging through the forest, branches of which now tore at his face and his battered and beaten body. Potter jumped. That could mean only one thing, and the very thought wrought a shudder from within his bones. He emerged from those hateful trees, bleeding and disorientated, but then he saw a young boy with red hair and a tall man, both clearly in distress. The boy, who he now recognized as Ronald Weasley, was starting towards the lake, to where the Inferius were swarming. Fools, they'll be killed, he thought, and trudged wearily towards them. They hate the fire, Ron whispered, staring at the spot where he believed Harry to be submerged. You hold them off and I'll go in. No, Ron, your bubblehead charm will not hold for long enough, and a single Inferius could kill you in an instant. But I can't hold off so many of them for long. You'll have to do it. And I'll try and get him. Ron, you can't. You'll die. Let me. I don't care, roared Ron. I can't lose him. He's my best friend. He's waiting, and I won't just leave him there. Ron started towards the lake, throwing off his cloak, but he was knocked flying as a much taller man with greasy black hair barreled into him and sent him sprawling. You stupid child, Snape muttered, righting himself as quickly as he could. You! Lupin cried, his eyes suffused with a hatred that no one had ever seen before. He drew his wand and pointed it at Snape, ready to strike to kill. Wait, Lupin, no. He's on our side, Ron spluttered, rolling onto his knees and seeing the oncoming trouble. No one except Harry, Ron and Hermione had ever known about Snape. That was until Pettigrew had hastened to tell Voldemort what had been going on that night in the graveyard. Get out of the way, Ron, Lupin muttered, raising his wand. There was a disturbance behind, and Ron saw Hermione sprinting towards them, her eyes wide and her face hysterical. There was blood on her face and on her shirt, but she seemed to not have noticed. Ron. Meanwhile, Snape did not say a word, but considered Lupin with an almost somnolent regard. No, Ron cried, on his feet again. Lupin, Harry's been working with him. Dumbledore told him to kill him. He's here to help. It's true, Remus. Hermione gasped, coming to a halt beside Snape, her eyes on the lake. We have to trust him. You think I'm just going to? We don't have time for this. Ron bellowed. He's. You must all cast a powerful fire and direct it at the disturbance, Snape started, shaking off his torn robes. It must be strong, or they will overcome it. I will go and get him out. What? Lupin started, but Snape had already cast the bubblehead charm. As he moved away, Lupin struggled against Ron and Hermione, who were each holding his arm. He's good, trust us. Hermione pleaded. Harry trusted him in the end, and so did Dumbledore. Please Remus, this isn't the time. He'll kill Harry, said Lupin darkly. You'll see. Either that or he'll hand him over to Voldemort straight away. We've got to cast the fire, come on, said Ron distractedly, and raised his wand. Perhaps it was the context of the situation, but none of them, not even Lupin, had ever cast such a powerful fire spell before in their entire lives. The white-hot blaze erupted from their wand tips and spread over what appeared to be the entire lake. Before long, the red-hot flames licked the limbs of the Inferi, breaking the surface, who recoiled, clearly in pain. As they held the fire, difficult and exhausting though it may have been, more and more of the soulless dead beings swam away from the center of the lake where Harry had fallen and took refuge in the dark shallows on the opposite bank. How long the three held the spell, they could not tell to this day. They ignored the pain in their arms and the screaming in their heads, but kept it up, hoping and praying to see Snape emerge any minute now. But he did not. Ron couldn't hold his arm up anymore and let it drop, sobbing. Hermione too was weakening, and for a whole 2 minutes none of them said a word. Hermione raised her wand again when a dark figure materialized in the darkness and lumbered towards them, thinking it was a stray Inferius, but Lupin, who was the only one still holding the spell, finally let his arm drop and rushed forwards into the lake with a cry of thankfulness. Snape was stumbling and choking, the bubblehead charm having worn off, and slumped over his shoulder was the limp form of a boy. Lupin took Harry in his arms, leaving Snape to fall into the wet reeds in exhaustion, and staggered up to the bank. Ron got to his feet and Hermione blundered towards where Lupin had lain Harry down. Oh, my God, she cried. Hermione lit her wand so they could see, and gasped when they did. Harry's face was white and he was cold. Harry, Harry, Ron called over and over again, wringing his friend's hand and shaking him slightly. He's not breathing, Lupin said as he bent over Harry with his wand. Renervate. But nothing happened. Renervate. Lupin cried the spell over and over, but Harry's eyelids did not even flicker. Ron pushed Lupin slightly out of the way and bent over Harry's body to start CPR. 1 2 3 4 5 6 breathe 1 2 3. Come on, Harry. Hermione pleaded, tears falling thick and fast from her eyes. But Harry did not breathe. Hermione put her head on his chest, and after a moment's pause she gave a dry sob. I don't think his heart's beating anymore, it stopped. No, it can't have done, get out of the way, Ron. Lupin pushed Ron roughly and started to bang on Harry's chest, hard. Come on. Don't do this, Harry, come on. Remus, don't, you'll hurt him. But Lupin either could not hear Ron or would not listen to him. Again and again he pounded his fist relentlessly downward as though he were beating the devil to death. Eventually, Hermione managed to stop him, or perhaps Remus simply gave into the incomprehensible truth. Either way, he stopped trying and gave into Hermione's light pressure on his trembling forearm. It's too late, he's gone, Remus. He's gone. Slowly, very slowly indeed, Lupin got shakily to his feet, his senses picking up the various sounds that he had blocked out before, the shouts, the screams, the blasts. He was dreaming now. He must have been dreaming. Ron and Hermione were crying again, this time hysterically. They were kneeling down and he could see what he wanted. Harry was opening his eyes, coughing up water. If only he had gotten to him a minute earlier. Lupin, are you blind? Ron's voice jolted him from his fantasy. He looked down. But he was still dreaming, because Harry was alive. He's what? He's alive. Lupin blinked. He was not dreaming. Harry was still coughing, still gasping, but his eyes were open. Rushing to his side, Lupin cradled Harry's head with his hand. My God, he's your. There was a long pause, and then Harry spoke. You shouldn't have done that, he said in a weak and hoarse voice, but it was Harry's voice all right. Oh, Harry, we thought, Hermione began, dotting his face over and over again. What were you thinking? Jumping like that? Why? Because I had to, Harry muttered, feeling as though his lungs had been wrung out in a steel vice. He felt numb, as though he was not really there. I'm the Horcrux. What? But how? It doesn't matter, Harry mumbled and sat up slowly against their protests. He felt as though he had been to hell and back. Someone else could have killed him. For a second, Harry wondered why all three of them weren't recoiling in disgust at the knowledge that he had a part of Voldemort's soul inside him, but that didn't matter now. Slowly, Ron opened his mouth. But your heart stopped. How could you think we wouldn't have tried to bring you back? Said Ron, dumbstruck. Harry looked at him. It did. Did what? Stop. My heart stopped. Ron frowned, still holding Harry's hand tightly from when they had laid him down. Well, yeah, you were dead, mate, for a good few seconds. There you were, as dead as a dodo. Almost as though he had been reborn, thoughts began to race through Harry's brain, thoughts he had not had before, as though he were a new and different person. My heart stopped. I died for a whole couple of minutes, I died. Could this mean what he thought it meant? As he sat up and shook his head, clearing his ears of lake water, he felt something he had never really felt before, and had never had the experience of feeling. It was almost like a sudden lightness in his chest and, although it hurt, it felt like there was no burden anymore, like there was nothing expected of him. For all of his life, Harry had been a marked man, marked with a destiny, marked with a Horcrux that he hadn't truly been aware of. It was the reason he had lost almost everyone he had loved, and the reason he had been unable to stay with Ginny. And now it felt as though it was not there anymore. Harry, Hermione whispered, unwillingly breaking his reverie. Perhaps you should lie down. Ron snorted. Not here, the bottle's worse than ever. I think the Death Eaters are gaining on the Aurors and everyone you know who'll be in power soon. What are you thinking, Harry? Asked Lupin suddenly. Harry looked at him. Voldemort only found out I was a Horcrux recently. He didn't do it intentionally. He was going to keep me asleep because he thought I was the most powerful Horcrux, then wake me up years later and turn me. Wait a minute, how? Ron began, but Hermione shushed him. Harry let another hacking cough wrench his guts, and then continued his train of thought as the others looked at him with deep concern. Harry repeated the mantra that had plagued his mind for what felt like forever aloud. Something of Ravenclaws, something of Hufflepuffs, something of Slytherins, and something of Gryffindors. He did get them all. It was you, Ron supplied, his eyes wider than galleons. Harry opened and closed his eyes. His head was throbbing and he could still feel the icy grip of the Inferi upon every limb. He wasn't worried up there because he thought I wouldn't do it. Dumbledore said he underestimated a whole soul, so he was just going to bide his time and wait until he could make more. But if you say that my heart stopped, then maybe the Horcrux died. Lupin finished for him. Yes, Harry replied. But if Voldemort thinks that I'm dead, he's going to try and make another one as soon as possible, because he's vulnerable now. I doubt he'll be choosy this time, life and death and all that. It's worth a shot, Ron said seriously. There's no guarantee that your death, however temporary, would vanquish the Horcrux, Lupin said in a low voice, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. No, but everything we've done so far seemed to work that way, said Ron, his voice shaking slightly as the tree that was mere meters away erupted in a ball of orange flame as a spell hit it. Luckily, no one had noticed them yet. Yes, Harry concurred. The diary I just rammed a fang through it. The cup, we broke it. Slytherin in the locket. I had to kill him. It does fit. But Harry, Hermione began in a pacifying tone. You're weak. Your heart just stopped beating for over 2 minutes. You can't go up against him again. No, Harry said. I feel different. I feel stronger. Then perhaps we are all saved, Lupin said with a brief attempt at a smile. Perhaps we have a chance at last. Where's Snape? Said Ron suddenly. Snape, Harry repeated. Is he here? I thought he'd be dead. He saved your life, Harry, Hermione told him, her face grave. He went into the lake and got you out. I don't know how, but he did. He was just over there. I wonder where he went. Harry was speechless for a moment. What on earth could he make of that? Snape saving his life. Snape alive. Snape gone. Come on, said Lupin briskly. Voldemort's on the move. If we don't attack soon, he'll have the whole damn castle. They shuffled through the undergrowth around the edge of the grounds, trying to avoid being seen. If Harry was seen alive, every Death Eater and dark creature would doubtlessly converge upon him and drag him to Voldemort, where he would be put into an unwilling sleep for God knew how long. But they could not hide for long. Voldemort had since come down to the grounds. He stood framed in the great doorway, the oak doors of which had long since been blasted off into the night. Giants lay in crumpled messes before them, children lay in innocent heaps next to Death Eaters and the Aurors, whose robes were so colorful and diverse that it looked as though a rainbow had fallen sadly from the sky, and was scattered across the grass. It looks like he's about to do something, said Hermione in a shaking voice. It was true, Voldemort was being flanked by at least 6 Death Eaters on each side. Some of the other beasts had stopped fighting and were looking at him expectantly. It seemed, as the 4 crouched there watching, that the Death Eaters and Voldemort had won. There was a group of about 30 people, Aurors and adults and students, who were being held by a magical bond, unable to escape. There were some other instances nearby where Aurors and students were being physically restrained by Death Eaters, some who had them in half Nelsons or arm locks, or who were training their wands on a bunch of them. With a rush of fury, Ron grabbed Harry's arm and nodded to where he could see his father, Mr. Weasley, in the clutches of 2 Death Eaters, both with broad grins upon their faces. Harry could just see through the doorway, and through some gaping holes in the walls of the castle, that many of the younger students and some teachers were held at one point on the floor, or up against the wall. Attention, those who chose to stand against me, Voldemort called suddenly out over the grounds. His voice was high and shrill, and many of the students and Aurors alike looked terrified, many of whom had refused to speak his name for years and years for sheer fright, now finding themselves being addressed by him. I do not believe there are any of you left fighting, or standing. This would present us all with the conclusion that you are the losers. He let this statement sink in. Some who were still fighting with the Death Eaters and the werewolves stopped struggling and sank to their knees. It had the desired effect. This means that you are now all in my power. Harry grit his teeth. How could he finish this now? With almost the entire army out on the grass in the midst of the devastation they had all caused, and with all of his people in submission. This may suit some of you, Voldemort continued, twirling his wand. The some of you who are of good blood and good mind may benefit from this power change. You may even find yourselves in a better position than before. Those of you who are of poor blood and poor mind will have to consider your position very carefully, or else you may find yourselves disposed of. Voldemort surveyed his captives with relish, and a slight impatience. It was clear that, although he was enjoying this power play, there was something he wished to have done very quickly. And Harry knew what it was. But before we set the ground rules, there is a matter that must be addressed immediately. Harry turned quickly to Ron, Lupin and Hermione behind him and whispered hoarsely. Listen, I'm going to make my move in a minute. I'll walk out and it'll shock him to see me at first. You need to take advantage of that. Ron, you free that group over there held by the binding spell. The counter curse is Liberati. Hermione, you stun those Death Eaters over there holding some of the ores. Remus, can you see the rest of the order inside the castle? Yes, Lupin replied, staring at the point where Harry was indicating. You need to run forwards and get them loose. I'll need as many fighters back in the fray. When Voldemort realizes what's happened, the Death Eaters will try and storm me. There'll be no pleasantries anymore. It's all about winning. Can you all do that? They nodded sternly. As Harry steeled himself to make himself known for the last time, Voldemort was still speaking. Some of you may have seen the great Harry Potter plunging to his death moments ago. This was punctuated with a few dry sobs from various points of the grounds. Some were from students, who clearly believed that all hope had been lost. And although seeing his life extinguished was something I have been longing for throughout the entirety of his sorry existence, it has left me with a slight predicament. It begs the question, do I have any volunteers? There was a rustle of fear which swept through the grass. No one knew what he meant, but it sounded threatening. No volunteers to help me resolve the problem that Potter so ungraciously left me with. No, that's a pity. I shall simply have to pick one at random. And he strode forwards, as though he were taking a leisurely walk in the park, and held out his long, white-fingered hand. A small boy was thrust forwards. Harry felt sick. What if Voldemort killed the boy just as he made his move? Or worse, held him at ransom? Now, young man, feel gratified that you are taking the place of the boy who lived. A murder is nothing compared to what shall be in store for many of you who do not conform. Let this be a lesson to you all and a reminder that Harry Potter, the great savior you all believed him to be, was, in the end, a coward and a failure. That is not true. Voldemort turned his head sardonically to the source of the outburst. Harry too, in spite of the situation, looked to where it had come from. He was not a failure. He died to save us. I know your secret. I know he was a Horcrux. I heard you. It was Ginny. Oh, God, Jin, don't, Harry muttered aloud. He was elated to see her alive, speechless that she was okay and proud that she still believed in him, but she was about to get herself killed. At her outburst, there were some whose faces showed complete astonishment, and even though their uprising had been quashed by the Death Eaters, werewolves and giants, it was clear that they were shocked. Potter, a Horcrux. Voldemort released the young boy he had hold of immediately, who scampered off as fast as he could towards an older student, who immediately comforted him. No volunteer needed, he said softly. I was really hoping, my dear, that it would be you. Hands seized Ginny from all angles. She was shunted forwards, kicking, screaming, biting and punching, to where Voldemort stood in the center, his red eyes alight with a feverish excitement. Ginny, do not be scared. This act will be very quick. It should not hurt, as my only desire is to make another object, as you appear to know, you clever girl. He sounded like an uncle indulging a favorite niece. Harry clenched his fists and readied himself. After all, isn't this what you want? You will see your love again, won't you? United in death, unless of course you are both sent to hell. You'll go to hell, Voldemort, Ginny whispered. No one will ever love you. They're only afraid of you. She was crying, but Harry could see that they were not tears of fear, they were tears of anger, and he saw quite clearly in that very moment how much she was prepared to sacrifice for him. Harry could see Bill out of the corner of his eye wrestling with another Death Eater, desperate to get to his sister, but then he was borne to the ground by the solid arm of a giant. Let us get on with this unpleasant example, shall we? A murder to begin with, and then perhaps any others will think twice about their positions. Any last words, my dear? Any dying sentiments to your deceased lover, who loved you so much that he chose to end his own pain rather than fight? He loved me, and that's enough. Voldemort smiled cruelly. No, my child, it isn't. Yes, it is, said Harry. Voldemort turned extremely sharply and his attention left Ginny completely. Harry could tell that the rest of his minions were simply not attacking him right there on the spot due to their complete astonishment at his presence. In those breathless, haunting few seconds, Ron, Hermione and Lupin stormed forwards. Liberati! Ron bellowed, pointing his wand at a group of Aurors meters behind Voldemort, whilst simultaneously Hermione shot no less than 5 stunners at the Death Eaters congregating around members of the Order. Lupin took advantage of this and sprinted towards the blasted oak front doors to free those inside. All of this happened in the space of about 6 seconds, and Voldemort was distracted not only by Harry standing miraculously in front of him, but also by the charging Order to his left, freed by Hermione, and by the upstart of the battle again. It seemed, though, that he was going to ignore the rest of the fray as he turned back to Harry, regaining his composure quickly. Well, Potter. I must give credit where credit is due. I know that many believe you to be special, but even I, who have some experience in the matter, wouldn't have believed you to cheat death. Harry shrugged. What can I say? I'm awkward like that. And Harry raised his wand. You must destabilize him as much as possible before delivering the final blow, or he will block it. Effrago. Voldemort blocked the bone-breaking hex and shot something at Harry that looked like molten lava. Harry barely had time to duck, and felt the heat of it graze his head. Before Harry could even regain his composure, he saw a jet of green light soaring towards him. Voldemort clearly wasn't going to waste any time. He knew he was vulnerable, and that the battle had started again, and he clearly wanted to kill Harry as quickly as possible, which could mean only one thing: that Voldemort too believed the Horcrux to be gone. Harry flung himself behind the collapsed body of an enormous giant and felt the ground shake as the pockmarked corpse took the full whack. He hardly felt himself hit the ground. Before, everything had hurt, everything had felt hard. But now he knew that he could win for sure. The adrenaline was stronger than ever. As he rolled out from behind a pungent foot, Harry raised his wand again, ready for a new attack. Gelidus. He thought hard in his head, aware of the advantage of a non-verbal spell, and Voldemort was deluged in an icy white mist, unable to see. He gave out a roar of frustration, and Harry took advantage of this immediately. Morsis. He yelled, knowing the mist would prevent Voldemort from being able to tell what the spell was before it was too late, and the result was that a painful curse was fired and struck true, right in his chest. The power of the curse was greater than any spell Harry had cast. Seeing Ginny helpless and crying at Voldemort's feet had done more in the last 5 minutes than any other stimulant could have achieved, and he honestly didn't believe he could hate Voldemort any more than he did right. At that moment, the Dark Wizard actually cried out, something Harry had never reduced him to before, and clutched his bony, exposed chest with long and white fingers. Harry gritted his teeth and believed that this was it. This was the moment in which he was going to kill Voldemort. But the first letter of the curse had hardly escaped his lips when a heavy body from behind grabbed him and hurled him in the opposite direction. Harry landed hard and was momentarily disorientated before he was back on his feet again. But another figure drew back a fist and, all magic forgotten, punched him in the face. Harry fell back, dazed, but angry. He had been so close. As he tried to raise himself again, the figure that had hit him bore him to the ground again, and laid on their whole weight. It felt like another Death Eater had joined in too, and Harry found himself unable to move, pinned to the ground, unable to see anything under a pile of bodies. He struggled and strained, but it was to no avail. A kick flew out of nowhere and landed itself in Harry's stomach, and so he stopped flailing his limbs quite as violently as what felt like 10 pairs of hands hauled him upwards. Voldemort was straightening up, his red eyes narrowed into slits, anger and fury etched into every line upon his gaunt face. His lips were twisted in pain. Harry's spell had had the desired effect, and if only had he not been stopped by the Death Eaters. That was impressive, young man, Voldemort uttered gutturally. But you will not win this. Do you know why? Because you're a coward. Harry spat hoarsely, the last of his strength leaving him at the injustice of it all. Because you know I can kill you, and you get your pals to give you a hand. Because you are not that special, Voldemort spat in anger. You may think you are, you might evade death once in a while. Do you have any concept of how often I have done so? I'll take a stab at 6 times. The Death Eater directly behind Harry kneed him in the back. Voldemort raised his eyebrows. I am aware that war is about winning a battle, that it is about numbers, and never personal. But know this, Potter, killing you now, here in front of all your friends and followers, will give me the greatest satisfaction incomparable to anything else I have ever achieved. You will die because you, as I said, are not extraordinary. Harry smiled truthfully, and looked at Ginny in the distance. She thinks I am. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and the hands holding Harry loosened. He wriggled out of their clutches and moved slightly out of the way to see Snape. Voldemort snarled and raised his wand, but Snape was too quick. He fired something from his wand at the speed of light at Voldemort, who yelled out and lost his balance slightly, trying to right himself. As Snape raised his wand again, Voldemort shot a spell at him from the ground. Snape fell. Now, Potter. Voldemort was casting another curse at Snape as the old potions master yelled his last, and did not see Harry straighten up behind him. Avada Kedavra. It seemed to take an age. In that time, the fighting stopped again. The green light sped quite fast, but it felt like it was slow motion. Voldemort held up his arms fruitlessly against the unblockable spell, knowing that there was no countering it, knowing that he had been beaten by a better man, and opened his mouth in surprise as the jet hit him squarely in the torso. His eyes flashed red, one last time, and then he fell, quite softly and unremarkably onto the wet grass behind. Harry did not take his eyes off Voldemort's crumpled form, nor did he lower his wand arm. It couldn't be over, not really. Not after everything that had happened that night, that had happened throughout his life. Voldemort couldn't be dead, not like that. His wand arm began to shake. A soft breeze ruffled his hair, he could hear a rustling of leaves, and still Voldemort had not moved. "Harry," said a voice behind him. Harry turned and saw Lupin looking at him, his eyes wide, his face disbelieving. And then, as though a switch had been flicked, some of the Death Eaters in the grounds, in the castle, up on the turrets and by the edge of the forest, threw their wands down in front of them. Others turned and ran, leaving dead comrades behind them, or else suffering victims, but run they did, and into the darkness they disappeared. No one tried to follow them. All other eyes were on the boy who stood meters away from the dead form of the most dangerous wizard of all time. People were beginning to move, those that could still stand got to their feet and moved tentatively towards Harry. A muttering broke out, like a hesitant hope that the battle was finally won. "Is it over? What just happened? Pete Potter." Harry turned his head and finally lowered his wand arm. Snape was trying to speak from the ground where he had fallen moments before. Harry moved over to him and crouched down next to his pale form. "Can you move?" Harry said shakily. Snape closed his eyes and squinted in discomfort. "Did you do it?" he whispered, his voice very faint and as though every word caused him pain. Harry looked over his shoulder. I think so." Snape opened his eyes again and looked at Harry, a faint urgency raking his tone. "You must burn the body, the soul will not come back, there is nothing left to return but the body must be burnt, or magics can be done his followers." "Okay, I'll do it if you sit up, we can." "Don't bother, Potter, I do not need your assistance anymore, thankfully." "I am done." Harry frowned. "Done? You're not done. The healers are coming in now from the perimeter if you just. I will be dead in a few seconds. I invented the spell that the Dark Lord used upon me, I know how it works. How apt that the double agent should be killed by the one he double-crossed." Harry considered the broken man before him, the man who had so often made his life a misery, who had caused him pain, taunted him, hated his father, and he did not want him to die. "But you can't, you saved my life. Oh, please Merlin, no rush of gratitude, at least when I am dead I will not have to endure your laudable needs." "Will you shut up? How can you lie there and be so sarcastic? I can help you if you just let me." "And then what?" "Then I infiltrate myself back into a society that will forever hate me for the things that I have done. After everything you have achieved, Potter, the things you have done, you are still as ignorant as ever you were." Harry opened his mouth again, abashed, but Snape cut him off. "I am aware that I did what I had to do, but they will not forgive me. And I cannot live like that. I have done what needed to be done. Look how far you have come." His voice was fading and his eyes were glazing over. Harry didn't know what to do. He could hear people behind him, moving towards the fallen body of Voldemort, crying his own name in jubilation. "If it wasn't for you, this would have been the end," Harry said, "and I'll make sure that everyone knows that." Snape snorted. "Perhaps you are not quite as like your father, then at least I have repaid my debt to him, even though it has cost me my life. It will allow me to hate him in peace." Harry said nothing. He still hated Snape for his attitude towards his father, but in that moment, it did not matter. "Thank you for what you did," Harry said. Snape closed his eyes, shaken by a rattling breath, and a small trickle of blood escaped his mouth. "You did very well." And then Harry knew that he was dead. Harry. Hermione hurled her arms around him as she raced towards the edge of the grounds where they were. You did it. It's over. Harry looked at her. He felt numb, like it had not really happened. It's over, I think it's over now. And he smiled with her, a true smile that he felt he would never do in all his life, marked with something he felt that he could never escape, and he had beaten it. More people began to crowd around. I see that Severus Snape's dead, then. Just as well, the stinking traitor, said an American Auror from just behind them, looking at Snape. He was not a traitor, Harry said sharply. The man frowned. But I thought. Everyone thought, Harry said sternly. And everyone was wrong. He did what he had to do to save everyone's life, and mine, and I'm going to make sure that everyone knows that. Ron caught up with them, Lupin at his side. Harry mate. And they embraced. It felt as though none of this was real. Harry had had dreams about this moment every night for as long as he could remember, and now it was here, and he could tell that the others felt the same, hardly daring to believe it. Is the Dark Wizard truly vanquished? Asked a nearby centaur with a chestnut coat, muddied and bloodied by the battle, but standing proud nevertheless. Is there any possible way in which he can return, as he has done before? It seemed true enough, as the Death Eaters who could not stand very well had surrendered their wands, surely something they would not have done if they believed their lord to still be alive. Any others who may have still fought against the Order and the Aurors had fled. We have to burn it, Harry muttered. We have to burn the body, Snape said too. Harry. He turned and there she was. Ginny, running towards him with all the fire in her eyes as she had had the first night they had realized their feelings, and she threw her arms around him in a similar fashion, holding him tight and screwing up her eyes and burying her face into his shoulder. Oh, my God, I thought you were dead. When I saw you walk forwards I thought I was dreaming, I thought he'd already killed me. But I didn't care, I didn't care. I love you so much and it's over, Harry. You did it. Shish, it's okay, I love you too. He hugged her back tightly, his heart beating a violent drum and getting faster and faster as he realized the magnitude of this moment. The sun was coming up, and it was almost as though everyone had forgotten that nature continued, another day dawning, just as it did the day before, as though nothing had really changed, but everyone at Hogwarts knew that it had, forever. Nearby, Ron held Hermione tight and key at her too, never caring that people all around could see, not bothered that his father was grinning in the distance, nor his brothers smirking. There are healers and a whole troop of unspeakables coming in from the perimeter, said a voice from somewhere with a thick accent of some kind, Harry could not tell what. They've sent the message that St. Mungo's is expecting us. More voices continued, telling each other of more plans, ways to get to the injured, how to apparate in big groups, how many survivors Harry let it wash over him. Harry, what about Voldemort? Did you say it had to be burned? Do you want to? Harry turned and took one final look at the corpse of the wizard who had blighted his life, and who had finally been stopped. Somebody else can do it, he muttered, and at Ginny instead. The day in the aftermath of the battle was something that Harry remembered very little of. He heard facts and figures, that their side had suffered losses of 30, the worst of which had affected the French, and that 5 of all the casualties had been children. Harry took it in somberly, but he had almost prepared himself for it. A great deal of Death Eaters had since gone on the run, but the majority had been manhandled to a secure location by the Aurors and members of the Order on standby, with very little fuss. After the body of Voldemort had been burned, by whom, Harry did not know and found that he cared very little, the survivors had made their way through Hogwarts to do an initial number count before any other reinforcements arrived. Harry had been overjoyed to find that Neville, Dean and Seamus were all alive, battered and bruised but nevertheless unscathed. This happiness was quickly quashed when Bill returned from the forest and told them that Luna Lovegood was one of those who had not survived the fire. There were some more names of the dead relayed that Harry knew of: the Centaur Firenze, Ewan Abercrombie, the astronomy teacher Professor Sinistra, but Hagrid was unscathed, as was Professor McGonagall, and this was some comfort. Draco Malfoy had been found on the 7th floor, lying dead next to his father, whom he had managed to stop. Harry felt oddly proud of Malfoy, coming through at the last minute to do something that Harry knew he would not have been able to live with himself for ignoring, even if he had survived. He was not sad at his death, but there was a definite pathos deep within his emotions that he knew Hermione and even Ron shared when he told them the news. It seemed that, slowly, those who had been in charge before in the ministry, were slowly regaining control. The fact that their side had effectively won and that Voldemort was officially dead had filtered through almost every channel possible, and it seemed like the whole world knew. It acted almost as a stimulant, as a catalyst, as a signal that they could take charge again, now that Harry had done what he had to do. Harry heard all of this from a bed in St. Mungo's. He had protested at his being there, but the healers that arrived shortly after the battle ended insisted that he needed a great deal of medical attention after having a little more than a near-death experience. He lay there now, eyes closed, reliving the moment over and over again where he fired that final curse. Ginny was close by, her hand in his, her head lolling. As he opened his eyes slowly, her figure came hazily into view. "What are you doing up? Shouldn't you be in the other ward?" he said. Ginny had received some nasty burns from various spells and the like, but had not taken kindly to being wrapped in cotton wool and separated from Harry. Harry too did not enjoy being where he was, unable to help with the recovery of bodies and the clean-up of Hogwarts, but after the healers had told him that he had a fractured wrist, 3 broken ribs, temporary respiratory problems and severe bruising, he found himself loath to argue with them. "I didn't want to be far away from you," she said, squeezing his hand. Harry smiled. "It's okay, I'm right here. And I'm not going anywhere, not now." "They've got someone heading the ministry temporarily," Ginny said. "Apparently his name's Ginger Arkansas, and he's taken over from Scrimgeour. They're holding an official election next week. Well, life goes on, I guess. It's weird though, seeing everything get back to normal." Harry nodded. It was true, it was odd, but he found himself oddly uninterested in the politics of it all now. He could finally detach himself from it. Ginny was looking at him with an odd expression on her face. "What?" Harry asked. "Can I ask you a question?" "Of course you can," he replied. "You can ask me anything. When you were still asleep in here, Ron told me pretty much everything after when Snape got you out. I suppose I just wanted to know, are you glad that they saved you?" Harry considered her. It was true, he had been expecting this. Indeed, it was a question that he had been asking himself for some time, since he had been lying there. When I jumped, in that moment everything was so clear. I knew that everyone I loved would be alright, because I had faith that someone else would be able to kill Voldemort if I did what I did. But what if they couldn't? What if people tried, and couldn't, and he took over? Harry closed his eyes. I knew that the only thing that kept him as strong as he was the fact that he believed he had the power. If I was gone, he wouldn't have it anymore. He didn't have power over me, the one thing that he wanted to have. And so I jumped, and yes, I didn't think that Snape or Ron or Hermione or Lupin would be able to save me. Ginny looked away. "I don't think I would have been able to carry on with my life if you didn't come back. And I'm not sure if I still can, knowing that you'd rather be somewhere else." Harry considered her. "Ginny, I don't really remember very much after I blacked out in that water, but I do remember feeling very safe. I remember knowing that people I'd lost, like Sirius and my parents, were very close to me. Time didn't really mean anything, but I was warm, and I was safe. And I was loved. And when I was dragged back to that place, yeah, okay, I was angry. I was angry that they'd taken that away from me. But after everything happened, now Voldemort's gone and you're here, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else." Ginny looked back at him. "I love you. And nothing will ever change that. And I know that things are going to be odd, and I'll have to see how things go with everything. Now everyone knows who I am and what I've done. You never were one for celebrity status," she said with a twisted grin. "No." Ginny leant forward slightly so that her nose was almost touching his. "I love you, too. And I'm glad that you came back, because it was for us too, wasn't it, and not just to kill Voldemort." Harry nodded. "And now you're stuck with me. We could go away for a few weeks, just you and me, or maybe Ron and Hermione could come too, just until the hype dies down. What do you think?" Harry grinned. "I think that's an excellent idea." The next day, Harry was out of bed and on his feet. The healers had told him that he was fit enough to go home, but then the realization filtered through that he didn't really have a home to go to at the moment. Mrs. Weasley, who was with him at the time, saw the look on his face and told him undoubtedly that his home was at the Burrow, and that he was to return with Ron as soon as he could. But there was one person that Harry did not want to leave behind. He wandered into Remus Lupin's room in the far ward the next evening, things packed, but still unsure what to do. At first, Harry thought that Lupin was asleep, still sore from his wounds, but his old defense against the dark arts teacher spoke from the shadows. "You don't have to tiptoe, I know you're there." Harry sat down in the chair next to his bed. "How are you feeling?" "Oh, like someone played tennis with my brain. But all live. They had said already that I can return home within the next few days." Harry nodded. "Me too. And how are you feeling, Harry?" Harry shrugged. "Numb, I suppose. I don't know, it hasn't really sunk in yet, you know that I can have a life now." Lupin smiled gently. "It will. And then you'll have so much choice that you won't know what to do with yourself. You'll be like James, no doubt, so indecisive. With so many talents," he said with a small chuckle. Harry lowered his head. "I was thinking of him," he said quietly. "In the lake, you know." "When?" "I know. I thought that I might see him again. It's like he was so close, and Mum. I knew they were there. Harry, I did what I felt I had to do. But I am truly sorry if. And I just wanted to say thank you." There was a pause and Lupin looked at his best friend's son with tired gray eyes. "Thank you for bringing me back. Because it would have been so easy to just give up. And I was confused at the time, I didn't know what I wanted. But now I know. I'm going to be with Ginny for the rest of my life. I'm going to buy a nice house and I'm going to see my friends, right, and I'm going to do something with my life that's worthwhile that I want to do. So thank you, and I should have said it before." Lupin opened his mouth, closed it again, and then closed his eyes. "Thank you for saying that, Harry. I'm so proud of you. Who knows, maybe you'll move house and move a bit closer when I've sorted myself out. I'd like to have you around. It'd make me, I don't know, feel safe, like there's a parent around, or something." Lupin laughed. "I think you've proved yourself quite grown up enough for the both of us, Harry. But I appreciate it. And yes, I would relish the opportunity to get out of my shabby little apartment and live closer to the people I love." "Good. That's settled then. Talking of change," Lupin continued. "I have heard the most interesting rumors from within the ministry." "Oh, yeah," Harry said. "Yes. The word is that the soon-to-be Minister for Magic, young Ginger Arkansas, is to make a personal request to employ the youngest ever head of the Auror department in the ministry." Harry raised his eyebrows. "Not me." "Yes, you. They believe that they'll have some problems in the future with the Death Eaters who went on the run shortly after Voldemort fell, and who better to lead them than the one who vanquished their leader himself." Harry blinked. But I'm not even 18 yet." Lupin cocked his head. "No, and perhaps the offer will not come until then. As I said, it is only a rumor. But I believe that it is an accurate one. Then again, perhaps you will wish to do something completely different." Harry considered. "Maybe, I don't know. Whatever happens, I'm going on holiday with Ginny first. Then maybe I'll think about it." "Good man. Now go on, you don't want to keep a redhead waiting, or you may lose another limb." Harry smiled at Lupin and rose from his chair. As he left the room, he saw a familiar person walking towards him from the opposite end of the corridor, carrying a mug of steaming coffee. It was Cassie. "Oh, hi Cassie," he said a little awkwardly. "Who are you visiting?" "Hello, Harry, I'm just taking this in for Remus." A small bubble of comprehension grew in Harry's chest as he noticed that she reddened slightly as she said it. "Well, I won't let it get cold," Harry said with a quick smile. "I'll see you later." "Yes, okay, oh, and Harry," she called after him. Harry turned. "You did amazingly. Everyone's so grateful, and I just wanted to say, good luck with whatever." Harry smiled. "You too," and then he turned and walked away. 2 days later, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny stood outside the hospital grounds in London, the spring sun warm on their faces. "Phew, I'm glad to be out of there," said Ron. "What a waste of sun. I didn't even need to be in there in the first place." "You had 7 bones to mend," Hermione reprimanded affectionately. "Yeah, well, strong as an ox, me." "Where are we going, then?" Ginny asked, hoisting her luggage bag higher upon her shoulder. "I don't care as long as it's, remote." "How about Fiji?" said Harry offhandedly. "Fiji?" Hermione repeated, and even Ron seemed surprised. "You surely don't expect us to be able to apparate to Fiji?" she added with a pointed look at Ron, whose apparition skills everyone knew were slightly below par on the best of days. "Well, no. But it'd be funny. And who knows where we'll end up. We can go wherever we like." Ginny took his arm and squeezed it. Sounds like fun. I'm not sure I want to go on holiday with those two, muttered Ron looking to his sister and his best friend. They're barmy. Yep. But that's why you love us, Ginny said brightly. Ron looked at them uncharacteristically somberly. I do, you know. Really. There was a pause, as they all looked at each other with deep affection and serious faces and then burst into an uncontrollable laughter that had nothing to do with Ron's comment, and everything to do with the fact that they were all freer than they had ever been in their lives, and could not wait for the rest of it to begin. Right. So Fiji it is, then. Or near about, Ron stated. Hermione grinned. Or possibly Wales. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.